Oh.
Oh,
I thought I could.
thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Oh,
Oh.
how can?
Oh,
Thank you. Finally, I have my ice cream here. Enjoy.
Welcome to the Predators Lounge. Taking a break from Free Fire, but this is where all of the Predators from the various games here, the Esports World Cup, gather. And I think that doesn't sound like a Predator. It sounds like a Husky.
Can't wait to go to the petting zoo.
No, it's not a petting zoo, bro.
No, pet.
No, this is where the Predators lie away.
What?
Yeah, you gotta be careful. You look like you belong in a petting zoo.
Yeah,
You
okay,
stay behind.
I'll be careful.
Yeah, you be very careful,
okay.
all right? Okay, we got to check out
Okay.
exactly what all of these predators do here. Because, you see, as we see some gazelles walking past, they are the ones in the most danger.
Yeah, what? They smiled at me. I'm in danger.
You are in danger as well.
I'm in
Those are
danger.
really
Always
dangerous.
in danger.
Right? As we go through, you see sometimes all of the predating happens out there. All of the chilling seems to be happening here.
They chill after a prey. They need to go through simulations
Yeah.
of how to get the next kill, how to just grab the prey, rip them apart, just
And we see some sort of a courting dance being made here by the players who are taking a break. They've got paddles and a little ball that goes back and forth between two couples. This is a very weird ritual.
It's not only the small cats need to play, right? The big cats also need to relax, and just calm their mind before they go back out into the wild and lunge at someone. Not me. Lunge.
No, don't. I hope they don't lunge at you. You know, sometimes when you go out for a safari, you see all of these predators. You want to take some photos with them in the background. And this is exactly where you go. We've got a little bit of a photo booth here as well for the Predators Lounge.
Yeah, they will get their trophy. They complete their hunt, get their trophy, and then they would take a photo and put it up on the gallery.
Yeah. And these beautiful gazelles are waiting for their own photos to be taken at this point of time. They got to be careful.
They have to
There are
be.
many predators out there.
We'll protect them.
Waiting to pounce on
You
them.
will protect them.
I'll protect them.
You will protect them.
No, but we got to move on.
Okay.
We got to see more out of this Predators Lounge. We got to report everything back to the people who are watching. Because if they get here, they got to be careful.
They have to be, because there is an area where they not only chill, but they rewatch their glory moments.
What?
They rewatch the moments where they rewatch the moments that they get the championship, the wins, the hunt.
The hunt, they're doing it right now.
They are doing it.
They're seeing their booyah moments. They're seeing exactly how they rip all of these players apart in the game.
And they watch live actions of other people ripping other people apart so that they could rip other people apart better.
Oh, no, man. This is just too much of gore for me. I can't take it. I think I need some water. Thank God. We are at the common watering hole.
Watering hole. This is where they drink. They drink. they drink to their success.
Yes, they do drink. No, points for little petting zoo animal here. And this is a very unique watering hole.
It is.
They get to choose what sort of drinks they want to drink.
Plenty of choices. You can do it off the hunt. You can do it on the hunt. As long as they are hydrated, they will be at the top of their form to continue to reach the top.
I mean, when you're a predator who reaches the top, you get to choose what drinks you want to have. And on top of that, when you are the predator of predators, you get initiated into the Heroes Club. Husky, you and I can't even get that. This is like the home to Turok Makto, the biggest bird in the sky.
Yeah, at the Esports World Cup, nothing is granted. Everything is earned. And to earn a spot in that Hall of Fame, Hall of Legends, you have to first become one.
Yeah, you can be one of the predators here, but only the very best steps on in there.
Do I have to have a chance?
It's okay, buddy. I think the match is about to start. Let's go. It's okay. It's okay.
Good night. I'm at Play Hunter. And we are here at Boulevard City for the Esports World Cup 2025. We're trying to find something new here from the players. And look at that. We have spotted a few players here on the site. It looks like they're going somewhere. Let's go. Let's find out what they are doing. Let's go. Let's go. Let's find out what are they doing. Come, let's go. Let's go after it. Go. It seems that I'm lost. Crikey, have been walking for hours, finally. I think we lost track of them. Apparently I was not. Looks like one of them is entering some sort of an entertainment area. Display park. Yeah, both of them are inside. Let's go. Let's see what our players are doing. Play Hunter on the way.
Hey, hey, ขอเล่นด้วยดิไอ้อ้วน
Crikey.
มาเลยเลยไหนอ่ะอย่าโดนดิ
Ladies and gentlemen, such a rare occasion for us to see the haunting ritual of the pro players. Oh, such a beautiful piece.
ยืดแบบผมอะไรนะ
เป็นแล้วใช่
เป็นอะไรนะไม่รู้ฮะ
เป็นก็เป็นนะ
โอเคเป็นนะ
We have the grand opportunity to watch and observe the ritual of the courting of the pro players, and it was magnificent. Blimey, it was so good. And that is all from me at Matt's Pro Play Hunter. See you guys on the next one. Beach.
It seems that I'm lost.
What is up, folks? Welcome to Hot Takes at Free Fire at Esports World Cup 2025. I'm your host, Husky, and with me on the couch today, I got two handsome gentlemen from Team Falcons. I think the weather in Riyadh is perfect for this segment because it's pretty hot out there, and that's why we're having hot takes. So now I want to hear your hot takes, right? The most unpopular opinion you have. What are your odds of winning? 0 to 100. Can Team Falcons win again?
70แล้วกันผม50 เพราะว่ามันเปลี่ยนกฎกติกามาใหม่ใช่แล้วมีกฎใหม่เข้ามาทำให้หลายๆทีมมีโอกาสได้แชมป์มากขึ้น
If there's one team that you guys want to face, you can 100% beat no matter what. You see them, you're gonna crush them like bugs. There's nothing they can do against you. Which team is that?
สำหรับผมว่าน่าเป็นทุกทีมที่ไม่ใช่ไทยกับบราซิลครับผมก็ทีมจากปากีสถาน
Okay, what about players, right? Which player, and I need you to name names, right? Give me one name. Which player you think is the worst player in the tournament? Oh, you gotta name names. It's getting hot. We need to name some names.
ปีเตอร์จากทีมฟอลคอนนะเพราะเริ่มกินเยอะกันแล้วเดี๋ยวเล่นไม่ไหวไปมันไปเตะเลย
Coming into this EWC, if there's one thing you want to say to everyone else.
ที่นี่ก็เป็นถิ่นทีมฟอลคอนครับก็มาหาเรื่องผมก็ระวังโดนคนดู อันนี้นะครับ ก็รอดูในเกมดีกว่าครับ
This one, final one. Do you really think Brazil can win?
แล้วผมนะผมคิดว่าไม่ได้มีผลอะไรครับเพราะว่าแชมป์มันก็เปลี่ยนแปลงกันได้ตลอดครับมีให้แก้มืออีกหลายรายการครับก็ไม่มีผลอะไรมากครับเพราะกฎใหม่ใครก็แชมป์ก็ได้
Thank you very much, Limit and On Fire, and that wraps up our hot takes for EWC Free Fire 2025. We'll see you in the next one.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the end of the show recap. I'm Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, and we're going to talk a little bit of what happened from Point Rush. In match number 1, Bermuda, 4 teams remaining, and Falcons clears out 3 teams. It is RRQ, Movistar, as well as Lost, and they were just gatekeeping everyone all throughout. For match number 2, Purgatory, that was a core memory booyah. It will be embedded in the memory of their opponents, and they have wiped out Evo's Divine. They have a clear view of the team, and they just wiped them out. For match number 3, in Kalahari, we have the final circle being taken by Movistar R7. They get the booyah, putting out glue walls, barricading everyone and gatekeeping so that they can take the center of the circle. Glue walls after glue walls, no one can get in, and that is how they secure that booyah. For match number 4, we have Alpine and Core Memory versus Fluxo. Fluxo has got their first booyah here in the Point Rush stage, and this will bring the team with a different momentum all throughout, and we will find out if they can carry it over onto the grand finals. For Nextera in match number 5, we have a Movistar R7 once again wiping everyone all across the board. They showed a dominance, and they showed that they are the Movistars of this game. Finally, match number 6 in Solara. Team Vitality, the team that dubbed themselves as the King of Solara, are back, and they have shown great dominance, bringing themselves from the bottom to the higher part of the leaderboard. And there we have it for the matches, but of course we can't end it just like that. We have the MVP, the Wonder Kid, Razia, with 19 elimination as well as 11,364 damage dealt. This gives this kid something else to look forward to into the grand finals. And there you have it. We have just concluded Point Rush stage. Hopefully you enjoy, because we have 4 to come into the grand finals.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Knockout stage started with Group A and Group B, and the sparks were flying. It was supposed to be a warm-up, but what happened next was straight fire.
Day 2 brought fireworks because Bermuda Esports opened the day with a 30-point booyah, and Lost blew our minds, a record-breaking 33 points on map 6. Day 4 was about rivalries, Lost versus Falcon and Electric. But RRQ stole the spotlight, like grabbing the first booyah and spoiling Lost momentum.
Purgatory flipped the script. Onyx shocked Bermuda United Esports. Lost dismantled Red Hawks, and AG Global just earned their first booyah in the perfect third-party timing.
Yet Lost came back swinging with a 19 elimination booyah on Alpine. Yet once again, Falcons clutched it on that final bat, knocking out Lost and giving us a little bit of deja vu from EWC 24.
Point Rush was all gas, no brakes. Team Falcons wiped squad after squad and bagged another booyah to reclaim the throne, wiping and clearing Lost, RRQ, and Movistar R7 all in one go.
Evo surged with 18 eliminations. Movistar R7 and Ping also punched hard, but there was one name that stayed consistent through the chaos.
And it was core member KOG that came on top during the point rush stage. 42 elimination, 94 points, and nearly 26,000 damage. With this kind of momentum, would they go all out during the finals? Are you ready? This is the finals for Free Fire at EWC 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, survivors from all around the world, welcome back to Free Fire at EWC 25. It is our grand final day. It is Champions Rush Day, and today we will be crowning our champion for 2025. My name is Danielle. I'm going to be your host for this magnificent day of Free Fire, and joining me, I have my three specialists, my three analysts, my three special guests. We have Raja, Neptune, and Gideon. Welcome to the grand finals. How are you all feeling today for Champions Rush Day?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Guys, I don't know about you guys, but I'm so much excited. I can't wait to see the teams playing. I don't even know what to think about it. I don't even know who can be the champion, because I mean we have so much teams doing such a great job, you know, so I'm kind of really nervous about it too.
Yeah, definitely. I feel the same, similar to what we've seen from day one up until here. There's still not knowing who will be the champions, who will be taking that number one, how many booyahs will they be taking. But the difference is we might end up with more than 6 games. So that is one factor that we're looking forward to.
I know everybody's excited about today's champion rush, but honestly, I think I feel for the players, right? Nobody knows who's going to be on top. Everybody only has confidence in themselves, because truly, that's all you can believe in right now.
And this is the ultimate test for these teams as well, as we are going to be getting one of our final looks for the players before they arrive at the venue. We have the Jamal Motorsports player arrival cam ready to go. The players are leaving the hotel and they're boarding the shuttles, and they'll be heading their way to the venue. Our top 12 teams, they are here. They played Point Rush yesterday. They secured their head start points for the grand final. And with these last final moments, you have to think, how do you play your best? How do you play better than everyone else? That's the ultimate goal. To beat the competition, you need to outdo them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not only outdo them, but hopefully with the time from Point Rush up until today, they've done their homework. They studied their opponents, because yesterday it's Point Rush. Yes, there are some head start points, but it's also a preview of what the other teams can do and how can they counter that. It's up to what they will do today.
I'm going to intercept this, because we've said this on the panel before, right? Some of these matches, we think it's a way where we can kind of gauge the strength, the strategy of some of these teams. But I think Giddy and I are on the same page. Teams, they might be hiding strats, but how true was Point Rush Day?
Honestly, it's really hard to define, right? Because I think we were expecting a lot more from a majority of our top teams, and especially from our staple benchmark teams from both regions. Unfortunately, that might not necessarily be the case. We might actually be seeing these top teams now struggling, big ones being Fluxo and as well as Buriram United. but then we start to see the strategy start to diverge, right? Because again, how effective is it going to be during Champion Rush if RRQ is going to try and look to intercept Falcons again? Will Falcons look to maybe micromanage and relocate? Are we going to see R7 targeting Dragon Esports once more? Is it viable?
Oh yeah, I mean, speaking of Dragon Esports, there's so many instances that have been hot dropped, and hopefully they find their own real estate in each map, because it's difficult. Underdogs has a chance in Champion Rush, but if that is the story for the start of each map, then that leaves them with no choice.
Well, it looks like we are ready for our Kidia top play. So let's see what our top matches were for our Point Rush day, because it was a very tense day for some of these teams as they rushed to grab those points and basically set themselves up for the championship grand final. And along the way, we saw a lot of surprises. Teams that we originally deemed underdogs are currently the top dogs.
Yes, and I think, these teams have figured something out, right? They're allowed to be more aggressive than others. They understand, they've done what Neptune has said, a lot of homework in terms of their rotations during rounds 2 and as well as 3, which I am now considering one of the more pivotal rounds, because we've seen teams either play, hey, we're going to tank the blue for as long as possible to walk in slowly, and that causes a lot of problems. Then we have teams like Vitality who say, no, we're going to force you back into the blue because this side of the map is uncontestable.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing that I'm seeing as well is the difference in terms of this active skill that they have been using, or active and passive skill that they have been using. Because at some point, some has been trickling in. If Southeast Asia has certain meta, as well as Brazil, it just crossed over into today. They're seeing the viability of those active and passive skill, and they are showing up right now compared to what we've seen before.
Well, since the teams are showing up, let's have a look at some of our Crunchyroll reactions from yesterday as well, just so we can get a glimpse as to how these teams were feeling yesterday, what kind of emotions were coming out. And you can see here for the teams that did well, high fives, smiles across the board. There's teams even talking mid-game. We saw Rasia just for a moment there, deep in concentration. There's a lot happening emotionally on the stage that the viewers at home, unfortunately, you guys don't get to see this, but our spectators at the venue, they get to see everything.
The energy is so different, right? It's electric when you feel yourself shoulder to shoulder with another fan, shouting for the same team, cheering alongside them. It's a boost of energy. And I can tell, Team Falcons, the nest is so nearby. You can feel their energy reverberating throughout the entire arena.
And it's not just the energy. I mean, you get to know the players up front. Yesterday after Point Rush, I've seen Rasia, and I didn't expect him to be this humble kid. Well, definitely he is a kid, a wonder kid overall. But still, despite of the followers, despite of the performance, he's so humble, and there's a lot more that we can see from him, and hopefully this is where he pops off.
Yeah, I totally agree with that, because I was seeing then I mean, I saw you guys like talking to each other, and I kind of agree with that. And I mean, he's really cute, and well, I was just didn't expecting that it was that she will be that she will be that way. Sorry.
Sounds like Rasha's making you kind of nervous. 2-time MVP, like stardom is starting to get to you.
No, not in that way, but I mean, I'm just impressed by this humble kid.
Performance-wise, and this is coming from Raja, who has a close contact with Brazilian teams as well, top dogs as well. But she is still impressed. So I guess that is what happens when you are in the presence of superstars.
Absolutely. Now, just a very quick look at the format for yesterday's Point Rush. So essentially what has happened is that the teams, they played to get their head start points for today. And as you can see at the very top, 10 points was on the line for the top team that was able to perform. And so with all those points, the teams, they now have their goal set for today. They'll start with whatever they were able to earn through the Point Rush, but after that, they now are going to have to play for additional points in Champions Rush. This is a new format that has been introduced to EWC for the Free Fire division, and it's the first time we're going to be playing it too. So the teams competing today, this is going to be not necessarily a new experience, because some regions have already played Champions Rush in the past, but for certain regions, this certainly is going to be new for them.
And one thing that's new is the combination of Point Rush and Champion Rush.
Exactly.
Because the head start points, it gets you closer to that 80 points to get that activated. So it's really tough not making it and then struggling later on. That might be the difference overall of who's going to be the champions.
But I think any one of these teams would have liked the head start points. Right now, Core Memory as well as R7 have basically played a map while everybody else is starting from ground zero.
Exactly. Now, it looks like we do have a very quick update here for the STC Club Championship. So let's have a quick look at the update.
Hey EWC fans, the race for the club championship here at EWC 2025 just hit another gear because heading into the weekend of week 2, Team Falcons were leading the standings, closely followed by Team Vitality, Gen G Sports and Gaming Gladiators. Now 7 clubs are officially eligible for club championship prize money. Those 7, Falcons, Vitality, Gen G, Gaming, Navi, Team Liquid and AGAL, each earning at least 2 top 8 finishes across different titles. But here's the catch. Until Friday, none of them had actually won a game title, but that changed in MLBB, the Women's Invitational, where Team Vitality took the win cleanly over Gaming Gladiators, becoming the first club to become eligible to win the club championship. Team Spirit took the second trophy of Saturday night by defeating home favourites Team Falcons in Dota 2, doing a full clean sweep, winning it 3-0. This week, Team Vitality and Team Falcons have been the ones to watch, both reaching grand finals in Dota 2 and MLB BWI respectively. Both still active in Free Fire as well. That enters its grand final stage on Sunday, and that means another shot at 1,000 points and possibly a shot at taking control of the leaderboard. By the end of week 2, the maximum point totals could look like this. Vitality up to 2,700 with points still available in Free Fire and Honor of Kings. AGAL could hit 2,400 with points from League of Legends already secured and more possible in Honor of Kings. Falcons close behind at 2,300 with Free Fire still in play. Gen G still in the mix with a potential 2,000 thanks to League and HOK. Meanwhile, Navi and Team Liquid are out of active titles this week. They'll be watching from the sidelines. Gaming Gladiators were still active today, but they lost the grand final to Team Vitality in MLB BWI. Now let's talk about game title participation. Team Falcons lead all clubs with 19 total eligible entries, having competed in 7 titles already, and with potential appearances in Overwatch 2, Rainbow Six and Crossfire still on the horizon. AGAL, Gen G and Gaming also have room to grow, especially with Tekken, EAFC and Street Fighter all still to come. So as week 2 wraps up, the leaderboard is tightening and the race for the club championship, well, it's far from over.
And there you have it, a quick update on the club championship status. But already we're seeing a lot of teams that are also playing Free Fire at the top of the leaderboard. So many points are up for grabs. And if anything, there's too much to lose for some of these teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Team Falcons, AG Global, we also have Team Vitality here. So if in case they are the ones or one of them becomes a champion, it really shuffles how the club championship is going to end up. So I'm really looking forward to who's really performing. If that pressure though brings them on, that would be at some point the end of some of the rain.
Speaking of teams, it's time to look at our Aramco Para Rankings because we want to see what our panelists have listed as their top teams for today. And here we go. Here are the Power Rankings. We are seeing a couple of similarities across my panelists, but a lot of differences as well. Raja, did you want to sort of start things off with your Power Rankings? Why did you go for your picks today?
Well, I think my English is not actually Englishing right now because I'm kind of nervous, but I try to go by the traditional teams that we are used to see them playing really well. So I think they can bring the strongest game as they can put in the finals. So I mean, I believe that Burito United Esports will change everything for today. Also from Fluxo and Team Falcons will just keep the aggressive way of them to play.
Saving strats. Okay, Neptune.
Practically what I have there was the top 3 from last year. So we have Team Falcons, we have Evo Zivine as well as Lost that was previously Netu Miners. So performance has been consistent through them all throughout this year. So I guess they're still bringing it on.
My power rankings are based on performance. I mean, yesterday's performance alone gave us a rough idea of what we should be expecting, and I'm thinking at least for the first two teams between Lawson as well as Team Falcons, adjustments need to be made. But CRM have kind of cracked the code in terms of positioning, and I think right now it's about stopping power, right? How do they close out these games? Because that's the real question during Champion Rush. When you hit that checkpoint, can you get that final booyah?
Speaking of final booyah, last year the team that secured the final booyah was none other than Team Falcons, who are now our reigning champions here at EWC. Now the question is, can they defend their title? Now, of course, we do need to have a look at this team, because if you didn't watch the games last year, that's okay. We'll give you a quick refresher and introduce the team to you. Let's have a quick look at Team Falcons.
One name.
Team Falcons!
One memory.
Team Falcons, the champion of EWC Free Fire 2024!
One man still standing. Still on fire. The return of the defending champions. They were unstoppable in 2024. A team that blazed through the battlefield and claimed the booyah that echoed around the world. But in 2025, everything's changed. Team Falcons returned to the EWC stage with only one piece of the original puzzle. On fire. The lone survivor of the championship squad. The last flame still burning. This year, Team Falcons rises with a brand new roster, new names, new chemistry, new doubts from everyone watching.
Can they do it again?
Is on fire enough?
Are they still the same threat?
We have heard doubts by some of our audience members, by some of our panelists as well, questioning whether this fragmented version of Falcons would be able to reign supreme again. Now, the thing is, so far at EWC, they have shown potential. They have shown us that they can currently beat the competition. But the ultimate test is whether or not they can take that title. We have to talk a bit more about Falcons because they are the defending champions. But who do you think would be the top rivals targeting Falcons in today's playdate? Because that's a team to watch out for. I don't think you can let this Falcon fly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the top rivals, I would say, would be Lost at this point. After crunching numbers, yes, Team Falcons are consistent in terms of closing because they have a lot of booyahs compared to Lost. But in terms of elimination, this is where Lost really rise. I mean, they have made so much a presence in the battlefield, whatever map it is. And I think this is something that Team Falcons really need to watch out for.
I think we also need another team. If they're looking to try to clip the wings of the Falcons, it's going to come at a huge sacrifice, right? Somebody needs to save the lobby, almost literally. RRQ did that yesterday on Point Rush. I don't think they're going to attempt that today.
Can you really afford to go for such a risky play, right? It's like you can't take the bullet for the whole lobby. You got to take it for yourself. So knowing that Falcons is potentially going to be a team that teams are going to be kind of focusing on, who does this open the door for? I think a team we've been mentioning quite a lot this weekend is Buriram. They've been trying to peel that target off their back. They're saying, guys, we're harmless at EWC. We are not a threat. But are there any other teams that are trying to maybe do this to try and, you know, be the team that no one's kind of looking at? You want to be a dark horse.
I'm going to say Movie Star R7. Yesterday's performance really shows you what this game is all about, right? Small adjustments really start to compound in interest as we go deeper and deeper into these games. And they've proven, yes, we can play in the first 3 maps and we can also play in the second half of the day. And it's an up and down performance depending on whether or not we fall for some professional player tricks.
Another team is Core Memory. Right? They took the top 3 in 9 of the matches. So I guess it's something that we need to look out for. And they showed us from Point Rush that they really have what it takes.
Well, I kind of agree with the R7 because, well, they don't look like scared of anyone. So I think they can I mean, apply a play style which is really aggressive. So I think they can go by their strategy, you know?
All right, it looks like we're almost ready. Oh, actually, we've just been given the call. The opening ceremony is ready. Survivors in the chat, in the stadium, cheer for your teams. Let's kick things off with the opening ceremony.
won. They came from all around the world. Each match, each moment comes all to this. They were one step close to make history. And right now, it is this moment. The knockout stage pushed them. The point rush for sure challenged them. Now 12 teams fight for the ultimate prize. They have trained for this. They have dreamed about this. And right now, it's time to go big or go home. One title, one champion, and one legacy. Who's ready to compete to concrete and take the trophy home? I wanna know, do you know about this? So welcome to Free Fire Grand Finals at the Esports World Cup 2025. I'm Carol Bombshell and I invite all of you, and especially you, to make history together. Right now, let's meet our teams, starting with Red Dragons. Now, it's time to introduce our top 3 finalists. Can they keep it up with their game? Can they set up with their game? Because right now we are talking about the grand finals. Let's figure out this right now because they are ready to take the stage. First, right now, give it up for Team Vitality! Finisher, Core Memory! The teams are ready. The crowd are watching right now. And everything they have worked for comes down to this. No more warm-ups, no more second chance. It's time to drop in. It's time to fight for the trophy. This is Free Fire Grand Finals! Crazy, but we have finally reached the Grand Finals.
This is the first time we're seeing in Free Fire history that nobody really knows who's going to be walking away with the championship.
ไม่ได้อยากปกป้องแชมป์ครับผมแค่อยากจะทำให้แลบนี้เป็นแลบที่ดีที่สุดแล้วก็สร้างประวัติศาสตร์ของผมเพิ่มมาอีกก็คือแชมป์ผมจะทำให้ได้แชมป์อีกรอบ Pokoknya gue bakal bikin kalian merinding lah di final nanti.
Di tahun 2025 ini kita bisa jadi juara di EWC.
ก็มาที่นี่เพราะอยากได้แชมป์อยู่แล้วครับเพราะเราจะทำให้เต็มที่แล้วเอาแชมป์กลับประเทศไทย
إن شاء الله إحنا اللي رح نرفع الكأس.
Levantaremos el trofeo.
A gente vai ganhar. A vitória é nossa.
It's kill or be killed. Be killed.
And now General's team is just so unrelenting.
The Falcons are just way too strong.
Incredible game coming from this team.
This is the way you can go if you want to lift the trophy.
Sirs, they rally and that's the booyah.
There's no way Fluxo is taken out.
Dominated. Really looking for a loss. What an incredible game coming from
Team Falcon destroyed.
It's the finals day. Therefore, only one key can fit in that trophy.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Habibis and survivors from all across the world, welcome to Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2025. This is the grand finals, baby, and we are on Champion Rush. Potentially 10 matches ahead of all of us today. It could end as early as 4 as well. Nothing is granted. Everything is earned. It's your boys Mustachio and Husky back on the desk. Let's rock it, baby.
Let's rock one more grand final, second year in a row at the EWC 25 stage. And I gotta say, Champion Rush plus Point Rush was something that we did not expect, but I think we have accepted the fact that there is going to be a lot of surprises today, even coming in from yesterday. Core Memory Esports XKOG with a 10-point head start today. R7, movie star R7. There's a chance that Latam claims their first international trophy.
Oh yeah.
But we cannot forget EVOS Divine, EVOS Esports in this case, they're back for blood.
Absolutely, man. The Wonder Kid Rasia today, the 20th of July, is exactly 1 month short of his 3-year anniversary with EVOS Esports. This is chess. EVOS Esports, they are the grand masters of Free Fire. They were planning this move 3 years ahead. This kid was acquired, this kid was trained, this kid was given everything possible to be the beast that he is right now. They acquired him at the age of 13. He's 16 this year, finally eligible to compete on the world stage, and he is rocking it. The MVP of MVPs. And he's got the cheekiest smile of them all out there. We saw Fluxo earlier farming a little bit of aura, but you know, that one comes from Indonesia, and who else that's going to be better to farm all of that aura than the Wonder Kid himself? But of course, you know, we talked a little bit about Point Rush. Yesterday, the 4 teams that walked away with the points are the teams that needed it the most. I would say EVOS is the one that leads it the least because they know how to score those big points. But it's all about the underdogs. The big boys, they stepped aside yesterday.
They did. Brazilian teams, not part of the equation, right?
Yeah.
They finished bottom 6. Unfortunately, lost. Fluxo, Pain Gaming. I mean, Fluxo, we sort of saw it coming. They didn't really have the best knockout stage, but we were expecting Lost to really tear it up, and they could not do it. Vitality is the biggest underdog from the Indonesian region. If there's any team that you look at that you want to support who are not the Kings of Kings or the Tigers of Indonesia, Vitality is going to be your pick, but it's not going to be easy because for some of these players, it has been exactly 371 days since they were first on this stage.
Absolutely, and of course,
EVOS at one point, they were the champions of the world. That was way back in 2019, right? But of course, 6 years later, can they get it done, or will it be a underdog squad out there, one of those that we least suspect to make that move? Dragon Esports, I did not expect to see them in Point Rush in the grand finals. I did not expect to see them do so well, but of course, we've actually got an interview here that we would like to throw you guys over to. Husky and I will be back with you in a sec.
Hello, our survivors. I'm Yunso, and welcome to the grand finals today of Free Fire at EWC 25. Right next to me here is Dix and Koja, comes from Team Vitality. Okay, so let's jump into a few questions, shall we? All right, everyone. So for Dix, yesterday you guys seems to be like having a little struggle in the power stage and only managed to get one booyah at the end of the match. So do you think that today you guys will having the same issues for today or no?
Oke, jadi pertanyaan pertama tentunya di sini buat tim Vitality kemarin sedikit mengalami kesulitan ya pada saat bermain di Point Rush dan kalian baru bisa mendapatkan buyah di map terakhir gitu. Kira-kira apakah kalian bakal mengalami kesulitan yang sama hari ini atau kalian sudah ada strategi tertentu buat di hari ini?
Kalau hari ini pastinya kita nggak bakal kesulitan karena di hari kemarin kita sempat kayak coba-coba buat war dulu. Setelah tahu gimana buat adaptasi, pokoknya di match 1 sampai 5 coba main Pais juga, akhirnya bisa ngerti lah cara mainnya gimana.
I don't think we will have much trouble as yesterday because to be honest, yesterday we also trying a lot of things and we're also trying to read a lot of the opponent team, how they're gonna play. So I feel like we have a good strategy and a good mindset on how to play today.
So I think yesterday is just a test, right? And today everything will go smooth. For second question, Koja, Team Vitality has been seen as one of the contenders for quite some time. What are you guys doing differently today to help you attain the championship?
Tentunya buat Kojak juga dan tim Vitality itu sebagai salah satu tim yang dianggap bisa menjadi juara di EWC tahun ini. Dan menurut kalian apa sih yang kalian lakukan secara berbeda dibanding dengan tim-tim lain dan juga cara kalian untuk bisa menjadi juara di tahun ini?
Yang pertama-tama ya kita pasti minta restu dulu ke orang tua buat kita juara, semoga didoain gitu. Terus yang kedua palingan ya kita kompak lah buat tim mau susah mau senang, jadi kita harus bareng-bareng juga udah.
I think what we're doing differently is that our teamwork. I think we have a better teamwork than everyone else. And we're just in it together, whether it's a hard time or just like a struggling time. And the second thing is that we just want a blessing from our parents and our teams and our fans as well, that we can actually win this.
Oh, that's very cute to listen to that. All right, everyone, since today is our grand finals day, only one last day. Who will become the champion? Continue to cheer for your favorite team. Here with me are Vitalities, but you can always cheer for everyone. 12 teams right here at Free Fire EWC 25. See you guys later, and good luck to all of you guys today.
Once more, Team Vitality dubbed as a contender, but at the same time an underdog of their own region.
Oh yeah.
3 out of the 4 surviving teams from Indonesia who made it through knockouts, barring Onyx Esports. But on this grand stage, this is where they get put to the test. Even before they were Team Vitality, when they were still Bigatron Esports, they were known as the Falcon Slayers. But ever since they stepped into the Falcon's nest, that has not been the case.
Not been the case at all, but of course they have grown from just being the Falcon Slayers, the Falcon Hunters, to being champs in their own accord. They have stepped up their gameplay, but can they take a trophy home to prove that they are true champions at the end of the day? Definitely one of the underdogs. They have got a little bit of extra confidence now since they were put onto a platform and raised up to the occasion. So I just want to see exactly what Vitality can do with this, right? They've got a few points here out of Point Rush as well. A little bit of head start does not hurt. It's just 3 points though. But we know on the grand stage like this, at the world stage, 3 points can mean the world sometimes.
And we have seen teams that started the grand finals without any head start points go on to win the whole thing. And in this case, with I noticed a bit of a pattern, because a lot of times for the past 5 years when we go into a grand finals, the first thing we will talk about is always Bermuda United Esports. But I think that team has slowly faded from the headlines of the conversation, and for good reason, right? Teams are catching up to BRU. They definitely aren't coming into this grand finals as strong as a lot of people would expect them to, and some of the people, the sentiments out there, would even go as far as to say that they don't think BRU is going to win it all.
Yeah, I most definitely would agree with them as well, right? Not just because they have not been showing up very strong, it's because of the other teams who are really calling them out on their play. Some of the teams literally hunting down Buriram United Esports very early on in these games. But in that same category, we can lump in your two-time world champs, Fluxo. They are no longer looking like the most threatening squad out of Brazil. Lost out of nowhere. Don't seem very lost out there anymore. Granted, from their local region, Fluxo still are the top dogs out there, but Lost has been looking so clean with their gameplay here at the knockout stage.
Not only that, we also had that slight patch on the 1st of July. The Tatsuya nerf definitely brought him some impacts and affected some of the teams that wanted to be aggressive. I think BRU is a very good example. But this also shows us that this meta shift could potentially benefit the Indonesian teams who like to play it slightly more strategic, more smart. They don't really care too much about being in the heat of battle every single second. Maybe that little blessing is what's going to make the Indonesians feel a lot more relieved. But for Fluxo, for the longest of times, even behind the scenes before the knockout stage began, I talked about I didn't really like how slow they played. I feel like it's really hurting themselves more than it's benefiting them. We've seen that play out throughout the knockout stage. We've seen that play out into the point rush. Right now, they have a potential of 10 games to make it right, but I don't know if they can adapt to it.
And for the first time ever, we have got some representation here at the Grand Finals for Saudi Arabia. Dragons Esports, not the heaviest hitters out there, but shockingly accurate with their circle reads, getting into that final zone time and time again. They're one of the teams, in fact, they are the team with the most number of top threes, and that is absolutely unbelievable. Where they do lack, though, is those firepower, getting in those shots, pulling away the eliminations. But if they can repeat their circle hunting once again here today, I'm pretty sure a decent amount of this prize pool awaits them.
And it's a good time to also remind everyone, but for Dragon Esports, this is their very first international debut. None of these players have ever played on a stage such big, with stakes so high, and it just happens to be the Esports World Cup. The fact that they made it to top 12 with some help from Team Falcons, of course, in the final round of knockouts, is already mad impressive.
Oh yeah.
Do I expect them to win? No, of course not. But I expect them to continue showing us that genius, that brilliance of reading the circle and making smart rotation and taking fights only when needed.
I know, right? LATAM almost had another representative in Vision System, but of course we've got Tash Bunny and AdMats awaiting as they've got a little bit of an update. Let's hear exactly what they have to say.
Hello survivors, welcome to Free Fire at Esports World Cup 2025 final stage.
And today we're in front of the contenders key wall where all of the team's keys are currently being displayed. And as you know, over at EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned. And at EWC, no competition is as ruthless as this, and this includes the trophy system. Every team earns a key engraved with their name, and that's their right to compete. The game trophy is not complete until it's sealed with the champion's key, and only one team can place their key into the trophy and become an EWC champion. Then, the frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a symbol of legacy displaying every champion of the year.
The keys of the eliminated are crushed. The champion then selects 3 keys as a personal token, a reminder of those they have humbled. And a resin block beneath the totem holds those crushed keys, and the club championship trophy is awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigns supreme across all EWC games. Let's see who's gonna win today and be crowned champions for Free Fire at EWC 2025.
It's all for the marbles, ladies and gentlemen. We, once more, have a potential of 10 maximum rounds ahead of us. But if one team speed runs the finals, we could end in 4. But I personally prefer to have a long and eventful night. We've come this far. I don't want it to end in 4 rounds.
I don't know. I don't disagree with you, but at the same time, I don't, absolutely agree with you. That's exactly what Champion Rush is all about. Who can rush to the championship as quickly as possible, be as accurate as possible with their aim for the final circle as well as the Booyah when they truly need it. Because at the Southeast Asian Finals, we saw Buriram unlocking the Champion Rush condition, 80 points, and then not being able to close the game. And a underdog squad from Indonesia went on to win the whole championship, and that is Onyx. And unfortunately, that luck didn't last very long. They didn't even make it past Point Rush to be here at the Grand Finals. But of course, as we kick off game number 1 out of potential 10 here, we start things off at Bermuda, and this map is usually conquered by the Southeast Asian squads.
First of all, we have to look at the drop spots. Nothing out of the ordinary so far, and it's been quite a while since we see the teams actually play give proper respect to one another.
Yeah.
No hot drop, no huntings, no R7 is not coming out with shenanigans and hot dropping Dragon Esports like they did in Point Rush. Peak taken by Buriram again, Fluxo getting Factory and then Pochinok, everything going as planned. AGAL having a long rotation potential again as Sentosa. Some scuffles happening very early on. A bounty put out onto General from Lost, but so far no knocks yet.
Some say all roads lead to Rome, but I say at Bermuda, all zip lines lead you to Peak. And who stands at Peak is Buriram. My goodness me, Lost finding an early one here onto RRQ. But we know the Indonesians are always cheeky, spreading out in the open, looking for a lot of loot very early on. And RRQ is actually one of the front runners of Bermuda. Finding a Booyah here shouldn't be a huge problem for them at the end of the day. As you can see, Dirt's already with the 800 coins in his hands, looking for 200 more at the cost of Haral, who does manage to get away. And thankfully does manage to pick up a gun that can match up to what Duts is pulling in as well, that AUG should be able to reach him.
And we are also seeing signs of teams who want to get down and dirty early on. Rigby with another collection. That's point number 2 for Lost. And off-screen, BRU actually put out a bounty onto Fluxo. We haven't seen that in a long, long time. It's an old rivalry reignited. It was buried for a good year, and now it has resurfaced on the biggest stage in the world. But I don't think Fluxo cares too much about it. They love to play on the southern side of the map. First time we saw it was AGAL that spoiled the party, but right now, don't think that's going to be the case. Dutz goes down, point 3 for Lost.
Yeah, but that's classic Buriram, right? Putting out the bounty onto a player from Fluxo only means that they get to track their movements across the battlefield. I highly doubt Fluxo is going to be playing any sort of tricks whatsoever, but look at the strategy that comes through from the team in a little bit later on. You guys don't have the maps in front of you. I believe Fluxo is playing a counter to this at this very point of time, allowing GU to hold back as the rest of them continue rotating in towards Mars Electric to look for more loot. This could just be the biggest surprise for Buriram, but I highly doubt Buriram went in there for the contract to play the Hunters. They just wanted to know if or not Fluxo was going to come in here to bum rush them and kick them out of Peak very early on. So Buriram can stay put for the time being, but they are not the only team that Buriram needs to worry about. Remember yesterday, R7 also came looking for them at Peak.
Yeah. I was about to bring that up, right? R7 with a very ballsy move to go to Peak early and actually flushed out everyone else. But the occupants of this fishing hut, not so lucky. Lost once more continues their bout against RRQ. Riptide Rhythm takes on that blue wall. Haone down and out. Easily collected by RRQ, getting a second elimination point. The rivalry continues between these two new-found fighters.
Yeah, and just like that, RRQ has made that full recovery already. And with the P90, easy takedown for Ma'al. The question is obviously going to be whether or not Lost continues to fight for this, because we did spot Falcons over at Hangar earlier on as well. They could very well be the third party in this little scuffle between Lost and RRQ. And thankfully Lost does not want any part of that as they quickly back away into Clock Tower to play a little bit of recovery.
Very bloody start. Team Vitality getting 5 eliminations. EVOS just picked off 2 members from R7 who got revived back onto the map. Then check in on Dragon Esports as well. Playing very, very safe, like we expected, right? This is a team that is, you can agree, I think everyone can agree, not the best at gunfight, not the best in mechanic, but one thing they're good at is reading the map. They know how to make rotation, and their survival instinct is second to none. For a team that is on the world stage for the first time, I think it's worth highlighting every now and then.
they are going to potentially be sandwiched by teams like Core Memory and Vitality, but for now they haven't made any presence just yet, unless Core Memory runs into them.
Yeah, when you're not the strongest fighter on the battlefield, the best thing that you can do is do your homework, find out where everybody else loves to play and where everybody else rotates through, and AGAL just found Peter rotating through their midst, and they did not think twice. Shot it down instantaneously. Question is, do they now go in for the hunt? Noda staying silent. Cypher, M590 in hand. Noda spotted out. Plays the corner really well. Decent blue wall pulled up by Cypher. And a counter tag as well. Barros comes in here for the bait and switch. Going in for the shutdown. And Dew is there for the shots as well. The rest of the players from Pain, though, Motovia helping them out from afar very effectively with the BSK.
Has the air support, but unfortunately the numbers are dwindling for the side of Pain Gaming. Gus having to run away. So AGAL have an advantage. 3-2. Chinoy, Cypher, Barros all gunning for Gus, who is trying to turn the corner, puts out the blue wall on one end, but he's quickly running out of defensive resources. And finally AGAL catches up onto him. There's really nothing much that Motovia can do, and Pain Gaming forced to concede.
Very surprisingly slow shutdown from AGAL. This does not look like a prime squad at this point of time, which they'll have to worry about a little bit later on. Pain Gaming, on the other hand, has got more to worry about. Final player on the battlefield. And they will be the first team to get painfully taken out of the race here at the Grand Finals. But then again, Bermuda was never a map that belonged to the Brazilians.
It really stings, and it's also a pretty interesting result, right? We say that Bermuda is not a Brazilian team thing, but you know, Raja on the panel pointed out that they're bigger fans of the classic map than they are of maps like Kalahari or Solara. And in this case, Pain Gaming just got off
in the local league.
In the local league, maybe. On the world stage. It is pretty tough. But AGAL, the fact that they ended up taking out Pain shows that they still are sticking to that late rotation on Bermuda. I think Pain Gaming probably didn't expect that to be the case coming into the Grand Finals and got punished.
Yeah, and AGAL is not the strongest squad out there that they need to worry about. So that's something that Pain Gaming needs to think about overall. But I do agree with you. They kind of got caught with their pants down. Unsuspecting move coming through and being caught off guard. Pain Gaming sacrificed very early on. Thankfully, this is a day where we could have potentially 10 games. Fingers crossed though, Pain Gaming has got the capability to pick up those points. Very crucial points in game number 2. And that is where they do shine. Purgatory is a place where Pain has showed up quite strongly in the past.
And I do wonder how this would affect the dynamics of teams like Fluxo, who always goes Mars Electric, because Game 1, when they did it in the knockout stage, they ran into AGAL, and they were like, why are you guys here? This was not supposed to be the case. AGAL made a bit of diversion, Fluxo on the map, making their rotation, and now Lost and BRU fight head-to-head.
Yeah, big opportunity here for Lost to help out the whole lineup of the Brazilian teams to get rid of a heavy contender for the championship. Buriram looking for Lost very early on, accidentally, of course, as they try to reposition themselves in the heart of this next safe zone. And Buriram not going in for the chase shows you the intention of Buriram, not going for points, just purely going in here for the positioning for the next circle.
Same can be said for Lost, who actually makes a retreat, got scanned out by the Dinoculus. And there are two possibilities. Either Buriram is tracking them or RRQ was thinking of making a rotation. And even Lost themselves are using that Dinoculus to make sure that no one is near that northwestern part so they could move outwards. And I think I like the elevation, but RRQ catches them mid-rotation. Double Riptide that even shot out as two bodies drop as the past catches up to the present. RRQ now looking to clean up Lost.
This one is done for. Rigby all alone. Can he get to the vending machine? Dude says, I'm going to stop you, baby! Before he can get to the vending machine. Up on top of the roof. Straight in. The Oscar trying to save him. Has got the charge buster. Just not the gun for this. But he still hits a beautiful headshot. But Rigby so close yet so far. RRQ with the preemptive strike before those revivals could be brought in. The vending machine was right there.
The extended conflict finally comes to an end with RRQ being the victors. The rotation was correct from Lost. They just did it at the wrong time. They did not expect RRQ to be there. And RRQ, I'm convinced that was their Dinoculus. pinging out the whole team of Lost right before the move towards that silo. And with that, RRQ, they have 6 points and counting, full squad available, resources from the fallen members of Lost. And they should be ready to take on Buriram if they show up at Bima Sakti Strip on the south side.
Dinoculars and their big bright eyes, because all thanks to Buriram, they had Lost on the back foot looking for the high ground, and RRQ just happened to be there. How much luckier can you get, Indonesia? And RRQ settling the fight with Lost so early on here. And look at Buriram. This is why they didn't want to go in there for the hunt. The read of the circle, once again perfect from this Thai squad. But now they'll have to deal with one of the deadliest predators out there, courtesy of Indonesia, RRQ Kazu on rotation. And now there's just a little bit of open land between these two titans.
Knowing RRQ, I think when they are on this high, when they feel like they have the momentum, RRQ is not going to shy away. In fact, they have completely done a 180 on how they used to play from the days of good old Sergeant Legolas, like to play slow and tactical. Right now, with Abai leading the charge, the prodigy turned captain, I think they're ready to really duke it out. But Dragon Esports, not so lucky, they ran into EVOs.
Yeah, man. I mean, this has to be a miracle here if Dragons can pull this off cleanly up against EVOS, but I highly doubt it. Now, one bright side is you don't have Rasya sitting down far away, aiming down at your heads. He's the first one that gets tagged up. But you do have to fear the capability of Aim God in these close quarters combat with the M590 in his hands. Surprisingly, he was not going up here for an aggressive fight onto the top floor. They're just biding their time, waiting downstairs, wondering if or not Dragon's going to come knocking. Why? Because there's a vending machine here.
And it can be pretty risky to bomb rush the attic, right?
Yeah.
Close area, you saw the triple glue wall from Dragon Esports, like you called it, there's a vending machine downstairs. And we've seen if the circle moves away from a building with multiple levels, usually those at the ground floor can afford to wait. And in this case, EVOS, they don't mind waiting. There's no rush. In fact, they can just keep getting intel onto Dragon Esports every now and then.
Also, brilliant positioning coming through from Dragon Esports, and this is why they've been able to survive time and time again. Their rotations are always looking for that vending machine, and they have hit so many revives in the competition so far. I'm sure if we pulled up the numbers, we will see them as the champions of revivals. Of course, speaking of champions, your two-time world champs, Fluxo, on standby here, ready to be the third party in a party they were not even invited to. The Dinocular is going to be scanning out 4 players. Unfortunate for them, because they should have scanned a little bit towards the left. And once again, the read of the circle, perfection out of Buriram. They have not had to move for the past 2 circles.
Rainbow, well, R7, they actually flew into the edge of the circle. Someone scared them out. I would like to bet it's either Vitality or Falcons. There's a monster truck on top of the roof. Not really sure who can claim that, but EVO is ready to finally make their move, instantly forced away. The utility usage from Dragon Esports is on point. And the same for Fluxo, trying to flush RRQ out. Massive damage being dealt. The glue wall will be preemptively used as the fight between Dragon and EVOS now breaks out. Dragon Esports winning in terms of numbers. EVOS, you don't want to go down that early, but the numbers are definitely falling down to a 1v1. Sifu getting caught behind. EVOS saved by Ray.
Sifu, instead of using the glue wall to block off any potential damage and pick up his buddy, went for that super med, instead paid a high price for it. And now, the grenade, no follow-up earlier on, but it has given enough time for RRQ to play the recovery. Time turner on top of everything else, pulled out as well, just in case anything was to happen from those windows. Mahal still sees some action. Dudes gets a grenade onto Bob, and Buriram cleans up house, and the victims are the Indonesians, RRQ.
Just one grenade for 3.
One more
than worth it. Second it comes through. A bit of a chip damage. You actually stolen away by Deal from AGAL, who finally joins the party. BRU still can afford to play slow, but for Fluxo, they paid a high price. EVO's now fighting against Vitality, and EVO's completely outnumbered. Vitality, they just need to be patient and surgical. Core memory gets wiped out off screen, but EVO somehow is holding on dang well with only 2.
AGAL taking a little bit of advantage of that chaos there, hitting away at both squads, walking away with the most points off of the Indonesians. Thailand smiling year to year at this point of time, looking at AGAL as well as put it up. But it's not over till it's over. EVOS, 2 players up against Koja, but both squads need to be very wary of AGAL and their position. The circle now forcing all 3 squads to move inch by inch. Nobody wants to sit in the open circle just yet.
Only 2 teams have a full squad alive, BRU and AGAL. EVOS trying to circle Koja, coming for the pincer maneuver. Koja takes a 1v1, and that's step number 1. The execution confirms the elimination. Koja only has to deal with Kochiu, and things are not looking good. At least not for Koja. He's gonna try to navigate the blue zone. Couple of blue walls left. That's the last reserve that he has. Save for Kochiu, both on the last legs, but blue wall melter from AGAL. The Indonesians might just fall victim to the ties.
Yeah, Kochiu looking at Koja, but AGAL showing up just in time to knock Kochiu down onto the ground. Koja will be ripped away by Moshi. And Thailand will stand strong in the final circle. This Bermuda map belongs to Southeast Asia. And AGAL and Buriram both proving that. Fluxo falling out in third, surviving long enough. But Buriram looking for the absolute shutdown. Sniper taken away from AGAL. Chinoy, down you go, they say. But Chinoy just standing up long enough to get a knock. And Buriram starting things off hot here. Question is, can they keep up this momentum they're building?
Cinematic opening. Buriram United Esports, no longer the favorites, but continues to remind the world that even if they are not, they will make themselves known. And this Booyah is going to give them heck of a head start. 12 eliminations plus the Booyah, that's 24 points, and they are already a quarter of a way there to unlocking Champion Rush.
AGAL so sneaky, man. I mean, taking best use of that position that they had on that high ground, spotting out the battle between EVOS and Vitality, taking advantage by being the third party. But I tell you, massive points picked up here by the Southeast Asian teams. And of course, we saw Brazil try to catch up. Fluxo did get into that final circle, but we didn't really see the squad walk away with a lot of eliminations.
They just could not hold it together, right? Fluxo paid a high price when they tried to go for RRQ, and yes, that job was done, but BRU got some of the credits, and Fluxo ended up being the one that paid the interest for that move. BRU, they reaped the rewards.
We're gonna take a quick short break here. When we come back, the grand finals here at Free Fire and Esports World Cup 25 will continue.
เคปั้นใจเย็นตีนะตีแล้วเดี๋ยวกูเข้าไปหาปั้นนะกูกดการระเบิดนะปั้นไม่ต้องกลัวการระเบิดไอเกตเปิดการระเบิดไอเกตต้องเล่นป่าถิ่นได้ป่ะป่าถิ่นมาดิดาวสวย177ได้ฉุกได้ฉุกให้100นี่ไอ้ดาวอันนี้ให้ดาวเว้ย
Welcome back to the panel, folks. Buriram secure the first Booyah of Champions Rush, and I think teams are now starting to shake. The Kings may very well be returning, and after that crown today. Ladies, gentlemen, that was a really exciting matchup. Our first matchup of the day of potentially many. I'm going to start with you, Gideon. The Kings, they might be back, but is this a case of them saving strats, or is there something else that Buriram kind of had up their sleeve today?
Well, it's tough to say. I think consistency is going to be key, and for the next two maps, if Buriram United Esports are able to make it into the top 3 consistently, I think then we've probably got a very good argument, because the same can be said about AGAL, for an example, also being in that top 2. Notoriously, like, oh, if Du is gone, you know, the game's kind of done for, but the interceptions that we saw in this map, early aggressors coming in from the Indonesian teams, and then afterwards, the rotations really just boiled down to, hey, if we just cut presence, can we catch a team walking uphill?
Yeah, definitely agree with that. And both teams are really showing up based on how we usually know them from the past. Back then, they are just like, speaking of AG Global, they are getting all those eliminations from a distance, and that is what they did. But for Buriram United, consistency in just hiding out, not getting in any engagement that would cause a third party to take them down.
I think it was the same thing that Fluxo was trying to do, but unfortunately, they just got caught by Buriram too. But I mean, it's good to talk about Vitality too. I kind of was not expecting them to try to fight against Falcons in the beginning of the game, so that's really impressive, and they got a bunch of eliminations, which is pretty cool too, and they are in the top of the bottom, so I think we need to keep our eyes really open for them.
I'm glad you brought that up, Raja, because I think we're starting to see who teams are really trying to prioritize, right? Where you're landing, who you're trying to avoid, and potentially trying to choose, can you land in the path of a team that you feel confident actually fighting in an early skirmish?
Yes, but at the same time, I think, you know, with Team Vitality, in terms of the planning that came to, that was involved in it, I think they also understood that, hey, Team Falcons are going in for this particular spot, but it's also next to another Indonesian team that thinks very similar to us, right? EVOS Divine being on that top northern side of the map. Team Falcons, and then just slightly below them, that's where we saw Team Vitality, which I think is why they were so confident into pushing in, because they knew as soon as there's blood in the water, those white tigers are going to come out of the dens.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, EVOS Divine dropping in a shipyard. The graveyard is the drop spot of Team Falcons, and then Observatory would be for Team Vitality. All in the northern part, and it's bound to happen either way. Either Team Falcons goes into one side, it would be EVOS Divine, and then the other side will be Team Vitality, and the same goes for both. But the one thing that we're seeing right now is how the teams are reading those rotation, especially with Lost. Lost, they thought that they have an advantage until they were caught out. So it's not just them who's going into the hunt, but a lot of teams are trying to predict where those in the surroundings will be heading.
Well, the most exciting thing we need to know is the overall ranking after our first matchup of the day. So let's see where everyone is currently standing in terms of points and placement. And for obvious reasons, Buriram United Esports is currently occupying that top spot at the leaderboard.
It's looking good, of course, but, you know, I'm going to hold my tongue. I'm going to see whether this is going to be a consistent performance from the Buriram United Esports of old. But at the same time, right, just notice that Team Vitality, despite the early aggression we've seen, look at on the second half of the leaderboard with RRQ, Team Falcons, Fluxo, Lost, Pain Gaming, as well as Dragon Esports. I think the main thing that we need to keep in mind is the recovery, right? How do you survive these initial attacks from your opponents, and can you still make it to the very end? Because we've seen it from Team Vitality, right? First early engagement worked out in their favor. Second engagement actually didn't. They lost like a good chunk of their members, 2 of their members, before looking to recover later down the line, and still they were hunted.
Yeah, and it has been pointed out by the casters as well, AJ and Husky, wherein some teams are prioritizing survivability, thus they're staying in the area where there are vending machines. So just in case engagement happen, loss happen, not lost, but losses of teammates will be happening in some engagement, you'll be able to revive them as early as that. So that's one thing, another tactic that is geared for survivability. So if you mix that up with your elimination factor, you'll be able to lead a team.
Okay, here's an issue I kind of see with the whole playing with the survivability factor, and entertain the idea or disagree with me if you want. Going for survivability, going off of the last game points as well, it was very top heavy, right? Because no one's looking for eliminations. They're trying to focus on the survival. So can you afford to play the long game and not have any elimination points prior to coming into those last few circles. Because remember, right, if you try to go for eliminations, that's you putting your future in your hands and not waiting for someone else to make the decision for you.
I would agree with Danny's opinion, but it needs to come with a specific condition, right? Because if you are playing for survivability, I think right now more than ever, resources is just such a big driving force. When we're talking about the economy of those Free Fire coins, everything is more expensive nowadays, right? So actually taking the risk to fight another team and taking away their coins is actually a very viable strategy, especially if you're down a man and you're already backed into a corner.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And also we're seeing some of the teams bringing back the Suzy as a skill, because that gives you the money mark, gives you extra of those coins that will help you revive, as well as get all those extra firepower that you'll need on the vending machine. But speaking of survivability versus elimination, Bermuda United, I think, is one of the team who has somewhat perfected that. 15 or 12 to 15 mark of the clock. No elimination, but towards the end, I think they're counting how many teams is available, and by that, they would know how many eliminations they can get.
Well, I mean, technically, if we're being real technical about it, they did steal 4 points away from Fluxo, especially in that house. Like, our RRQ, they bit the dust with a single grenade, so we got to keep in mind that it is possible to not only fight other teams, but stealing away eliminations is actually really powerful when you start coming into, like, the 4th ring.
Speaking of stealing away, not only Bermuda stole Fluxo, but AG Global. From afar, when those engagements is happening, and this is what I'm talking about. AG Global are great on engagement from a distance. Led by Du, and then Sypha also with a sniper. Yes, but still, Sypha is good in close range encounters. So that combination and that lead coming from Du is giving them all those eliminations from the head start in this game.
So just looking at the play style for our first game, because we've only played game number 1 so far for Champion Rush, is this what we're going to see for the rest of the day? Because yesterday, very, very slow from game 1 until game 6. Today, it seems like it's almost not equally slow. It is slowly speeding up, but teams are playing very passively, very carefully, trying to aim for survival points. Do we think it's going to speed up at any point? Because I kind of feel like if Champions Rush, you can't play like this.
I think we have to keep in mind about the maps, right? We've seen it in these multiple days. It is a consistent pattern. First 3 maps, we're going to take it chill. We got to live, everybody. We got to make sure we work on that economy of the points. Once we get into the latter half, that's when things are going to get extra chaotic, right? From Alpine onward, specifically Alpine, because I think it's one of the few maps where you can still kind of play both aggressive and more defensive styles. Once we get into Solara, once we get into Nextera, I think that's where a lot of the bottom teams are going to think, hey, the pressure is off our shoulders now. It's either we do it now or we're never going to be able to catch up.
And there's also a factor where Kalahari will be introduced, because there's a lot of changes, like a switch of game style that will be happening once you're in Kalahari, wherein everyone else, Bermuda, Purgatory, as well as Alpine, pretty much the terrain is the same. But if Kalahari will be introduced, and that is where snipers will be leading, like all those engagement, and then survivability is at most, because you have those hook guns as well available. So we might see another like 12 minutes with 12 teams happening in that game.
All right, so as we get ready for our next matchup, folks, we are going to have a fun segment on the panel. I think you guys remember this, the SMB head-to-head. Now, I want you 3 to discuss amongst yourselves. You can let the audience know your thought process. 2 teams that you would like to put in a head-to-head matchup for our next map.
All right, no mics yet. No mics yet. We can talk.
Wait.
This one's kind of tough, I'm not going to lie. Especially after Buriram's performance. Like,
I mean, isn't the first one obvious? Buriram maybe being the first head-to-head? No?
I'm not going to bite just yet. I need to see map 2. I need to see map 2 before I feel truly confident. But here's what I will say. I think that a good head-to-head that we have to look out for is definitely amongst the Indonesian teams. A big standout this time around is going to be Team Vitality, because it seems like they've kind of figured out what was going wrong in their mid-game rotations, and especially during the early game rotations, now that some of the outlier teams would like to fight them head-on, are kind of, moved out of the way.
You agree with that? Because I do agree with that, because Team Vitality is, as we dubbed, the Falcon Hunter. So I guess they might have lost that, but I think they're gaining that prestige once again, especially with how well they're rotating.
Well, I agree with that, but I also would like to see like a head-to-head between Fluxo and a weak team, maybe. Because I want to see them like getting eliminations. They need that. And I told you guys that, I told you guys in the beginning of the broadcast about Buriram and Fluxo too. And they finished the first match at the 30th position, right? At the 3 spot.
Yeah, they did. They actually placed really well in their first matchup, so it wasn't too bad for Fluxo. Actually, I'm glad we're going to bring this up on the panel because I do think we need to talk about Fluxo. This was a team that I think a lot of people are questioning at the moment. They haven't really been sitting at the top of the leaderboard, so people are wondering, is Fluxo really in the competition? And we saw a spark yesterday. And that spark was the one time that Fluxo wasn't engaged during the early game. It seems at the moment that early game is the weakest aspect for Fluxo. So if we're going into Purgatory, what would you plan to ensure that you have the safest entry possible into the map?
I think a lot of it is going to come down to how you utilize your not only utility, the UAVs are very, very important this time around coming into such a big map, but more importantly, I think they might need to have to change a bit of their setup, right? So far, based on what we've seen from Fluxo, there's only 2 conditions that really cause them a lot of pain. Either they get dropped early, like we've already mentioned, or one of their members get picked off with, especially when they are walking into 4th to 5th ring. It seems like as soon as they drop a member, they lose a lot of their firepower when they need every resource available. So I think the strongest Fluxo is a Fluxo that has all the coins that they need. They have the information while walking into that 5th ring.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Another factor is looking at the drop spot. They are usually dropping in Quarry, and Marble Works is next to it where Buriram United is. So if they want a little bit of survivability, don't want to go in early engagement, at least find a different drop spot. But it's difficult right now at this stage because they could have tried and tested a few things, especially from yesterday, other dropping area in terms of Purgatory, but it looks like everything, all the real estate has already been taken.
I'm more worried that R7 and Dragons are going to start fighting again in Marblework, and that's when chaos will ensue for Fluxo. That's what cost them the match yesterday.
So it seems like that maybe at the moment, it doesn't seem like there's a solution, but Raja, have you seen Fluxo drop in any other places?
No, actually, that's a problem that they are having right now because in Brazil, usually the players respect so much playing against Fluxo, so they don't want to, drop in the same spot as them. So this kind of not happen, that much. So that's the reason why they are having so hard times, in the early game, because they are not used to it. They are not used to receive someone drop in the same land zone,
Okay, that's very interesting knowledge. I think a lot of teams are currently not aware of this, but Fluxo, they're going to have to spend some time to figure out how to solve this issue. But as we are getting ready for our next matchup, we actually have a special interview with Wasana where he talks about his own personal character building. Let's see what the video is about.
Some rush in instinctively. Others run the chaos.
What a phenomenal reposition, but with the launch pad straight out the circle, they get a tag on that circle first, and now Buriram fires on to Abe.
This is Wasana.
สำหรับตัวผมนะบทพิสูจน์บทท้าทายก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องของการเริ่มเข้ามาแข่งใหม่มากกว่าครับ
Buriram United! They just don't win, they dominate. The kings of Booyah are back.
เริ่มมาแข่งแรกๆก็มันแบบเราจะเจอทีมที่เก่งกว่าเยอะช่วงนั้นก็อาจจะแบบว่ามีคนที่เก่งกว่าเราเยอะมากเลยอะไรประมาณนี้แต่ก็พัฒนาตัวเองมาถึงจนจุดนี้ได้ครับ
In Buriram, he's part tactician, part stormbringer, trusted by Gehai, Moshi, Yoena.
อยากแบบเป็นผู้เล่นที่แบบแข่งไปนานๆเลยครับสอนแบบว่าตั้งแต่ตอนเข้ามาแรกๆเลยครับเพราะทุกคนมันเป็นคนที่แบบประสบความสำเร็จมาแล้วมีประสบการณ์มีอะไรแบบผมเข้ามาทีมนี้ครั้งแรกก็ไม่ได้มีอะไรเป็นแชมป์หรืออะไรเลยครับแต่พอเข้ามาทีมนี้ก็พี่เขาได้สอนหลายอย่างให้ก็แบบทำให้ผมเป็นผมทุกวันนี้ครับ
You gotta really give it to this team. Buriram United just going super aggressive right now, very very explosive.
A rusher with a plan, a warrior who thinks. This is Wasana, Buriram's quiet strategist.
Now it's gonna be Buriram trying to finish off everything, and one more shot.
Booyah!
ก็พวกผมก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดครับพวกผมหวังแชมป์มันอยู่แล้วครับแต่ก็จะทำให้เต็มที่ที่สุดแล้วก็เอาแชมป์มาฝากทุกคนให้ได้ครับ
The blue will be closing in soon. There's no shift anymore. Here comes Wasana timing that up. Another booyah!
คือมันวัดกันในหน้าเกมอย่างเดียวเลยว่าแบบว่าใครจะแบบเหนือกว่าก็คือแบบจะได้มาแข่งถึงทุกวันนี้ครับ
So Buriram currently topping the charts here for Free Fire at EWC 25, and it's only been game number 1. So Buriram fans are currently rejoicing both live at the venue as well as any of our premiering live streams. Thank you so much to everybody tuning into the broadcast. We will be starting the next matchup very soon, but as we are waiting for that next matchup, we've got to keep talking about these teams, right? We've highlighted Buriram. We've also highlighted a weakness that Fluxo is currently experiencing. Are there any surprises that we have currently noticed in our first game? Because it's the grand final weekend, and this is normally the time that we start seeing aces, tricks, tips, things that we haven't seen leading up to the grand final.
I guess there's a lot more that can be settled in terms of looking at in how it happened in Bermuda, because at some point there were some potential disappointment gameplay. Evo's Divine almost losing out against Dragon Esports, because Dragon Esports just understand, and it has been mentioned as well, that they have studied Southeast Asian region. Their introduction here, or even from last year, has motivated them to do even more. So now they qualify to the grand finals, and they want to put in so much effort just to survive, and then just to do the play style that Buriram United has been doing for the past.
I think another thing that needs to be mentioned are the risk takers of the individual teams, right? Because so far, we're seeing that a lot of the POIs, like vending machines and utilizations of trying to find economy with the pocket mark alongside finding at least Free Fire coins to buy not only your weaponry, but everything is just so expensive, right? So when you are taking that initial risk, there are only two outs. It's either you completely just, die off, or you end up in a position where you can actually contest some of the top spots despite not getting a lot of placement points. I think Team Vitality has proven that in game number 1, and I think that coming into map number 2, we might see the exact same thing happen all over again. Control over the POIs for at least the first 3 rounds.
So with that in mind, coming into our next map, which is going to be Purgatory, what do you think are going to be the hotspots where teams kind of want to congregate to position themselves for that safe circle entry? Because of course we don't know where the circle is going to end, but the teams have to correctly predict. And there are hotspots that make it much easier going into certain circles. Neptune, I know you're a man of numbers. You have that tablet in front of you. You got the cheat sheet. What do you have for us?
Well, definitely one factor is to take advantage of a path towards Brasilia. Because at some point, if you get that middle of the map, you'll be able to go in and out. Like some of the strategies of the team is just stay in the edge. But since we don't know where the circle will be ending, will be showing up, at least as close as you are in Brasilia, there's a huge chance that you can always go make a U-turn and then stay onto the edge. So there's also a technique in terms of Battle Royale wherein you put a square in the previous circle, and then what is covered by that square can be a potential area that you can wait for before the next phase of the circle shows up.
It's a pretty good shout out, but for me personally, as much as I like Brasilia, I personally like playing on the high ground of that mountain range, actually pretty on the northeastern side of Brasilia. And I think it allows you a couple of good options, assuming you win the 50-50. That's the big problem here. It's a power position to hold. You don't have a lot of structures to play with, but the verticality of it allows you to rotate to the northern side and towards the western side a lot easier compared to other teams, especially when you're on the north-facing side and not on the south-facing side going on the incline.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one reason as well why AG Global takes the fields. That is a specific area that you were talking about because of the elevation that they have, and we did mention and we saw how well they are treating the high grounds with the snipers, and they have a good chance as well if Lost will still be going into Ski Lodge as well as Pain Gaming going into Mode House, so they will be the potential target of AGAL. But unfortunately, these are teams that has been eliminated early in the Bermuda, so they need to get away from that.
All right, so as the players are going to keep an eye on each other, apparently Admats has gone for a bit of a journey himself in the jungle. Let's see what Admats has managed to find on his safari adventure.
G'day, mate. It's me here, Admats, pro player hunter. and we are here in Boulevard City for Esports World Cup 2025. I'm here to find out what else does the pro player been doing here. So let's find out. Let's go, let's go. Crikey, have been walking for hours.
It's supposed to be the place here for one of their specialties here for pro player, but I'm not so sure. Should we get some? Oh, how lucky we are! We have spotted a couple of them. Let's just see what they are doing here. It looks like our pro player have stopped and have sit down. Yeah, the waterfall. And quite bizarre. It's something new. Come, let's go closer. A little bit closer. It looks like some sort of ceremony. I believe this is a ceremony. They call it as the ceremony of Zen. This is where they clear their minds. Fascinating.
Tranquility. Meditation. Oh, let's get closer. Let's get closer. Crikey. Oh my God. They're doing it. Oh my God. They're angry. Help me. Okay, that's it from me. And that's probably an answer. We'll see you on the next one.
Cast her down, call an ambulance. I think we may have lost AdMats there, but that was a pretty interesting journey. I didn't realize we had such a amazing Zen experience by the waterfall in the boulevard.
I wasn't expecting Onik Olympus to be that vicious. I get it. You know, you didn't get to the next round. You don't have to take it out on AdMats, man. I don't know what he did.
Yeah, I mean, once your Zen has been disturbed, especially with what the result is, yeah, definitely AdMats would be ravaged by those players.
Are you telling me that AdMats was at fault here? That it was his problem? That it's like he shouldn't have gotten that close.
Pride. You should have pride in what they're doing. I would say. Sorry, AdMats.
I don't know if we have AdMats anymore with us, but we will find out if we're going to be seeing that man in the future. But we are still waiting for the matchup. The teams as well are taking a bit of an extended break, and I think if I was a player, I kind of want this, you know, after game number one, especially for teams that didn't do well. This is the best time to start recouping with your coaches, your assistant staff, to look back, maybe watch some VODs, really have a discussion and figure out what went wrong in that previous round and how you could potentially fix it. If we were to suggest something, we're not coaches, you're analysts, I'm definitely not, I'm horribly underqualified, but if there was something that the coaches could do that would really improve the morale or even the play from the players, what would you expect the coach to kind of provide in terms of support?
I don't know, but if I was like, if I was a player, I probably would try to call my mom. To calm me down, you know. But I think they are not able to do it here. But maybe I would try to pray, because I like to feel, you know, connected with, you know, energy in this type of things, because you can't let this let you down, you know. You need to breathe and try to do something better in the next match. That's my opinion. I don't know if you guys will agree with me.
Definitely agree. I mean, I did coach a team for Battle Royale, and I guess that relaxation, the calm before the storm, it really helps you. And at some point, it would depend as well, because we know these are different people. We don't specify them as one-minded, or like there are different approach in different player base. So one thing as a coach is you need to study your team, and it's like just talk to them based on how you think they will be motivated. As a coach, it's not just the in-game that is needed. What's more needed as a coach is as a life coach in general.
I'll tell you this now. I'm on the slight opposite opinion of this. I don't completely disagree with this. I think that for the first two maps, and especially when you were looking at these players who are feeling that pressure, the first thing that comes first is motivation. Why are you here? Do you have any regrets? Drop those regrets. Be aggressive. Do not get disrespected. Show why you are the best in the world. And once you start coming into those third and fourth matches where you start to feel that overheat, where it's starting to get into your head, that's when you pull the reins back and say it's about balance. You got to change up that narrative. You start gaslighting your players. Say, hey, you're not the best in the world just yet. You got to prove to yourself. You've done it in the first two. Now it's just find that balance right in the middle, right in the center.
A little tough love, right?
A little tough love, baby.
That's the reason that I'm like honestly not a player, because I will probably cry, I guess. So I think it kind of explains so much, you know.
It's like the right amount of gassing, right? It's like you load them up, you hydrate them with that ego, but then it's like, wait a minute, we're overflowing. We've got to calm it down. We need some towels here. All right. Now, we may have lost Admats in his safari adventure, but I have been told that Yunsul is on a bit of an adventure herself on the boulevard. Let's see what Yunsul is up to.
It's me, Yunsun, and we are back again in Boulevard. So many nice things here to do, many games to play, and the weather today is actually really cute. I love it. Do you guys like stuffed animal? Because I do. And I found this place, catch my eyes, and we're going to play it. Hello, I would like to try this. Alright, only one shot. Let's see what I can do. As you can see in esports, sometimes we lose, sometimes we win. But it doesn't matter. Oh. Oh, really?
Okay, guys, we have a winner!
Yay! Cannot believe I lost, but I still won this purple banana. Anyway, many new things and nice things are waiting you guys at Boulevard. Come here and try with us!
I think we could do with some props on the main stage, but I don't think I've ever seen a purple banana before.
A purple koala. Yeah.
Banana. Banala.
It's hurting my brain. My dyslexia is killing me right now.
Oh my gosh. I mean, I think it would be very fun for us if we could go on the boulevard, because we haven't had a chance to have fun yet. You know, I mean, we're on the panel, we're having fun with you guys, we're having fun with the players, the teams, and also some Free Fire, but we got to have a little bit of fun we got to have some fun to relax as well.
I think Yunsul has had the most fun amongst all of us. I think, you know, that after all the safari adventures, and I think, you know, going into the play area, she's got what? Ice cream, games, a haunted house. Like, come on.
I mean, this is the best job ever. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I love it. It's because of that woman. Okay, I'll tell you all the story. So we have been here last year, and I think out of all the talent, Yunsul is the one that likes to wander around and really do things. She plays everything, she tries all the snacks. And she has it in me that because of her, there is a giant cup of lemonade that you can buy outside. And it's giant. I mean, it's like that big. And she couldn't finish it. And apparently there's all kinds of varieties of lemonade. I need to get my hands on the lemonade, but I need to find time to get off the desk when there's no Free Fire to go buy this lemonade. So if I find it, I'll try and bring it onto the stage. But if I can't, after the broadcast, if you guys are here in the boulevard, you might see somebody wearing a purple suit with some lemonade.
But I guess you need to hope that teams will rock it and get all those points as early as possible. Because if they ended in 4 matches, you would have that time.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, keep in mind, this is Champion Rush. You just have to qualify and then get the booyah at the end here. And I think something that people don't realize about Yunsul is that she is quite the gamer. She is the most competitive woman I've ever seen in my life. And I'm glad that as of right now, Garena has implemented a Free Fire World Series for women's, because if she started to compete, I think Vietnam is going to have a really big representative.
I promise you she'll be doing all the content. You know, all the side content where we get to see all the players and we learn things about them. You'll learn everything about Yunsul. Everything from start to finish. I mean, there's nothing you won't know about the woman.
Definitely. I mean, we've been in together and like talks even in the ride from and back. I mean, there's a lot that Yunsul has to offer in terms of entertainment, not only in I remember the dance that she keeps doing every time she meets someone. Like, hello.
Just a little wobble, just a little wobble. Honestly, this is setting it up perfectly for the $1 million idea for the anime here. The Free Fire World Series anime, EWC, that could be one. And then afterwards for spring as well, to have all the characters. Because, again, the player reactions are already great, but also having amazing storylines to kind of play with, whether you're from Southeast Asia or whether you're from Latam as well, you can definitely see the diversity in the way, not only by how they play, but how expressive they are on that stage. Because I feel like with Brazilian teams, when you know the crowd is against them, they feel more empowered. I saw Fluxo telling the Falcon fans like, "Hey, no, I don't hear you now."
Yeah, that's such a Brazilian thing, I guess. We are, you know, we like the energy. I also like the energy because I think it gives you more confidence to do something, you know. But Brazilians are really expressive. Me as well. I'm always like. You know, but I don't know, I think that's cute, you know, that's kind. And well, it's not like the, you know, Asian players, they are not like in that way, but I feel that they are a little bit shy.
They are.
Yeah. I don't know if it's because it's me, they probably don't know me so much, so but well, I mean, I like to have this type of experience. I like to see them. I like to see the Brazilians teams fighting, screaming to each other. So I think it's really nice and funny.
Look, we got to keep things light on the panel here. I know we're having a little bit of fun, but we actually have a little bit of extra fun for you guys at home because we had a moment with Core Memory to play a game. And that game was Guess the Sound. Let's see how Core Memory did in our little game of Guess the Sound.
Hello Free Fire fam, I'm Carol Bombshell and I'm happy to be here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh for Esports World Cup 2025 Free Fire Tournament. And also I'm happy to be here with the Core Memory team. Welcome guys, it's so nice to have you here. So we're gonna play a little game. It's a fun game, it's not Free Fire, but it's all about Free Fire. So you guys have to guess which gun is only by the sound. Are you guys ready?
Okay.
The first sound, please.
ได้ยินแต่มันคืออะไรมันคืออะไรอ่ะเสียงปืนนั่นแหละเสียงปืนอะไรเสียงปืนจะรู้ไม่แหละก็มันเปิดแค่เนี่ย AK เหรอวะไม่รู้วะหรือมันเป็นลูกซองยาวต่อไป AK ใช่เหรอAK มั่วขา98ขา98
Almost. Okay, I'm gonna give you one more shot.
ไม่รู้ว่ะขา98ไอ้ AWM
No! You guys said like the two snipers, which is good. It's kind of similar, but it's SVD.
SVD อ๋อ SVD อ๋อมันไม่ใช่สไนป์นี่หว่าเสียงมันแบบวิเดียวอ่ะAK8
Yes, that's correct. That was an easy one, right? Who said first?
ผม
Pom. Good job. There we go.
เฮ้ยชื่อไม่ชื่ออะไรวะปืนพกคู่อ่ะปืนพกคู่เป็น197เหรอไม่ใช่ดิไม่ปืนลูกโม่อ่ะแบบโคตรเป็นลูกโม่เลยพี่มันเป็นปืนลูกโม่อ่ะ
A little bit confused.
ปืนโม่คู่อ่ะ
You cannot remember the name of it. Okay, just try. Say some names.
ก็นั่นแหละลูกโม่อ๋อลูกโม่เล็กอ่ะมันเป็นพกอ่ะ M179 มั้งมันเป็นปืนลูกโม่
Yes.
โอ้โห
No, I'm just kidding. It's a joke. No, you are almost there. It's another one. It's close to M79. M1917.
ถูกแล้วแต่จำชื่อไม่ได้ไม่ค่อยได้เล่นรู้แล้วว่ามันคืออะไรแต่ว่าไม่จำชื่อไม่ได้
Okay, now you guys remember. Okay, but it was a close one.
โทก้อนไอ้นี่โทก้อน
That's correct. That was an easy one because you guys use this a lot, right?
ใช่
It's anyone's favorite gun.
นี่ปืนของคนนี้ไม่อันนั้นซีซั่นที่แล้วปืนผมแพทก่อนเป็นแพทเก่า
Okay, since it used to be your favorite gun, I want to know which player from any region could you eliminate easy with this gun?
ยากเลยนี่ ยากเลย
Come on. You have a name.
คูก้าคูก้าคูก้าโดนตัวหน้าไงโดนยิงบ่อย
Cougar. Last year he won EWC 2024. Okay. He's a tough player.
Thompson
Thompson. Yes, that was an easy one. Easy.
Easy.
Okay, next and last one.
พันยา
อันนี้ท่าพันยา
พันยา
เป็นพันยาเฉย
เป็นเสียงพันยาไม่ใช่แบบ
เสียงพันยา
เสียงปืนอะ
Exactly, mad cute. Okay, that was an easy one. I think you guys have a good year. Thank you so much, guys. I hope you enjoy your stay here in Riyadh, and I am excited to see you guys in action for Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2025. And that's all. I see you.
Hello, survivors over here! Guys, what's up? Love the energy, love to hear what's going on. I'm Tash alongside Bats here.
Yo.
Honestly, I'm super hyped because everyone be talking about core memory, everyone be talking about Buriram United Esports.
Yeah.
But what about Falcons? What about a dynasty that could be a back-to-back win?
But come on. They have won last year. Enough. Oh. I sense a challenge. Okay? I think an Indonesia team will win this year.
Indonesia team!
Because no boo, bro. Sportsmanship. All right. Because I think I can't talk.
They're loud.
Yeah, they're loud.
They're loud because
everyone's ready. Everyone's hype. Okay, everyone's hype. But I just want to hear more. Indonesia, suaranya di mana? Ya dong.
Guys, I think they're a bit loud. Should we go louder? Where's the Falcons chant? Do it for me!
All right. The next game is about to begin soon. We had a very nice opener from Bermuda United Esports. They had a magnificent booyah on game number 1. So before we head to game number 1, why not we rap out, we explode the arena. Everyone, cheer for your team. Come on! Right, that is Kiddy Arena, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go back to our panelists.
Welcome back to the panel, folks. Yes, we are so stoked for this matchup. We are still waiting for it, but we're very, very close. But it's good to see that everyone in the stadium is hyped. They're ready to go. And I feel like in the stadium, it's almost like we have a match happening in there as well, right? We saw this happen yesterday. We got all of our supporters kind of fighting each other to see who was louder. Now I'm going to ask the panelists here. Who do you think was the loudest audience?
Falcons for sure. Let's be honest here. Falcons are ridiculous in that arena. The nest is so nearby and the fans have come out in droves. But I am impressed because I would imagine in every game title that the Falcons are going to be there right at the very forefront to give that energy to the teams. But I've seen so many foreigners come in and just try to support their own locales, like Indonesians, for an example. Koreans as well have come down to watch their teams, their local organizations play. And honestly, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, and also in the opening earlier, we thought it was like just Team Falcons cheering. And then I was hearing a little bit of fight back and forth between Team Falcons and Team Vitality in those cheers. So I guess that is like, with all that pressure, with all that shouting happening from the fans, I'm quite surprised that the teams are not, like, nerves are not wrecked.
And Raja, I noticed we also have some fans from Brazil. Now, obviously, they're not as abundant as some of the other teams, but I have to say, some of them are crazy loud.
Yeah, I mean, I was at the Global Finals in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro, and it was so fun. I was inside of all the people, you know. So sometimes I couldn't even hear, you know, the production, and they keep talking to me like, Haja, you need to do that, you need to do, you know, and I was like, I can't even understand. I can't even hear that because they are so crazy, so loud, so in love about the team, and it's really good to have this type of supporters with you because you get motivated. And I just said a word, call it loud.
Oh,
have you guys? You guys ever heard about it? Well, it was, maybe we can see in the next EWC, but I guess you guys are used to hear that, right?
Oh, definitely. I think we've heard it so many times.
The loud supporters, they are really loud. So,
Well, it looks like we have another interview lined up for all of you at home. And it looks like Carol managed to sit down with Loss before the matches started today. So let's see what Loss have to say before the matches for the grand final.
Hello everyone, it's Carol Bombshell here, and we are all about talking about the grand finals, and I'm happy to be here with the coach of Lowe's, Lipão. Welcome, Lipão. It's such nice to have Lowe's here for the second time. Before they were Netshoes Miners, and right now you represent Lowe's team. So I would like to know, how does it feel to have made to the finals since you guys have such a great performance during the knockout stage? Como é que vocês se sentem estarem aqui na grande final, já que vocês fizeram uma performance incrível durante a fase classificatória?
É uma sensação muito boa, a gente veio muito confiante, a gente conseguiu acertar muitas partidas durante o campeonato, então a gente ficou nesse top 2 aí da classificatória, então foi um up, assim, sabe, né? A gente veio mais confiante, mais preparado, a gente se preparou muito bem. Algumas coisas, claro, vão dar errado, mas a gente está preparado para tudo nessa final.
For sure, it's a great feeling. We have came prepared to the grand finals. We have studied the other teams, and it doesn't matter the roast. Right now, we are fully prepared to win here, and it's a great feeling for sure. For us to finish our interview, I would like to know what kind of strategy have you guys set for the grand finals? If you can share, of course, a little bit with us. Quais são as estratégias que vocês fizeram para a grande final? Se você quiser compartilhar com a gente.
Eu acho que é mais a tranquilidade, né? Porque uma final tá um pouco tenso no começo, então a gente vai se soltar um pouco no começo do jogo aí pra tirar essa tensão logo de cara, mas é isso, fazer o nosso jogo e não tem mais segredo.
What I can share right now is just we're gonna keep it comfortable. We wanna be normal, we wanna keep it simple, and because we know how pressure can have during the grand finals. Yes, and we are gonna make our best game. That's all, and you have heard enough from Lipão, the coach of Lowe's team, and I'm back to you guys.
A very common but very popular philosophy amongst coaches. You gotta be comfortable in your games, because if you're comfortable, that is the most comfortable and safest situation to be as a player, because you are playing at your best.
Yeah, I would agree. And we keep seeing that in those instances wherein it's the final chance for a team. It's a final chance, like they're just letting go of all those pressure, and they're very comfortable, and thus a lot of performance despite of not really going up a notch. Like vision system from the knockout stage, we know that they're already out, but they still bring a lot in the fight, and I guess that's where all the teams, all the players need to be in a comfortable spot in themselves and just treat it as if this is the last game.
I think what fans don't really realize is that they think that, like, when your coaches are speaking to the players, and the coaches by de facto the smartest person in the team, they're like scientists. They're talking about formulas, they're talking about numbers, they're talking about positioning, they're talking about rotations and everything involved in the game. But what usually comes out in these types of experiments, and I've noticed amongst multiple game titles as well, that it usually comes out as hey, we should try this. End of story. You know, there's no bigger, deeper explanation for a majority of their stuff, because they like to keep it simple 90% of the time. There's no need to overcomplicate them with a boatload of information. It's more important that they feel it for themselves, because the players need to not think about calculations and formulas. They need to have the instincts to do it first.
And there's a word for that. It is mechanical skill. It is automatic. So to anyone that doesn't know what Gideon is talking about, it's when you play a game of Free Fire and everything just comes automatically to you because you do it so often. Now, pros are a special case, because not only is everything automatic, but they're also thinking so fast in those games. Fractions of a second deciding, is this shot worth taking, or should I pull back and regroup with the team? Do I have enough glue walls to close the gap and get ready for that third, fourth circle? Like, so many things are happening. Sometimes I feel like we don't appreciate the level of skill these players have at that top level, because we can't feel it, we can't think it. It is something that's all within their minds. It makes them, that's what makes them such special players and such top level players in the world of Free Fire. I really think, you know, as spectators, as viewers, as supporters, we have to give them the utmost respect, because they've achieved something that us spectators, as casters, panelists, you know, as much as we love to talk Free Fire, they're a different animal.
Yeah, definitely. And that factor, that the description that you did mention, is one factor, or what's the importance of having an IGL. Because the IGL, at some point, he's the one who's managing all those, juggling all those thoughts, and just relaying it to the teams. And the rest of the teams just have to focus on their mechanical skills as well as the calls. So as you can see, we might be seeing like team captains, in-game leaders not performing that well, because there's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of things that they're thinking about. And if in case like he can just give the calls, that it will let the rest of the teams just shine.
I think that Free Fire is a very special case because it is in the category of a battle royale. In a lot of like different places in a lot of different games, usually communications, they have a word of saying, hey, cut comms or like silence comms just to clear it as much as possible. Let's be very direct. But in Free Fire, it's a little different. You need every little advantage and every little piece of detail that you can get from all of your players. So your IGL not only has to cut through the noise, but they need to listen to the noise of 3 other dudes saying, he's up here, he's down here, I'm reloading right now, somebody else needs to start healing me, can you cover me, all at the same time.
And to make matters more difficult for somebody, this game is so fast. It's like pressing the 2, 3, 4 speed up button, and it's just absolutely insane. Now, speaking of insane, we actually have another interview lined up for you guys, and it's actually with Fluxo. So let's see what Fluxo have to say leading up to our next match.
Oh, hey, it's Kara again. And right now I'm here with Luke King, coach of Fluxo team. And of course, we have a lot to talk about because Fluxo team didn't go well during the knockout stage, not even point rush, but after the first match, they stood up with their games. Let's see what Luke King has to say about it. O Fluxo durante as fases classificatórias não foram muito bem, nem no point rush, foram mais ou menos. Porém, entretanto, todavia, já chegaram muito bem aqui na primeira partida da grande final. O que você tem a dizer sobre isso?
Muito bem, é uma palavra forte. A gente fez uma partida mediana, mas a gente sabe que final é final. É totalmente um jogo totalmente diferente do classificatório, de point rush. Deus nos deu mais uma oportunidade para fazer o que a gente ama e a gente está aqui muito feliz.
Well, talking about the first match, we did got a good position, but we didn't go really good, and we need more of this. So if God gave us this opportunity, for sure we're gonna go for it. Especially because we are the world champions for Free Fire, and right now we just are going on the path for take the trophy. And for us to finish our interview, I would like to know if you can share some thoughts and maybe some secrets of Fluxo's teams for this grand finals. Pra gente finalizar nossa entrevista, eu queria saber se você pode dar alguns spoilers pra gente aí do que o Fluxo vai fazer nessa grande final.
Mano, zero spoiler. É o que a gente sabe fazer de melhor, que é jogar esse joguinho. Então, a gente vai se divertir lá dentro. Se for da vontade de Deus, a gente vai ser campeão. Não tem muito segredo.
Perfect. Okay, he doesn't want to share anything. No spoilers at all. And right now we are just focused on the game and we're gonna do the best that we can.
We are back at the Free Fire at Esports World Cup 25. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. It's time to continue the rock and roll with me, Husky, and the Mustachio AJ as we head into round number 2 on Purgatory with Buriram United Esports scoring a whopping 24 points to kick off the grand finals, even without any head start points. Best case scenario, they ended by round number 4, but we don't want that. We want the competition to keep heating up, and Fluxo is teasing us by telling us that there will be no spoilers for their plans. Let's see what they've got on Purgatory.
Yeah, and everybody's kind of getting excited that Buriram got it. They're gonna go all the way again, but we have to acknowledge that was one of Buriram's best maps. They have to wait until Alpine to strike big again, but can they pull away something solid from a map where they usually do not shine? This is the map of Brazil. This is the map of loss. As we kick off Purgatory, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, buckle in, because it's gonna be a wild ride.
And right off the bat, we are seeing some teams divert their drop spot. Dragon Esports, for example, they did go golf course yesterday and they got hot dropped by R7. Fluxo was a victim, but there's one team that will never change their drop spot, and that team is Buriram United Esports, going for Marbleworks, where they will be sharing close proximity with Fluxo and Quarry. Let's see how that one's going to transpire. Pain Gaming going over to Motorhouse because VP is no longer in the equation. Was spreading out towards the north of Ski Lodge, and Brasilia plus Field taken over by AGAL.
Oh, dude. I mean, R7, are you kidding me? They were going to hunt for the heads of Fluxo. Mount Villa belongs to Team Fluxo. Now, Raja told us that everybody respects each other. Everybody respects Fluxo in Brazil. Y'all gotta understand, this is the world stage, baby. They don't respect, they don't disrespect, but they want to put your heads on the chopping block. But R7, they better be careful. Yesterday, they were aiming for the heads of Dragons Esports as well. They tried to tease Buriram. They tried to tease Fluxo, and they did not walk away with a single head start point. And thankfully right now at Mount Villa, all cleared up. Fluxo went away. Now golf course as well as Mount Villa belongs to Team R7. That means this Mexican team is starting off with a ton of loot.
I think on top of that, hold on a minute, did Esports just really do that? Flying all the way to Central where our RQ's headquarters are established. Russia instantly punished. Does bring himself back up to his speed. His Ray now hunts for Ma'ao. You take care of Ma'ao, you take care of long range support. Ma'ao down in the low, but still not confirmed. Knockdown Ray to Oscar dash. More than enough time to go for the swing. Coach Yu finding keeper of speed. Esports taking a gamble and is paying off.
Oh my, Coach Yu finding one for himself as well. RRQ with two more survivors. Abe can get away if he can fast put this out of the place. Gets a double knock, all executes from the back as well. The powerful making God's work play here for the side of RRQ. But a single survivor left standing in the name of Dudes. 2v1. Rasta has got the plasma gun, but Dude says, down you go, baby. You'll always be the kid behind me. 1v1, time turner, aim gone, and 590 plays the meta, but the time turner wins it. And RRQ showing why they the big brothers.
And thankfully, they scored some revives before that elimination was confirmed. EVOS, initially it paid off, and then they bit off more than they could chew and almost paid the ultimate price. Rigby ends up breaking his ankles early on, that's why Payne got their point. But EVOS, they gotta really feel the hurt. Coach Yu being the only survivor, going over to where Villa and Golf Course are. Thankfully, the teams R7, Fluxo, BRU have already left their town. But EVOS, they gotta start from scratch again.
Unlike Avatar, when Indonesia needed him the most, Dudes delivered. What a stand-up play from this buddy here. 3 eliminations, clutching it out up against EVOS, who dared take the fight up against them at Central. Initial player taken down from the equation was Russia, just pausing the play. But of course, EVOS on the recovery now, trying to get super aggressive, and the Wonder Kid hits a double revival. EVOS back in play. We've got 47 players in the lobby, but I'm not too worried at all. Dragons usually hit that revival as well.
Yeah, they really uphold the Hippocratic oath. They always make sure they have a comeback medic ready. Everyone is going to be healthy, even though they're not that good. It reminds me of not that good at shooting. No, I gotta finish sentence. Reminds me of the I forgot his name, the sergeant in war that does not want to pick up a gun. That feels like Dragon Esports now and then, right? They are not the best fighters, but they're sure as
gentle
hell.
dragons. They're the R1. They just like to scan out the area, avoid it if possible.
Yeah, they don't like conflict, but they're not pacifists either. You can't be pacifist if you can't die.
Fool showing that who's boss. Abe. The first one, and Abe's having a terrible time here. Ma'al with a very quick reversal. Looking for the save, but that Riptide Rhythm gonna make sure the glue walls cannot be erected around Sifu for the time being. In the meantime, Ma'al going in for the flank. Dudes going in for the finisher. Time turner was erected. Great glue wall to protect the boys. And now Dudes all alone in the situation. Dragons can take advantage.
Let's see if
there you go.
RQ can pull it off again. There's a time turner. Dudes 1v2. Kiba in the back him up. Great acceptance from Dudes. And now going on to revive another glue wall to block out the damage. Round the corner, Dudes goes.
Are you kidding me?
Another knockdown. This guy is on a rampage.
Freaking hell, 5 eliminations for Dudes. That ain't gonna stop in it. Mahal, the sniper of the squad, taking a 1v2. Won't get sprayed down by Yasser and his Bison. But of course, Dudes still alive and kicking. Dragon looking for that recovery on the revival. Glue wall melter, not in their pockets. And the deep freeze will tag up Yasser for quite a bit. And Dudes with the RGS 50. Trying to use whatever in his arsenal to take down the rest of the team members. But I think he's used up quite a bit of his luck already.
It's down to Dudes once more. Abai not in a condition to fight. In fact, he's not even going to share the area. 1v3, time turner from Simo. What is Dudes going to do? He's going to try and heal back up. Time is off the essence, but he has enough space to make it work again. Another attempt to swing, and finally it runs out for Dudes. Dragon Esports recovers, and now it comes down to Abai to keep the run going.
Bloody hell. RRQ. Unbelievable stuff out of them. Vitality looking for a little bit of pain. Do they deliver or do they receive? Peter up top has got the shorty in hand. Not much of a rate of fire, but the damage can sustain quite a bit here in terms of battle power. Young with the M590 looking for their opponents, but Vitality, all they find is an empty house as Pain backs away.
See if that rooftop takeover is going to be beneficial for Pain Gaming. As Vitality, they are still in a pretty decent condition, trying to go around the backside of the building. Good wins that one. Kyung ends up going down. Pain Gaming now have a numbers advantage. Vitality attempting to go for a revive, but the pickup is unsuccessful. Koja and Kyung now out of service. Pain Gaming continues to systematically get rid of Vitality, and it might just come down to Dix with the Trogon. 2 from Pain down.
Peter literally ran in there and walked away without a single scratch. The pickup onto his buddy failing. 2v1. Pain Gaming in a lot of trouble here. If they do lose Peter, they will be on a super hard reset. And Vitality actually allows him to get away as they look for their own recovery play here as well. Either way, both squads inside of the circle, and Pain has a vending machine to play with.
And early on, we did say that R7, they were flirting with a bit of conflict with Fluxo and Buriram. Now R7 is in the same area as Buriram United Esports. Big revive hit by Pain Gaming. The scan was there by Vitality early on. His EVOS makes a full recovery, gets an air supply, and that's gonna stock them up to make their rotation deeper towards the safe zone.
And the dangerous team, I was about to mention them, lost. Finding Peter early on. Falcons, there's not an elimination just yet though, just a shot from afar. Ross making sure everybody still remembers them. It's one of the front runners here at Purgatory. But Buriram still being alive. This should be a record for them at this map. Let's see if they can find a little bit more. Falcons not wanting to mess around with the Brazilian squad. Jump pads their way out of there. But on fire, left behind here. Might just be the sacrificial lamb.
Being surprised we're paying. Good shot from Nando 9. So another 3 points for Lost. Falcons did get majority of the squad away to keep this going.
Really? Is he going to go in for the chase here?
Nah.
Running straight to the jump pad though.
It would be a risky move. They might end up running into Pain Gaming instead.
Yeah, it would be a terrible move. A little late to the party. You know Falcons can shoot them out of the skies, but of course boys are looking for a little bit of a revival here. EVOS on the other hand, meeting their big brothers RRQ. Poking the Hornet's Nest early here. Very cheeky from EVOS.
And you know that wherever Dragon Esports is right now is a high priority area, because there were 2 R1 scans right on top of them. So Dragon Esports, they obviously don't know this, but we know one of the teams that won that spot is EVOS.
Yeah.
They're gonna slowly move towards the area. There's an arsenal to work with. It's a pit stop. But it seems like EVOS are deciding against that, in fact, falling further away from the circle.
And we might just have a rematch here between RRQ and EVOS. Both teams have recovered fully, but as RRQ goes in from the rotation from Brasilia, looking for fields, coming across the rotation path of EVOS is just extremely high here.
Wow.
Dragons on the other hand keeping their heads down, trying not to be detected by the players of Buriram, who do have their hands full with R7.
Yeah, there's a UAV just hovering around that crucial zone as well. I believe 4 teams at least Core Memory, R7, BRU, Dragons, and now Fluxo is about to join the party. This next circle will dictate how that one's going to play out, favoring BRU, R7, and Core Memory, AGAL on the southern side, Falcons and Pain Gaming on north. And this is where the great rumbling begins. All the teams are going to converge, and we're going to have a full 48-player lobby duke out.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And we got to thank Coach Namo and his crazy capability of analyzing these circles. Time and time again, we have seen Buriram get such an accurate read. They have not needed to move for quite a bit now, and because of that, they have the advantage. Dragons flying straight in to the Buriram den, and all they will see is bullet after bullet shooting down their players.
That is a very big risk that they took, but I feel like it's necessary to get themselves some cover, and now you gotta use as much resources as possible. One last glue off for Yasir. If they can make it into the building, there is gonna be a chance. And Mark needs some cover. Great coverage from Yasir to keep his buddy alive. The run now is a bit harder for DRG because they have lost 2 members, but at least they still have a chance to spoil R7.
You cannot miss those shots, buddy. Gets a couple of tags onto their backs, and then R7 backs away. Had the golden opportunity. Yasir, 3 eliminations so far, just could not get those accurate connections onto the players of R7, and Mexico gets to play a little bit more. He was fighting Fluxo from afar. Raja's gonna cry now on stage.
This is going to be incredibly important for Fluxo to survive, but the odds does go down. Hutchison and Bobs remove GU. He's just barely hanging on, but thankfully he was able to heal back up. They are tanking the blue, and Evols is not going to let them go easily.
No, not at all, man. I mean, Fluxo, when they go in for this rotation, they have to go up against Buriram and Core Memory. EWOS at the very edge of this next circle. For the time being, the blues not hurting them just yet. But you can see the jump pad set up behind Fluxo. And EWOS not going in for the reposition, taking down those glue walls. So they have a straight line of sight to that jump pad. And I don't think Fluxo has got enough money to buy another one. So DGWP. But thankfully, the blue forcing EWOS for a rotation. Fluxo gets to live a little bit longer, but the blue is getting the damage in though.
Yeah, the safe zone did move away eventually from BRU, so that's going to force the Thai Giants to rotate as well. The rematch that you mentioned between EVOS and RQ feels like it is destined to happen as EVOS makes a southward rotation. They're going to end up behind RQ, who are preoccupied.
And Vitality taken out. I can't even say fairly early. We're heading towards the 13th minute of this game. Insane quality on the world stage. So many teams still alive. That basically means pandemonium awaits us all. Pain now going in for blue wall melters laid out. But EVOS this time snuffing out your big brothers. The rematch goes to EVOS. Dudes could not save them with a masterful play this time round. Unfortunately, we missed it.
It's not even close. They came from behind and RQ just caught off guard. Falcons and Pain Gaming wrestling for the most important spot in the northern side of the safe zone. Moto VI is positioned very far away to provide cover fire, but it requires the rest of Pain to start and engage. They need an A124 plus that Skylar Riptide Rhythm to do some chaos. Peter does get knocked down, but without any meaningful follow-up, it is not good enough. Peter gets brought back up. Riptide Rhythm was slightly late, and Pain Gaming continues to play this long, drawn-out fight.
Yeah, crazy repositioning here coming through from Pain. Avoiding the battle with Falcons after putting in the initial hurt. Fluxo getting taken out in 10th. This EWC is absolutely insane at this point of time. Pain now focusing on Core Memory. Getting the help from the blue zone as well. Damage has been put on Peter. AC80 looking for those shots. Won't find it. And they finish off Core Memory before they can find their way into the circle. Buriram falters as well. All the big teams go down.
And Falcons will use that distraction to make a rotation straight hit to AGL and EVOS. And Falcons landing in the middle of the firefight, able to duck into the first floor of the building. EVOS will hold the perimeter, but as the siren sounds one last time, at least for the next safe zone, EVOS most likely will be the first team to make a move, and Falcons, they gotta be ready to accept this.
And this map is known at this point of time as the Brazilian map, but if Pain takes on loss very early on, the chances will dwindle down instantaneously. Look at those grenades rain down on Pain, bringing exactly that to the team members, putting them out in 6th. Now loss, the final team out of Brazil, has to take on both EVOS as well as Falcons, who are absolutely sharp with their positioning right now out there on this Purgatory map.
Remember we talked about how DRG needed to make a necessary rotation, and that has kept them in top 5. The only team without a full squad, but this circle is going to force Evos to move. There is a chance that they ended up fighting lost. First, DRG now caught in the middle of the crossfire, Riptide Rhythm from AGAL, and now it breaks into chaos. DRG targeted by multiple teams, wiped out in 5th, and Evos runs towards lost.
And Evos actually taking the outer rotation. This puts them in the crosshairs of Falcons, who do not think twice. Taking those shots, grenades won't find a connection onto Russia. Glue wall melted, remain the defense made here by Evos. But the question is, can they get away? Oscar does run through those glue walls, but brings them no knockdowns just yet. Rigby needs one more shot, but Rosa's cold shield has got the rate of fire, but the backup from nowhere.
Great valiant dash to break down the defenses of Lost to give Evos a fighting chance. 12 elimination, 13 on the dock, and Rasia from afar with almost no HP, willing to fight to the death. AGAL joins the equation and give him a bit of a knuckle sandwich in the face of Evos as AGAL makes themselves known. Evos out in 4th, AGAL now faces against Falcons.
Lots going in for yet another booyah, but with just a single player, this looks nearly impossible. Falcons up against AGAL. Dew has got the M590 in his hands, but he's not the intended CQC player. Still alive and kicking. He's out of his comfort zone, but still getting the knocks for AGAL, putting Falcons and their team members 6 feet under. But one final one left standing. Limit missing his AWM shot, not doing him any favors at all.
There's going to be a chance for Limit to clutch this. It needs to be able to identify where Dew and Cypher are at. They're currently still running in a straight line. That shot has to connect. A dash in front, Cypher in the face of Limit. Limit is out in the blue. He's just too tough. AGAL will find the first booyah in the grand finals.
Second booyah here at Purgatory for AGAL. Almost became a Brazilian map once again thanks to Lost. But they took their chances down by removing Pain Gaming from the equation, and unfortunately for them, that was just way too open of a final circle. Those defenses just didn't work, and Falcons just playing that high ground advantage so well for themselves.
You know what? You know what, AJ? I think the race is officially on. Pack leaders after round number 1 all fell. Evos, AGAL lost. They have risen up. Pain Gaming and even Falcons have got some points for themselves. I think it's fair enough that we're not going to end by round number 4. We do have Carol, who has one of the players with first, so let's check out what they have to say.
Wow, what a performance of Team Falcons this last match. It was almost a booyah. We have watched great action so far here at the grand finals. And of course, I want to hear Team Falcons, are you there? That's what I'm talking about, guys. Let's talk with Limit right now, because Team Falcons crowd are going crazy and they are chanting Falcons, Falcons. I want to know what that means to you. What this kind of love from Team Falcons crowd means to you.
ก็ในฮอนี้นะครับตอนนี้นะฮะทั้งฮอกำลังส่งเสียงกระหึ่มเชียร์ให้ทีมฟาลคอนนะครับก็ถึงแม้ว่าอีกเมื่อกี้เนี้ยอีกเพียงนิดเดียวเราจะได้บูย่าแล้วแท้ๆเชียวอยากทราบว่าเสียงเชียร์ของทุกคนในฮอนี้ตอนนี้ฮะมีผลอะไรกับการยิงของเราบ้างไหมฮะคิดว่าไม่ได้มีผลเท่าไหร่ก็เล่นได้เป็นตัวเองแค่นั้น Actually, all that chanting is like doesn't affect our play style of any time at all. We're just gonna play in our style. We're gonna stick to our own plan and like do the same thing over and over again.
Okay, that's a really good answer. I like to hear that, Limit. And right now, you almost had a booyah. You were so close to got a booyah. And if you could say a word to a team that is about to face you in the next match, would you say?
ก็เมื่อสักครู่เนี่ยฮะอีกเพียงนิดเดียวเท่านั้นเราจะได้บูย่าแล้วเนี่ยอยากจะบอกอะไรกับทีมที่อยู่ในที่กำลังแข่งอยู่ตอนนี้บ้างฮะว่าในรอบต่อไปเนี่ยจะต้องเจออะไรกันบ้างฮะก็ฝากถึงเขาครับให้ละกันครับว่าอย่าเบาๆหน่อยตังเกิน Actually, there's nothing to tell the team that we are going to face in the next match. But I have something to tell to the fans. Like maybe keep your voice lower for a bit. It's too loud for it's a little bit too loud for him.
Okay, I don't think they are willing to do that. Once again, Team Falcons, else how things work here. And I'm pretty much sure you guys at home are very hyped like we are here on stage. So keep it up with us because we're gonna go for a quick break right now and we'll be right back.
Triple kill. Double kill.
Hey everyone, it's Yunsel and I'm right here at the Boulevard, of course at the Play Park. You guys know what? As usual, we always play Free Fire and we should go in there, right? But here, we are going to change it. Something a little more different than the usual. Let's come with me and try to shoot some planes, shall we? I think this game's kind of hard to play, but it seems to look really fun and new to us, right? If you can, come and enjoy us here at Boulevard, the Play Park.
Mark ตามดิเอ้ยนอกวงพี่ดูเจอขวาหลังนั่นแหละตัวเดียวไม่เล่นกันเจน2-1เลือดก่อนหน้าพี่ดิวเลือดก่อนดิวเจนกูรอเลยพี่ดิวรอใกล้กูได้ปะจะมายังรอใกล้กูเล่นกันรอใกล้กูจะมาแล้วดิวรอเยอะมาแล้วเอาเลยไหวพี่สวยอุ้ยไอ้เหี้ยไม่เหี้ยเดี๋ยวมาไปดิวไอ้เหี้ยเดี๋ยวมา
Falcons were so close to catching that booyah, but unfortunately just weren't able to come out on top in that 2v1 situation. So AGAL secure our second booyah of the day on Purgatory. And so far, we're seeing a very interesting trend amongst all of our teams. Towards the very end of that game, it was not very top heavy. We saw a lot of teams up there with very few eliminations because, again, teams are prioritizing survivability over eliminations. And I think we're a little bit concerned on the panel here because when you play like this, sometimes if it doesn't work out, it really doesn't work out.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's a lot of things that has gone wrong in those game style, especially with EVO's Divine and RRQ. Initially, it was RRQ who won that battle against, as they call it, the younger brothers. But towards the end, that's when they turned it around. Thus, EVO's Esports managed to get a lot of elimination, a lot of points as well. But for AG Global, I guess how they slowed down their pace, and of course, the number of teams still available doesn't give them an opening to really shoot at anyone.
I think teams are now understanding that the pressure is starting to mount, right? You can't afford to make mistakes. And I think they understand that the standard line of play is how we saw Bermuda United Esports playing in map number 1, right? Look to try to gatekeep your opponents. Around 4 and 5 is where you start to escalate a lot of the situations. But we did see a lot of escalations, right? When we're looking at our key players, we're seeing that Abai is already doing a very good job with the help of even Dutz clutching out 2v1 in a lot of scenarios. But then you look at players like Peter alongside with On Fire, right? Because these members, if a situation goes bad, it doesn't mean that it's over for you just yet. You're going to have to make a longer rotation. And I think that at least for Pain, having fought pretty much at every stage of the maps, every single round within the map, already goes to show that this playstyle does have its benefits. But I think it's only going to maintain for maybe 2 more maps.
And I want to talk to Statsman Neptune here because he's reading through the numbers. What are we currently seeing from our first 2 games, just looking at all the data that is currently available to us?
Well, I guess in terms of elimination, it is still EWC Free who's leading it. But who's following them is not only AG Global, who has 16 elimination, but also those at the bottom, which is RRQ. It just so happens that RRQ has that firepower, but is not consistent in closing. As what we mentioned earlier, they almost got that elimination already against EWC Free. They could have also eliminated the teams who are surrounding them, but unfortunately, they only got a total of 2 placement points out of the 2 maps that we've seen.
Well, I kind of agree with that. I think that the teams are trying to play safe, so I think that's the mainly reason why we can see like Movistar R7 doing the same game as we saw on the knockout stage. They can even do elimination, so it's really hard for them right now. And I think they are not into this type of play style, I think it's gonna be hard for them to adapt because again they did all the knockout stage in a way, like in a aggressive way, and now they just need to turn everything because I don't know, it's just not working, but we can also see like AGAL, which was not doing such an amazing job at the knockout stage, but right now they are doing such great points for them, so that's the reason why they appear in the top of the ranking, right?
Yeah, I would agree with you as well. And another factor why AGAL got that booyah, it's because the circle just ended up in fields. And AG Global didn't have to move that much. They were in there, that's their drop spot. They were just waiting for the other team, so they're only finding cover. And then towards the final moment, with the cover that they have, they know which compound to take. That's where they just started shooting at them and eventually finishing off Team Falcons.
It's the element of luck, right? That's unfortunate one part of the Battle Royale experience.
RNG, yeah.
RNG. It's just, you get lucky sometimes, and I think that's why a couple of teams feel like the champion rush can be a little frustrating at times because it feels like the game just hands it to certain teams sometimes.
That's the nature of RNG. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Now, speaking of winning and losing, I just got an update from Yunsul that there has been a major update with the SDC Club Championship. So let's have a look at the SDC Club Championships update with Yunsul.
What's up, everybody? It's Yunsul, and this is your reporter Hit. And today I'm right here at our SDC Esports Arena, Stage 1 of League of Legends. It is our grand finals between Gen G and AGL. The match is pretty intense, you guys, as we can see. First 2 for Gen G, and second one, AG just flipped it back. So, are we going to have our best of 5? Let's see and watch it out.
Thank you so much for the update, Yunsul. And wow, things are really heating up over at the League of Legends stage because we got 2 grand finals happening, ours and theirs.
It's going to be important, right, for the club championships. This is their moment. And honestly, considering that, they're playing and AGAL is already in their finals, and now we come over to Free Fire, and it's like, hey, they could potentially turn things around right here, right now.
Hey, they just got a booyah for AGAL. So imagine if they get it in League of Legends and AGAL get the win here.
Boom. I think they might just overtake Team Vitality at the top. That's 2,000 points if they win both of the events.
Exactly. So at some point, we did mention this when we were talking about Club Championship. The pressure that this has, because this is bigger than the actual tournament. The Club Championship is bigger than the actual Free Fire Grand Finals. And that brings pressure to a team. So we'll have to find out, though, who's holding out on that pressure, whether it's Team Falcons, Team Vitality, or AG Global.
Got a lot of teams vying for those points at the Club Championship, but I've just been informed that we're going to be heading on over to the main stage with Tash Bunny and Admas. Let's see what they are going to be doing over at the stage.
You know what we're going to be doing, Danley? We're going to be giving our hot takes. And it is hella spicy. Over here, the main stage here has been hot, mostly from the fans. Just fan wars all around. But most importantly, my hot take, I'm going to say that while everyone thinks that Buram United Esports, they are hiding strats, I say that other teams have started to counter them.
That is true. I'm going to continue to do her hot takes. Don't call me biased on this. despite what had happened to them, I still believe Indonesia will come on top.
Okay, which team?
We see EVOS almost get that booyah. So with that sign, maybe game number 4, booyah for EVOS.
Booyah for EVOS.
Yeah.
How sure are you about that?
Well, that's my hot take, so
That's your
I'm
hot take?
pretty sure.
Okay, fair enough. I'll give another hot take.
Sure.
I think that Vitality is a slow cooker team. At the end of the day, they're going to completely explode.
I think so too, but that is our hot takes. How about the hot takes for Husky and AJ, casters of our EWC finals?
Well, my hot take, Ant-Man, says it's game number 3, brother. We are heading into Kalahari, buddy. But you see, Ant-Man may have got the number wrong, but he got the team right. At Kalahari, the dominators are EVOS. And on the desk, your boys, Mustacho and Husky, back at it again.
I just gotta say, for someone who is named Atmas, you sure can't count, huh, buddy? I gotta put it in. That's 0-2, all right?
Okay, that's hot takes from the casters.
That's our hot take. Maybe you should go back to traditional maps, but it's all love from the casting booth. Yes, EVOS Esports came close to a booyah, but I respected it, right? Mad respect. They held up for longer than they should have. It was a very bloody fight between them and RRQ on Purgatory, and then they came out on top after a gruesome recovery sequence. Right now in Kalahari, it seems like we're entering the playground of these two teams again.
It's another opportunity for Lost from Brazil to find their way out here. Just like EVOS, they're one of those teams that do manage to pick up quite a bit of points here on Kalahari. And unlike EVOS, who mainly focus on the eliminations, Lost is a team that looks for the circle, and they find it pretty much all the time whenever they play this map. So this is pretty much high on the board in terms of potential for them to walk in here and rip away. But of course, match point stage here, you see the highlights onto Buriram as well as AGAL for a good reason. But I don't know why they missed out EVOS, who's exactly in between them.
And I think if EVOS gets off to a good start, they are definitely going to be on the board.
Oh yeah.
We only have slot for 2 teams, so EVOS, just a bit more injection of points and they will be just fine. Movistar R7 already scoring a first blood for themselves. So that is sort of what you need as a team who is falling behind, right? Like, I think there's only so many rounds you can fall behind in Champion Rush before it really comes out to the state where you have no choice but to ruin other people's chances.
Hit list taken up here by EVOS, and that instantly sends the players of Core Memory scrambling away back towards their own compound at Santa Catarina. But that obviously also means that EVOS now could go in for an early hunt. Buriram taking out a hit list, targeting the players of Dragon. This is not good for business at all for Saudi Arabia. Dragons need to fly away as quickly as possible.
Especially when they are currently resting, basically stationed at Buriram's next favorite spot after Stone Ridge, Command Post. Only a few teams are willing to take Command Post, and the one team that Buriram respects is Onyx. But Onyx is not here anymore, so if you want Command Post, you gotta fight for it.
Oh, what's happening here, man? Falcons rotating towards Core Memory. This is going to bring them directly towards Buriram as well. Dragons might just be the 4th party in this that just stays away from all of this heat of battle. But this is just danger zone for sure as EVOS moves on into Santa Catarina. We've got a party here, Husky.
And you instantly see the Dinoculus being thrown out by Core Memory. They were caught off guard, and now they need confirmation of how many ops are there from EVOS. Luckily, with that confirmation, they were able to continue to rotate southbound. That's good news, but the bad news is they're about to run from the pan into the fire.
Absolutely. EVOS chasing them from the back. You've got your 2-time world champs right in front. What do you do if you're Core Memory? They haven't managed to pick up solid points here today, although they did manage to rip away 10 points to head start this day here at the Grand Finals. They haven't been able to make good work of that just yet.
I mean, EVOS and AGL are currently the leaderboard. And with EVOS getting more points, currently they are going to be in first place. And that is a scary thought for a lot of teams, because EVOS did come in with some head start points.
Yeah.
And you don't want to feed them extra, because EVOS, they have a prophecy to fulfill.
Absolutely. And Zenzi has got a life to protect his own. Man has got enough coins to buy back his team members, but no vending machine around, and Coach Hill, M590 to the head, and EVOS off to a fantastic start, but that was an effort across 3 teams, all right? So
nothing against poor old core memory. They'll just have to make their way back in here at Alpine.
That stings because they did have 10 head start points and were not able to utilize that in any condition.
The head start points are the only thing still keeping them in the middle of the leaderboard.
Purgatory was probably the better map that they had, but this EVO saga, if you've been following it for the past years, since EWC 24, you know how important this 25 run is for them, especially with Russia. You said early on, 3 years in, finally gets to play due to the age legalization. His first season, he's right here about to bring that team to potential championship run.
That would most definitely be the dream run for EVOS after 6 years of grabbing a championship on the world stage. It will most definitely be sweet for both Russia and the squad, especially for the 16-year-old, because he is that firepower behind the squad, right? But as Falcons now choose to back away from that impending doom of ending up between Buriram as well as EVOS, they now move towards Bayfront, reading the circle really well here, all of these teams. Whoa, the Katarina is definitely going to be a tad bit hot. But I know why you just said whoa, because the Brazilians, Fluxo, just made a crazy rotation.
That is mad. They just flew right past BRU. We just, kind of a footnote on EVOS, if they do win this, it will be the first organization to win 2 different world championships with 2 different teams in terms of nationality and region, right? They did it with the Thai team, plus Phoenix. That was where Jonah, Gethai, and Moshi were from. Right now, to bring it to Indonesia and have a trophy back home would be historical.
Hey, the Free Fire World Cup counts.
It does count, of course.
Different brand, but
but still, no teams have done it with 2 different regions at least. I think, again, this is quite a story that spans 6 years. BRU actually decides to not contest command post, go over to the sub, which is the safer spot. So DRG somehow avoided an apocalypse.
That's insane, man. I mean, Fluxo and Buriram literally just switched spots. Okay, this is insane because if Buriram had just been a minute late on this rotation, Fluxo would have met them. And I don't know which team would have been on the receiving end of bullets, because it could have just been Fluxo flying straight in towards Buriram, giving Buriram that open opportunity, or them just catching Buriram with their pants down. But either way, that's fantasy land. Neither one of those scenarios happened. Both teams alive and kicking. And Buriram continues to rotate in towards Refinery, which is usually held by RRQ, who unfortunately have left this spot at this point in time for some weird reason.
But it's also understandable because there are a couple of times that we see RRQ take Refinery and then they spread out, right? They decide to play the perimeter. What's interesting is the fact that this is an off rotation, an odd rotation for BRU. They usually don't do this. They don't go from Stone Ridge to the sub and then go straight north. That's the Dinoculus who just scanned out 3 out of 4 members of Dragons Esports who took the zip line to Refinery. BRU, I wonder if they would expect that to be RRQ instead. You have R7 also there. There's a potential sandwich that could happen. DRG holding high ground.
And with BRU thinking that Dragons could be RRQ, that could just force them to hold back, that may just put them in the crosshairs of R7. And as I say that, Buriram getting shot at point blank center. R7 not getting any knocks just yet though, but just love taps at this point of time. And the read of the circle, fantastic once again from this world champion, 2-time world champion. But Dragons up top, looking for a little bit of trouble as well on the very edge of Refinery the moment they spotted Buriram rotating in.
Dragon Esports actually moving a little bit. I'm not sure if that rotation was the best choice because they just put themselves in the crosshairs of 3 different teams. And to back off right now would be taking a risk. And just like round number 2, Dragon Esports forced to make a tough choice. EVO's now on our screen and they're about to challenge the Falcons in their home ground. This is the nest of the Falcons, but for EVO's, they know that they have the upper hand.
They definitely have the upper hand and the high ground advantage rate. M590, Metagun finds a good connection, and the Oscar breaks it down to the valiant dash, and the follow-up from Russia from nowhere. Limit will sneak away to keep the team alive at least for the time being, and aim God, what a shot! And just like that, your reigning champions Falcons being snuffed out. Aimgod with the Woodpecker, easy shot to the head. The one final survivor on fire. EVO's about to snuff out the sounds from the crowd. And with that shot, Aimgod puts Falcons to rest.
You can hear the collective groans for the Team Falcons fans, and the Indonesians, they erupt in triumph. You see the contrast in the crowd, you know.
Oh, you smile, brother, you smile.
They've been bested. That's how you cope with heartbreak. But thankfully for the Falcons, they are not too far behind. We've seen them work miracles, but to have those points fall into the hands of EVOS, that's what's scary right now.
And that's why Adman's got a tad bit excited there as well, right? He did say EVOS, they do have a lot of promise here on this map. They have gotten the number wrong, but the prediction is absolutely solid. But it wasn't even EVOS pulling in the hurt onto Falcons. RRQ, phenomenal rotation. Unfortunately, they just caught Falcons at the wrong time. The Falcons just weren't battle ready, and Limit tried to back away in towards the hills, and there was just no escape zone from then on. Vitality up against AGL at Foundation. This is not an easy pot to pretend to be the Predators, because obviously your prey can very quickly slip away, but both teams looking for that vending machine as their prized possession in this pot.
Yeah. And I gotta commend how EVOS utilize the Oscar, right? Usually you use him to charge forward, but we see that double up where Oscar charges backwards, you break the duel in the process, and your buddy follows up instantly. So there's no downtime in between where you kind of get staggered for half a second. Fluxo, again with the late rotation, makes it to a safer spot, a big scan of the DRG. As the western side of the map starts to get a bit crowded, EVOS are in a great spot. Next destination will be Foundation. That's where the circle goes towards, and that's where AGL and Vitality and RRQ are situated.
That's a new term for that, right? No longer bait and switch. It's a bait and Oscar right now. Just move on in there, beat the bait, and then take down the defenses of your opponent as you tag in your partner, and that was just brilliant. And obviously Rasia, he does not miss. Those VSK shots hit like a truck in the current meta. And EVOS just flirting with the edge of the circle, but they do have a jump pad that they can make good work with. Lost on the other hand, one player down. Hanaral not gonna get picked up just yet. Ray M5, nice! From afar saves the day, buys his team members a few extra seconds.
Great save by Haone, but
GG.
The Riptide Rhythm went wide, so those glue walls for EVOS ended up being their greatest cover. That could have been a turnaround point for Lost, but I think they have just missed that opportunity. EVOS scoring another big bag. And I just gotta say, with that win, they're gonna face off AGAL, but they're past the halfway point to a champion rush. And AJ, they're not stopping AGAL now on the hit list.
This is insane. They lay out the jump pad, and they hit down player after player, forcing AGAL to scramble. The grenade fighting one, Cypher. Let the man play his medkit at the very least. A1 hopping on in, crushing the hopes of the Thai squad. There's a vending machine here to play with. Chinoy backing away, ain't gone, not giving up just yet. Finds the connection with the M5, the high T, and Ray comes by to say hello as well. 14 eliminations strong. EVOS, what are they on?
They're definitely on the high tide, and nothing can stop them, including placement points in the current position with 8 teams left. They've already scored 40. You add on 14 eliminations. They are so close to unlocking Champion Rush. One more good round will be all it takes for EVOS to put themselves right in front of the finishing line ribbon. Someone has to stop them. Maybe BRU can do it.
Yeah, Buriram needs to think about Fluxo right down there at the bottom as well, but they've pulled in the attention of RRQ. Thankfully, RRQ very close to the edge of this current circle. Save zone's not with them. RRQ has to travel around. Fluxo spotted out by Buriram. Buriram with the high ground advantage. At points, it can be a disadvantage, especially when you've got a sniper like MT7 down at the bottom. GU has got the SVD as well. It's all about the positioning here, and Dragons of all teams can actually play spoiler for Buriram from afar.
A good time to also bring out the fact that for EVOS, Rasia was the new addition. He did replace Gade, but the rest of the team have been here before, just last year. And now they go up against R7 off screen, RRQ up against Vitality. And this matchup, it has replayed a few times in the knockout stage. RRQ always falling victim to Vitality, or at least suffering heavy damage. Fluxo against BRU, but as we turn back to RRQ against Vitality, Ma'al is gonna get the first knock onto Faiz. Keon goes down, RRQ striking back hard, but Vitality, they are not one to be trifled with. RRQ needs to get the revive.
Yeah, great knock coming on through. The pickups are going to slow down the pace of RRQ just a tad bit here, but not enough to buy them enough time for that recovery. Vitality snuffed out courtesy of RRQ. The next circle, though, sees EWC sitting comfortably without anybody to tickle them just yet.
This could be that big round. This could be the golden ticket for EVOS if it continues. DRG, great Steffi usage as Pain Gaming starts to bombard and spray down with sprayed up lead. DRG, they are trying to hold on in this area, but at one point you gotta fight. Great retire rhythm. All the defenses of Pain Gaming start to crumble bit by bit. R7, they want some blood. Peter getting crossed there, but good time turner to block the bullets.
Fluxo stands no chance here. They flew on in and everybody takes their shots up against Fluxo, knocking them down on the 7th spot. Dragons taking advantage of the situation as well. You go, Dragons, you go. Great use of that Steffi earlier on caused that survival gameplay because Wasana and squad were chucking everything, including the kitchen sink, grenade after grenade at Dragons, and Steffi saving them all. 3 more players, but time is running out. Pain Gaming evacuating the situation. Dragons now can potentially spoil the play of Buriram.
And RRQ can do the same. Wasana, he needs help right now. Riptide Rhythm, massive one from RRQ. Ma'al getting the job done, and the finisher to boot Moshi, not standing a chance. A quad for Ma'al. The sniper of the Rex Brigham Keon. 9, 10 eliminations, 11 on the docket. RRQ on the board.
My God, Dragon snuffed out as well. This is the shooting range. Everybody is a prey as far as the Indonesians are concerned. But the threat is up on a hill, on a rock that they call their own. R7 now, high ground advantage, about to turn into a disadvantage as the circle slowly pushes them on in. Rasya fighting Joker, that's the disadvantage we talk about. But the distraction from RRQ is going to keep R7 alive.
Big rematch in these two squads. Rasya needs help, but he actually gets himself picked back up. The Diva works out for EVOS. 15 eliminations, ducks behind the wall. Temporary ceasefire between these two teams, and the Coda scan. EVOS knows what's in front of them, and Ma'al takes the brunt of it. Games King from behind. EVOS, they might have a good opportunity to close this out. 17 eliminations.
And the circle moving towards EVOS. R7 stopping RRQ. Distracting them. Kiba being shot by EVOS as well. Aim God finds hacks. The team of R7 now being slowed down. Aim God moving on in. Valiant Dash breaking down their defenses and breaking down their hopes as well. Game King as the final survivor, struggling to pick up his team members. But EVOS calls it to an end. Strikes a booyah at Kalahari.
33 points, a booyah, and 21 eliminations. EVOS once more puts themselves way ahead of competition. A replay of Free Fire at EWC 24 where they were in the exact same spot. They were so far ahead of the crowd, but this time emotional management was there. We saw the players calming each other down. The race hasn't ended yet. And the veterans leading Russia, they know that feeling when it was all too close to the end and they could not cross the finishing line. This time they needed to get it done, and they will get it done. I think one more good round, they will be at the cusp of lifting that trophy.
The dream run for the Wonder Kid. There's 2 ways to say his name. Russia as well as Rasya. Rasya means secret, and he has been that secret weapon, the deadly secret weapon of EVOS that they have been cultivating for the past 3 years. And now they unleash him upon the world of the Esports World Cup, and holy hell, they might just be able to. Now, what am I talking about, might? They are going to activate Champion Rush condition in the next game. They only need 10 more points.
Spirit looks pretty down on the side of Falcons. It's pretty rare that we see this sight, especially with the home crowd by your back, knowing that you have won before, you have come up with miracles before, you have achieved the world record 40 points in a single round last year. But this year, the case is very different. EVOS seems to be the only team that's able to consistently step up when they need it the most. They just need to finish the job. They get one more go round on Alpine. We might just end this before we even step foot onto Solara.
You know, it's so difficult to tell a kid to not touch something hot because they just don't understand exactly what heat or fire can do to them. And that's exactly what this Wonder Kid is. He knows no fear, and that has been the greatest advantage of the team. And by the way, fun fact, those 70 points that I talked about doesn't even include what they picked up off a point rush. We're going to take a quick short break here. When we come back, we get to see the Indonesians activate the champion rush condition.
Sekarang nice. 9 orang guys. 8 moko hijauin moko dong. Tuh guys, gua gas sumpah. Udah mati yang kiri. Yang kiri udah mati. Di gua satu. Repep. Ikutin lah. Waduh, kirinya guys, kirinya ada satu. Karabalar. Kirinya ada satu di ujung. Nice, satu lagi. Kiri lu. Satu lagi. Depan gua. Ngen dia, ngen. Kebatal. 100. Nice. Woi, tos dulu woi. Woi, tos yang bener.
EVOS has achieved a huge feat here at Free Fire at EWC 25, scoring a massive number of points, rocketing them up the leaderboard and potentially putting them in a position where they could very soon unlock the win condition here for Champions Rush. And I don't think anybody expected this crazy of a performance. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it, guys. We have broken the curse. No more slow Free Fire.
Definitely, I mean, it was quite fast. But I don't think it was intentional for EVOS Divine to really get all those elimination. Because how they approach things is they try to go from their drop spot in confinement. They try to go clockwise. They met a core memory, and then since they met an engagement already, they want to go the other way. But on their path, they met I think it was Vitality, and then a few more before they ended up in Foundation. And right there, even AGAL couldn't do anything. And towards the end, I mean, just grabbing that booyah seems easy enough for them.
Just unintentionally grabbing those eliminations. I mean, typical EVOS things, right? Because historically speaking, EVOS has been naturally strong on Kalahari. This is one of the few maps that the Indonesian teams generally do amazing on. And I mean, we can already see that experience from EVOS really shining through on this map. But the huge feat of scoring over 30 points. That is huge, because all of a sudden this threatens the other teams, because you see EVOS so close to unlocking the condition, and you see them play like that in Kalahari. I mean, somebody's got to stop them now.
Absolutely. I think as long as now EVOS ends up on the first page of the upcoming map, I mean, Alpine is something that they've played a lot before, and achieving 10 points is so doable. But at the same time, right, as you mentioned, nobody was expecting them to earn 30. We were expecting them to maybe get 10 and then another 10, them in Solara maybe look to try and close it out. But even for RRQ, we're noticing that a lot of the movements made by the Indonesians are extremely similar, which has costed a couple of teams to really pay the price. However, now, even Pain Gaming, Movistar R7 is coming into the play. And now that we're going into our last 3 maps, well, I say last 3 maps, but 3 maps in rotation, this is where we're going to see a lot of teams start to pick up the pace because the pressure mounting is enormous, and we saw the reactions from EWC Divine, right? Throwing off their earphones, screaming how good that felt, because again, they're keeping it all in. They're trying to keep that cool, calm, and collected momentum as they move on to Alpine.
Yeah, it was only for a few seconds though, because after that, like they were asked, like, slow down, chill. It's not yet over. They haven't won just yet, but it was still an amazing feat. Imagine you're already in the top, and then driving to the 33 points brings you closer to that champion rush condition. Apart from the other teams who will still battling, it's very close. AG Global, RRQ, as well as Movistar R7 from 39 to 38 in the points. It's tough a battle for. It's really a tough battle for them.
Whoa, look at the overall standing, folks. EWC are at the top of the world. They are so close to unlocking the condition, and it's so close too in that, let's say next round, they don't have a great one, 10 points. 10 points is all they need to unlock the condition, and they just need to booyah any of the following rounds. So now we're starting to see teams sweat bullets. They're starting to realize time is running out, and I have a feeling this is where we're going to start seeing some movement from teams. You can't play safe anymore, because if you let a team like EWC do this again, they play proactive last game, you're just going to give the points away.
Absolutely. I think it's totally fine for now to do so, but then when it comes to that final booyah that you need to achieve, I think that's where we're going to really start to see EWC Divine struggle, right? Because in terms of map rotations, once we get past into Solara and we restart the map rotations all over again, I don't think any team is going to let them take it away that easily. And if they want to replicate that performance, that's like what? From Alpine, Nextera, and then Solara, and then another 3, they have to wait a full 6 map rotation to get back to Kalahari to try and replicate that performance one more time.
It's difficult though, and it's a good thing that we have some teams who really are proficient in whatever map. We've seen, especially Bermuda United, though they didn't perform that well, but they're very close to 5 in the points. But we've seen them grab booyah in 4, if not 5 matches in one competition. So there's a team that can do it. I think Fluxo did the same thing at some point. A lot of booyahs in one of their matches in Brazil. So they can possibly do so, but they had to deny first EWC Divine from getting to that condition. If they can hot drop right now, it's a risk of one gameplay, and then they can just follow up later. Or if they can survive that and then just play safe towards the end, then they can stack on the points to get closer to EWC Divine.
I mean, it's hard for them because you need to deal with the fact that EWC it's just in the top of the ranking, and you also need to understand why your play style is not working. So it's really difficult for them. I think, I don't know, I'm not really sure what they can do right now, but they need to refresh and try another strategy maybe.
Might have to be new strats. Sometimes you have to do something uncomfortable to find a result that you do find comfortable. Now, obviously, our viewers, our spectators, they're having fun in the arena as we get ready for our next matchup. And folks, it's only game number 4, and we have a team that is so close to unlocking the condition for victory. But it looks like we're ready to jump into our next game. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to fly into Alpine with AJ and Husky.
Thank you very much, Danny and gang. This is Alpine time, baby. Now, EWC can sneeze and they'll activate the champion rush condition. But if someone else snuffs them out, like the big C19, and makes sure they cannot sneeze or put some masks on them, then perhaps we get to play another round. But if they do activate champion rush, the other teams don't need to worry that much just yet, because when we get to Nextera's not EWC's best map. So we could just have a game number 6, and like Gideon said, hit that reset button after Solara. This competition is still crazy when I look at it.
I think there's still a possibility for sure that we go further. At least we see the full rotation until Solara. But for EWC, they know this feeling. 3 out of the 4 players, they've caught a whiff last year on this exact same stage of lifting that trophy, of fitting that key in. They got stopped by Falcons, but I think this time it feels different.
Yeah.
That momentum is infectious, that energy, it radiates, and EWC, they know it, and all they need to do is to not let last year repeat, where in the final round they had one of the worst start ever.
Yeah.
But if they can prevent that, I think Champion Rush is going to get unlocked by the end of Alpine.
Yeah, that's the secret to this, right? Rasya's the secret, and Champion Rush condition is the secret. If you can't hit the Booyah once you activate Champion Rush condition after exceeding 80 points, it means absolutely nothing. Unless, of course, you keep the competition running until game number 10, and then we get to see exactly who has the most number of points. But the finals lead is 70 points on the leaderboard, the one and only EWC Esports.
It's crazy, 40 eliminations in 3 rounds. These guys are killing machines. EVO's taking Forest Red. You're gonna could not ask for a better draw spot at the start. A couple of hot spots that you usually want to go to. Forest Red, even back in the local region, right? Buriram at some point have tried Forest Red before, but right now they prefer Snowfall, and I think that has been the case for at least 2 years. It does put EVOs in a good spot to gatekeep a couple of key teams like Falcons and Pain.
And you see the proficiency of all of these pro teams always dropping in with a 3-1 split in case anybody comes hunting for some heads. But of course, thankfully, no early hot drops as of this point of time. But EVOS needs to back away here because Pain Gaming looking a tad bit aggressive here from Ocean View, using the binoculars to scan out the area of Forest Red. Only scanning out 2 players, but those initial shots look like they want to pick a fight.
I know, I feel like if you're EVOS right now. So last year, when we head into the last map, EVOS' biggest challenge was that teams were actively hunting for them.
Yeah.
And they had a very poor start, and they still recover. R7, this is one of the few teams that have been actively hunting Dragon Esports. At least yesterday they were a lot more active and get that first blood. In fact, it was actually stolen away by BRU. Good job on that. Get high. Needed to get a bit of extra points for the team. BRU sitting at 35 points.
Well, R7 going in here to hunt down some dragons, some mythical ones for sure. But Buriram taking advantage of the situation as dragons try to find that reposition out in the open. Oh my lord. They're just crossing the pathway of Buriram, and these shots are easy for that 1 single second. Thanks to the elevation of this ground, Wasana could not get those shots in. Dragon lives to tell the tale at least for a little bit longer.
But probably not for long, at least compared to the previous rounds where they were able to scrape by. When you are that far out from Garrison, you are a sitting duck. I think BRU
done.
They're gonna get as much as they can. Good Reptile Rhythm, like you pointed out, that's gonna, discourage BRU, but not for long. Jonah is wrapping by the corner.
Yeah, Jonah is just gonna be that irritating person that makes this so much more difficult. FTL to the walls, my lord. The Dragons just can't seem to get away from these deadly players. But R7, they want some revenge. How dare you steal our point?
And that is massive. See folks getting down Wasana. BRU, they need to get him back up, but this is a hard line across, and R7, they are going to clean things up. BRU will just abandon ship. R7 becoming the eventual winners of this, collecting 2 freebies off the board. 3 points for Movie Star R7.
Yeah, you steal 1, we take back 2. All's fair in love and war, baby. R7, instant comeback. And of course, that unfortunately will push Buriram away. The Dragon Hunt comes to a premature end. And the Saudi Arabian squad gets to live to tell the tale. A little bit longer, but as I say that, CMOX getting shut down once again. They can't seem to find a break.
Neither does Vitality. So early on, EVOS already has this team in their crosshairs. We see that early pickup onto Koja. A supply drop for them to work with. Remind is going to get found out. That Blue Wall will only buy some time. Good valiant dash from Pain Gaming. Peter with the collection. As DRG continues to live on survival mode. Rasha, another knock from off screen on the Fires. Vitality, if they don't stay alive for any longer, that's going to put EVOS in a good spot. Good backup from Koja, but still, the collection is there. Now Kyung is going to be on the run. EVOS is not going to let him get away. Not after the damage that they attempted to do on the EVOS. 2 points to start, 72 total for EVOS.
Yeah, Kochil getting knocked down did not slow him down at all. Rushing in together with the rest of the squad. And he knew that they needed every single bullet out of those barrels to get the points. But Vitality said, not today, brother, as they quickly back away from the situation. But R7, I'm not too sure if or not they're gonna face a little bit of trouble in the House of Pain. But Joker fighting Motovia, who had his eyes on them all along.
And that is what it means to make every shot count. Joker really making it tough for Pain.
One more.
R7, they're gonna go for more retaliation from Pain, but they are outnumbered, and R7, they have control of the roof. Joker just needs to stay alive. That is mission number 1. Priority being given over to take down Joker, but the rest of R7 is gonna make sure that life is hard for Pain Gaming from in front and from behind. Joker stays alive. The VSS continues to pay off.
Latam making Brazil look like quick work, but out of nowhere, Gus. Perhaps this is that comeback gameplay they're looking for out of Pain Gaming. Peter put down as well. Joker and Games King have a little bit of leeway here as Motovia does not stay to find out what else can happen through his gun skills. With 300 coins, he's gonna be on the hunt for some of those coin machines for a little bit longer. Falcons, on the other hand, finding the mythical dragons once again, who are so good at surviving. But can they slip away from these deadly predators?
So far, we're seeing some adjustments from BRU2. They're still hogging by Snowfall. RRQ against Luxo, another big fight. And both teams cannot afford to lose this. They really need some collection, especially for Fluxo, who are right down at the bottom with only 14 prior to this. And Bob's actually getting a bye, but Kiba instantly finds the exchange, and it's Kiba that comes out on top. But Fluxo, they are just trying to fight to the death. Might as well give it all you got. Riptide Rhythm takes down at least 4 glue walls. Mao with another backstab, and that could be another quick end for Fluxo. GU needs to help put this in up, and he will do just that. But RRQ has the numbers.
Kiba had a good chance, but Ma'al still keeps the odds on their side. Does not use the M79, pushes him down on the ground. Abe looking for the finisher. Drogon not finding the connection just yet, but the numbers game, even though GU does find Abe. Ma'al puts the end to Fluxo's run. The first team to get eliminated are your reigning world champs, as a matter of fact. That's insane.
Not even the biblical chronicles could have predicted this. Fluxo, ever since the first round of the knockout stage, has not found momentum at all. It felt like they never belonged here. It felt like a foreign land, even though the maps are the same. The format is something that we all know, but for Fluxo, seems like they have been thrusted into an alienated land where everyone else is just playing the intended game. I don't know what you can do as Fluxo right now. I don't think even a pep talk could save them. But you gotta pray that EVOS doesn't hit that 80-point mark so that you can play a bit longer, because EVOS are getting dangerously close to that. As I say, they're on the map. AGL, you gotta win this.
Yeah, man. They need 8 more points. But what can I say about Fluxo, right? This is Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, baby. You can be the reigning world champion, but here everybody is an equal on that phenomenal stage. Everybody is an equal, and Fluxo just found that out the hard way. Question is, can AGAL prove that up against EVOS as well? It's going to be a little bit tough here because EVOS playing a different strategy this time around. Not super aggressive. They're just staying away from all of the trouble, looking for the same zone.
They're waiting for the Coda to come back off cooldown as well. AGAL, they might have some info with those gunshots. That definitely is going to alert EVOS. I think Coda should come back off cooldown right now, right about now. EVOS, if they want to make any sort of move, they might as well could. But with how the circle is, I think EVOS are going to stay still. What worries me right now is where RRQ is going to rotate. There's a chance they rotate north first, they run into Lost, but Vitality, they might just spoil the party.
I think RRQ will just stay for a little bit first, because the way the circle has been pushing in closer and closer towards Stadium and Rai, this will continue for yet another circle. But RRQ will have to move out of vantage either way though, because the circle usually does not fall onto those waters, because that's just a very difficult area to play with. Thankfully, that has been patched up in the past months. But as Falcons slowly rotate towards this little tiger's den in the name of EVOS, trouble is looming. The reigning champions of the Esports World Cup for Free Fire might just want those points for themselves, but holy hell, look at what we've got on the overall leaderboard. They have got a long journey ahead of them to activate champion run.
Very long. Complete opposite of last year, where they had one of the best start. Some might argue that's the only reason that they won. because of a huge 40-point start. But however you see it right now, they are on the back foot. When this next circle closes in, there's a huge chance we move over to Rai, but there's also the off chance we get closer to Stadium. And that's where EVOS gets put to the test. At least 4 separate teams might converge on that area, but if EVOS can just survive even one of those squads, they put themselves in a way stronger position, and indeed it closes towards where they are.
As anticipated, the circle moving towards them, but now it's at a toss of a coin. It's definitely not going to be towards Vantage, so the teams can look to rotate out towards the spot between Rai and Stadium. Usually the final circle looks for a balanced spot where there's a little bit of cover and a little bit of open land. And whoever who has cover, they are going to be the lucky ones. That's why you see all these big teams scrambling for a defensive spot in the next potential circle. It's not going to be deep into Stadium, that's for sure. So Falcons will be in a tad bit of trouble here as well.
I think EVOS just caught sight of Vitality. This could be what sets it all off. The chain reaction of this fight between multiple squads. EVOS, they know AGL is towards Russia's northeast side of the map. They've gotten their bearings right. I think for EVOS, they just let it happen.
Yeah, man. Vitality, EVOS, AGL in a damn good spot within this next zone here. It's all about who makes that one mistake. Buriram playing with the circle, but they're about to enter the house of pain. The Brazilians need those points. The issue is they are battling up against the blue zone as well. Rotation in towards Rai. This is a very good spot for Buriram.
Just nice to dodge R7, because that could have been very, very messy. R7 in an alternate universe would have gotten a full wipe onto BRU before they even hit the ground. The body would still be warm when it does. DRG, again, playing it slow and smart, but this time making an insanely late rotation. Not something that we see often unless they were down members. But in this case, they had a full squad. Pain Gaming making their move is about to get crowded. The circle now even more powerful for EVOS.
Mythical Dragons, they've been dealing with the heat in Saudi Arabia for too long during the summer. They think they can battle up against this blue circle, but not for long. Yasir and gang getting tagged up by the blue quite heavily. This is going to put them at a disadvantage. They need to get into the circle quickly, or we are going to see the extinction of the Dragons once again. But the fact that they have survived this long praises to the squad who has made it to the world stage.
Vitality might have just scanned out where DRG is. R7 against BRU happening.
What a rip
Core
time.
Memory now is going to be fighting out as well. Lost in the conversation. This party is about to get chaotic.
What a circle.
This is painful.
EVOS, Vitality, and AGL. They just need to be the welcoming party for everyone. But a portal goal, so rare to be seen here in the current meta, used by Falcons to pull the rotation into a compound that serves up the best defense in the next circle. Brilliant rotation. Buriram, on the other hand, found by R7. Joker, VSK to the back of the sniper of the squad. Instantaneous retreat from the Buriram players.
Oh no.
Knocked down by the blue as well. This is not the kind of circle you want to tease.
That was panic by Buriram.
Yeah.
I looked at Wasana. He didn't even have grenades to work with. He has to win this by pure force. But unfortunately, R7 were more than prepared to fight that battle. And in fact, they are the ones coming out on top. Buriram now really into survival mode. They need some kind of cleanup, but they just do not have the numbers. They do not have the bodies. Lost eliminated off screen. Buriram completely crippled with just one left. R7 now makes a deep rotation. Joker getting on Jonah, trying to hold on 40 HP. But this is going to be lights out for BRU. They just could not pull it together. And Rasia finds Della. EVOS now shows.
Yeah, R7 wins the ego play, but both the squads getting tagged up bad by the blue, and they perish. Dragons still alive, the mythical creatures on the lower floor, up against Vitality up top. They can call a truce for the time being, but in 10 seconds it's about to be danger time. Dragons calling in for the monster truck as well. They want to rotate, but that's the slowest vehicle you can use.
If EVOS wins this one, they're going to unlock champion rush condition no matter what. From placement points and eliminations, this is the biggest fight. We saw the fans duking it out in the crowd, and we have been gifted with the ultimate showdown pretty early on in the most crucial moment for EVOS' history in their run in 25. but they are gonna play it slow, and I like this.
Oh, nice.
I like this initiative.
Yeah, beautifully done. A124 pop, which means EWOS caught with their pants down. Have to play the recovery, and this circle hurts for sure. Ray needs to get away, but it's game over, baby. EWOS, Superman, kicking in at the very final second. Ray hanging on for those placement points. Unbelievable resiliency from this kid.
Saved by RRQ, Team Falcons. They say their prayers. They praise RRQ.
Wow!
But at the cost of the entire squad. EVOS all so close. We're gonna check in by the end of this. But the rest of the team will now have one more extra round to play. We are definitely gonna make it to Solara at least.
Yeah.
That is a guarantee.
Somebody sneezed, bro, because EWOS
1 point away.
Stopped dead in their tracks. Dead bit unfortunate, but that's how the cookie crumbles here at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, baby. This is Free Fire at EWC 25, and it does not get better than this. Dragon still hanging on, but that's the end for Sifu. Gets taken out, and we are with our top three. 2 C teams, 1 from Brazil. Pain looking to represent big time.
If Pain gets this win, we are going to get a grand finals on our hands, because AGL and RQ, they have been doing pretty well so far, but for Pain, they are the ones that have been suffering. The Riptide is to destroy all of the glue walls. That's 4 from Ma'au. Investment pretty heavy, but the price that they pay is also something that they can only bear for so long. Glue wall melters also tossed out. AGL with the high ground vantage point to look over Pain Gaming as RRQ now faces the blue. They take the jump pad right opposite of AGL, and it's just a firing race. The meat grinder of the Thai squad.
Yeah, the firing squad of AGL, and the reason why RRQ and Pain Gaming did not go in there for the rush was because of the timely use of that A124. Wonderfully put a stop to their tracks, instantaneously slowing down the pace. But now it's Brazil up against Thailand. Who drags this booyah away? Either way, both these teams are quite far away from activating that champion rush condition. This is just going to be a little bit of a souvenir that they can carry on into next Terra, where they're going to try to compete up against EVOS to activate. Can you imagine if you have multiple teams activating Champion Rush at the same time, Husky?
I would like to imagine, but thankfully it hasn't happened yet. Even EVOS got stopped at 79 points. That I can't believe. If Pain wins this, it would definitely benefit them a lot more, because AGL already has a booyah.
Oh, dude, does not have that Riptide rhythm. But thanks to the timing of this circle here, Pain Gaming backing away. The glue wall melters taking down their defenses, and Dew and his Riptide rhythm, they are fully engaged, activated already. Pain Gaming, if they take a fight on the outside, it will be trouble for them.
That's why you see Motovia moving up to the second floor. They need to find elevation, but the circle is not going to wait for long. Pain needs to make a decision right now. Riptide Rhythm, Steffi online for AGL, so those grenades are not gonna do much. As long as it is timed correctly, they will block the first grenade with the glue wall, drop the monster truck, and use it for cover. Pain, what is the plan? Seems like they're gonna go for a 2-2 split.
Yeah, beautiful decision making here for Pain. And they do leave Motovia behind to deal with Chinoy. They will keep each other engaged. That A124 waiting for that final opportunity, but it will be Pain Gaming to pop it first. These players are now frozen. Pain Gaming has a few seconds to take advantage of the situation, but high ground advantage still held by Dew, and nobody else in his crosshairs. With Noda making one mistake, that guy goes down, and the gameplay for Pain crumbling down right up top.
And Dew sets it up for the team. Sci-Fi and Barros will clean it up. AGAL second booyah of the grand finals to put themselves one step closer to the top.
They needed 41 points to activate the champion rush condition. Safe to say, they haven't done it just yet. But guess what? EVOS as well. We called it, man. Somebody just needed to sneeze. Many teams tried. EVOS, unfortunately, 1 point away from activating it. You know, the dream run, obviously, everybody else tried to stop them as well. But that was just lady luck telling them, be patient. This is the Esports World Cup. We have a potential 10-game grand final here. You can't just end it by the time you go to Solara.
It's not that time yet. If they wipe Falcons, that would have been champion rush for sure. Even just one extra knockdown would have done the job. But either way, EVOS still in the strongest possible position. They could finish 9th spot with 0 elimination and still be the first team to have a chance at the trophy. And that's how close they are. EVOS, nothing to be disappointed about. It was just a small speed bump in that journey to greatness. They just need to be patient. But for everyone else out there, at least we will see Solara.
Yeah, you say that, but dude, being stopped by 1 point before you activate Champion Rush has to hurt their souls. But let's see if or not Russia can keep the squad motivated. We've got Carol on the stage with an interview. Let's see what the player has to say.
Hello everyone, and we are back here on stage with the grand finals, and it keeps getting better. And actually, right now, I would love to hear Indonesia! Have you guys? Indonesia's teams are in the house, and they are making some noise because we have EVOS Esports doing so good so far. And of course, you gotta talk with this man over here. Russia, you have been doing such an amazing job. You are so impressed with your performance. And let's talk about the Kalahari Booyah. After a massive Booyah with a massive points, how are you feeling?
Jadi tentunya di sini kita berbicara dengan Rasya ya. Dan gimana perasaan Anda setelah berhasil mendapatkan buyah tadi di Kalahari dan juga gak hanya buyah tetapi berhasil mendapatkan poin eliminasi yang banyak banget gitu?
Mungkin rasanya seneng banget karena kita udah semakin dekat sama juara.
I'm just very happy. I think we are one step closer to become a champion.
You guys definitely are one step closer to be the champions. Mostly because you are about to unlock one of the precious things here. The champion rush. You guys are with 79 points. 1 point separate you guys for the 80 points that are gonna make you. Maybe with a booyah, the winners here. So what's the mindset for EVOS right now? Especially for the next match.
Ya, tentunya kalian di sini 1 poin lagi untuk bisa mendapatkan poin dari Champion Rush. Tetapi di sini mindset kalian gimana caranya supaya bisa mendapatkan poin champion itu?
Nggak tahu sih, kalau dari kita yang pasti main lebih disiplin lagi dari match-match sebelumnya.
Okay, so I think we just need to be more disciplined than before. Even like previous map is like we must be more disciplined than now. Yeah.
And I don't care about point.
Oh, he said in English! What a moment! Thank you so much for that, Russia. I love to hear that. And especially you're talking right now, I would love to hear if you have any message to send to all the fans, and especially these guys here on the stage.
Apakah ada pesan-pesan tentunya buat para fans yang ada hadir di hari ini?
Terima kasih yang udah dukung kita. Insya Allah kita bakal bawa juara ini.
Thank you for all the support. I hope we can bring home the championship.
Wow. I love that interview. Thank you so much, Russia, for the energy. And once again, Indonesia fans, make some noise! That's lovely. I'm loving the grand finals vibe. And right now, I'm gonna ask you guys, just wait just for a couple minutes because we're gonna be right back. Just a quick break. Wait.
Double kill. Double kill.
Clear.
Kalian lagi pada ngapain sih?
Mungkin perbedaannya kalau Rasar di luar tim gua, mungkin gua sih ngerasanya gua lebih agresif aja daripada yang lainnya.
There is also one more difference, his age. Abai is the youngest on the squad.
Perasaan saya senang karena Mungkin di luar sana banyaklah pemain-pemain yang lebih tua dari saya. Jadinya saya pengen lebih baik dari mereka.
Despite the age, he's not the one to be underestimated.
Kalau ngeremehin pasti adalah beberapa kan. Tapi mungkin kalau misalnya sekarang ya bakal gua buktiin sih ke mereka yang orang-orang kemarin yang pada ngeremehin gua.
Abide didn't wait for permission to become the MVP. He took it, racking up Predator and MVP awards in 2025 alone.
Kalau soal MVP mungkin gua anggapnya itu kayak penghargaan terhadap diri gua gitu. Gua bangga dengan diri gua, tapi yang gua cari itu adalah juara, bukan title MVP. Gue juga agak sakit hati gara-gara kemarin gue gagal juara dunia. Nah, di turnamen ini mungkin pembalasan untuk tim lu.
The youngest on the squad, yet the first to dominate the stage.
I love this energy. I love to be here in the crowd and feel how passionate they are about Team Falcons. But right now we have a quick interview, so I'm gonna invite you guys to come with me. Let's go there. Thank you guys, you are amazing. And here we are. Oh my gosh. The energy of the crowd, it's everything. So how you guys are feeling right now to make to the grand finals?
Actually, we're really excited, confident as always. Team Falcons are here to dominate, so that's it, yeah.
So are you guys fully confident to keep the trophy?
For sure, we're here to keep it, and we'll try our best, as we always do. So we're hoping today and every day, for sure, yeah.
Wow, that's everything for me, and I think I have heard enough. So I might come back to the crowd because the energy is everything. Hey guys, let's go!
The energy in the crowd is explosive, it is spicy, and the action is just beginning here for Free Fire at EWC 25. We still have not unlocked the win condition. However, we have one team who is 1 point away. And Rasia says, I don't care about points. That was such an aggressive statement coming from him because they kind of need that 1 point to even make it to unlocking the condition.
But I guess the mindset is like not thinking that you need a point, you just play as it is. You are in your comfort zone. So you will be able to get those points no matter what. And as AJ said, just one sneeze, and now I guess they just have to breathe, and they will be able to get that 1 point.
Yeah, I think breathing is pretty important when you're playing a game of Free Fire, especially to avoid a potential situation where even though we can just say, oh, you can just play a regular game of Free Fire, there is still the chance that someone can end with 0 points. And that would be the worst possible condition for EVOS because you're giving an opportunity to the other teams to catch up. Now, this wasn't quite the match for EVOS because we did have a couple of other highlight teams, right? We got a Booyah team, AGAL, and I also want to mention RRQ. RRQ feels like they're making that comeback because they got a lot of eliminations in that round.
I totally agree. And I think right now we're seeing the big difference between mentalities, like you mentioned, Neptunes, right? Teams are looking to get as many points as possible. We're seeing that even Movie Stars R7 really coming out big time, being, I would say, big on the thirds, less desperate for the points, but it's just naturally coming to them in comparison to Buriram United Esports, even Dragon Esports, Team Vitality. All of these teams are proactively going out and looking for elimination points as soon as possible, which is honestly costing them a little too much when it comes down to final positions. AGAL, our Booyah Team 4, this map, they've got the most stable mindset possible. They are looking to play their old playstyle of last year, finding prime positions, winning out, and I have to admit, they got a little lucky on the 50-50 when it came down to the ring predictions, having literally the god spot to gatekeep everybody else, but that's only just one time. Can they replicate this position one last time? Because EVOS Divine, as we can tell, it's inevitable for them to hit that championship point.
I would agree with AG Global at this point, and especially with their setup in terms of active skill. We saw, and it has been pointed out, that Steffi plus the Riptide Rhythm from Skylar, it is very crucial that they have those two, especially in the final circle. In that situation, in the 4v4s, in the final, if in case they don't have that Steffi, 1 or 2 grenades pop, especially with a splits on an Alvaro, then they could have been taken out quite easily. So that's like foresight coming from AGAL. And not only that, they're also playing that aggressive long-range engagement, not only as Do using that AWM, but we've seen Sypha with the Cord. Sypha usually just gets that M590 shotgun up close and personal, and that's when he hits. But with the Cord, you have that range, you have that damage as well, so they're just playing it from a distance, stacking up in the ranks.
All right, I love that, Neptune. I feel like I'm learning something. But what we also need to learn is the overall rankings, because we need to see where everyone currently is. Now, we already know how close EVOS is to unlocking the condition, but I think most importantly, how far is the competition from EVOS? And we can see that gap is starting to close, right? Because EVOS, unfortunately, only getting those 9 points. And obviously, with RRQ and AGAL having an amazing round between the two of them, all of a sudden, I kind of feel like they've lit the fire now. And I think if you're EVOS, sure, you're 1 point away from unlocking the condition, but you also need to be aware that AGAL and maybe even RRQ, they may have to consider shutting down EVOS with a hot drop.
I totally agree with that. I think, oh man, you could look to do that, but that gives other teams on page 2 an opportunity, or in this case, R7 as well as Buriram United Esports a chance to maybe catch up, because you know that it would take at least 2 really good games, 2 really good maps for them to even achieve the championship point in comparison to AGAL, which I think at this point, for them to secure another great performance, get another booyah, I think that would shock a lot of people because the probability is pretty small overall. Not only is the element of luck playing into effect, but with teams being so desperate, one wrong move, that could cost you an entire map and waste you another 2 rounds.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they really need to set up. So just to avoid that early game elimination, they really need to find their drop spot. If in case there's any threat on the drop spot, then they have to move away. There are a few potential, or only one potential hot engagement. It's lost against Dragon Esports, but we know Dragon Esports are trying to get away from all those hot drops, because especially from what happened yesterday.
All right, it looks like I am getting a bit of an update here from Yoon Sul. She's going to give us a quick update on the STC Club Championship update. Yoon Sul, what is happening over on the other stage?
All right, hello everybody, it's Yoon Sul here and welcome to our STC Esports Arena. We are here live at our League of Legends, the grand finals between Gen G and AGAL. This is the 5th game already. The best of 305 is still happening right here. And guess what? Gen G just got their first blood. And who will become the champion? The crowd here, even myself, we are so curious to find it out. Of course, it's an intense match between LCK and LPL, but who will win? We will never know. Let's find it out and enjoy the match together.
Thank you for the update, Yoon Sul. And I kind of wonder, did the League of Legends team just give a burst of energy to the Free Fire team? Because the Free Fire team just got the booyah.
It's that twinning energy. Same organization. It's like having 2 Siamese twins ready to share each other's thoughts.
Or it's probably a good talk. Because a good talk from whoever's managing them, because knowing that they're also part of the club championship, there's a lot of pressure that they can bring on just to make sure that they get that additional 1,000 points.
All right, thank you to my dear panelists. It looks like I am getting a bit of an update here. We're ready to fly into our next matchup. Survivors, don't go anywhere. We are ready for the game right now. Passing it over to our wonderful casters, AJ and Husky. Take it away.
Thank you very much to the panel, Danny, Neptune, Raja, and Gideon. Right now, we are about to head into Juego Numero 5, and that's where Nextera is going to be on the board. It's Husky and the Mustache AJ once more. At least we're guaranteed Solara. But what is not guaranteed is EVOS's champion rush just yet. As easy as it is, they just need one random stray elimination. they still have some work to do. Stop AGAL, stop RRQ, in fact, stop the entire lobby if they can.
Yeah, you highlighted the right teams there. AGL for sure, but RRQ is a beast on this map, is a beast on Alpine, specifically at the EWC 25. Thus far, they are the team with the most number of points gathered on Alpine, and they only need 25 points to activate the champion rush condition. But the two at the top, EWC Esports as well as AGAL, one needs a single point, the other one needs 17. Either way, it would be a miracle that I sure as hell want to see if all three teams that we just highlighted get to activate the champion rush condition right in this game.
Where's EVOS going? Oh my goodness, EVOS, they're gonna head to Graph Labs and they are outnumbering Pain Gaming. Maybe this is the way, AJ.
Huh?
Maybe this is how they get to champion rush.
Nani?
Pain Gaming, I don't think they knew I hit him.
EVOS, if this can go south, okay, they just need one elimination and then they can just throw in the towel. But if it goes south, all right, if they get no eliminations whatsoever as they take this southern drop, that would be hilarious and sad at the very same time.
Here we go.
Players have been spotted out already. The Coda has been popped on the side of Pain Gaming. And the standoff between Falcons and Lost is here as well at Rustown. Unbelievable stuff all across this Alpine map.
Graph Labs is a pretty tricky spot to play it on Nextera. And Legion teams, they love this. They love a challenge. They love that the innovation that the terrain of this map brings, the infrastructure that it provides. Rigby against Peter. This one's going to be close. Peter and Rigby both down low. Russia off screen. That's one knockdown. As that fight between EVOS and Pain now full-scale Motovia with the support of the electrotherapy was able to get a knockdown, but that elimination we saw for Russia, EVOS officially unlocks Champion Rush.
Oh, that's GG right there. Even though the battle was going south for them, they get that elimination, all thanks to the Wonder Kid. A 3-year investment leading EWC Esports to the World Championship here at the Esports World Cup 25. Rain sprayed down by Motovia as the battle between Pain Gaming and EWC Esports continues here at Graph Labs.
P90 from Aim got on top of the roof. I don't think Motovia saw him. You hear the gunshots. And Rasya gets taken down by Peter. So Rasya eliminated. Aim God actually finds Motovia. EVOS continues to fight on. Koju is out in the way, but if Aim God can at least get another knockout punch, which he just did, Motovia going down, EVOS will put themselves in a better spot. Pain Gaming needs to go down, and EVOS is making it hard.
Very nicely done by Aim God. He loots up his opponent as well, pulls up those blue balls right out of the loot box, but a 3v1. Even the god of aim could not get that one done because Chill still has the team in play, brings back the Wonder Kid, and EVOS can still continue to toy around with the teams. But of course, I hope they don't toy around too much, because if they don't get the Booyah on map 6 on Solara, and I have to say it's not their best map, but they are one of the better teams on Solara, this is going to get extended and we may just come down to who has the most number of points by the end of game 10. So even though they're close, they cannot falter, they can't really take this easy. Yasser M1014 in hand, but of course those numbers will very easily overwhelm the Hanaral.
That's what the format demands out of the team. You have to play at your best every single round. Failure is truly not an option. And EVOS makes another great read. Coach Yu goes to Turbine, buys Russell back, and they all drop at Museum. And usually BRU will hold that spot for a bit longer, but BRU changing their approach onto Nextera. They made an early rotation to Farmtopia 3 minutes in, which leaves Museum for EVOS to use as a base to recover. And you could not have asked for a better situation for EVOS.
No, you could not, man. But either way, I think the confidence has dwindled down for EVOS, all thanks to Pain Gaming putting them in check. But now, Falcons up against R7. An opening here, but it is Della that takes advantage with the Bison. Pulls up the Time Turner as well. Uses it to back away on Fire's front. Down Peter! M1017! The shot, he gets the hit. and backups on the way. They make quick work of R7. Unbelievable stuff out of Falcons.
Finally, Falcons show some signs of life. The fans desperately wanting them to at least show that they still have it in them, and they indeed still do. Leading the elimination leaderboard for now, 7 eliminations on their belt, a clear path to rotate from Mona to Zipway or Rust Time if they want to. The Dextera is their oyster at this point of time. Fluxo about to run into EVOS off the map. Vitality might run into AGL and Dragons.
My God, with the shorty, you cannot miss. And Falcons understanding exactly what is on the line here. Pina delivering with the shorty. But now, EVOS as yet another contender that's trying to ruin a little bit of their confidence once again. But is it going to work the opposite way as the Brazilians Fluxo come across the White Tigers?
Koshu needs a +1. He is running the Cassie, has a Tatsuya. The Rebel Rush is back pocket as well, but the rest of the team, not really the most equipped. We're playing with a bit of scraps earlier on. They got some loot, but
nicely done.
Boost from Fluxo is going to give them that upper high ground advantage. Now Rasia gets activated.
Rasia's playground, but he needs to deal with both Butches in as well as Gio. They've got the guns to make quick work of Rasia, but Ray pushes on fourth, asking big questions, and 592 the glue walls. Brox has got the cover, but the valiant dash knocks him down. 2 players down on the side of Fluxo. Pops with the survival play, with the jump pad, gets out of hell's way. And Fluxo might just survive long enough for this revival. He's got 1,000 coins. He can bring 2 players back in at least.
Unbelievable. Once more, Evo shows us how that Oscar is utilized. If you can't, if they run at you, you run straight at them. He then roll through Fluxo. Full revive for the Brazilian squad. Circle closes down to southeastern side of the map, so these 2 teams need to make big rotations. But EVOS, with that win over Fluxo, will be able to loot up and be fully equipped by the time they get into the circle.
Yeah, praise the devs for these coin machines, because in the past, you would have needed a elimination for those extra 200 coins, or you needed to get lucky. But now with the coin machines littered all around, finding the extra 200, bringing the whole squad back in for a full reset. All those players will have a minimum of 2 glue walls as well as the P90. And this was a replay. M1017, Pina, freaking hell. Just with the phenomenal aim. You cannot miss with this gun, and this kid did not miss.
Stepping it up when all the chips are down to keep Falcons breathing. With that play, and with Falcons still in the game, you look at the total points on your screen right now, Falcons is going to have a temporary tally of 38 points. That is going to go up because we still have 11th squad left. Only R7 has been removed from the equation from the early encounter against Falcons. The state of the circle, it's not going to get any easier. AGAL, Dragon Esports, Vitality, BRU, RRQ, Core Memory, they are all in same proximity.
But AGAL nowhere close to activating the champion rush condition just yet. We've only been able to achieve 1 out of many conditions, which is remain alive on the battlefield. Core Memory with a wild rotation, very far away from champion rush, but they can put a dead stop here to AGAL's hopes of activating the champion rush condition right here, right now outside of Jig.
That drift might go on a bit longer. AGAL investing that Riptide Rhythm. There's no follow-up just yet, just as a deterrent. EVOS moving over to Farmtopia, getting to loot up. Some supply box for them to check, probably emptied out by BRU earlier on, but look at this rotation again from EVOS. A safe passage into the circle whenever they want. If there's one team that has really proven to have done their homework, I think we're looking at them on the screen right now.
I don't know, man. I think the team that has done their homework is Dragons Esports, because game after game, circle after circle, these guys are finding the safe zone, and they are out-surviving Fluxo, they are out-surviving Movistar R7. They are the true champions out here, and they represent Saudi Arabia. They may not be well-skilled enough to pull away those eliminations, but these boys have sure as hell done their research. But now EVOS, as they fly on in to yet another firing squad. It's Pain Gaming looking for their heads, and they've got the high ground as an advantage.
EVOS back for round number 2, and this time revenge is to taste so sweet. Ray, Ross, they're all getting lit up, but they're not down just yet. Goose not so lucky. Koju finds him with that range. Goose needs to bring him back up. Those blue walls will start falling one by one, brick by brick. Evos builds it back up. No, that one was that shot to keep him alive. But Aimbot will not let Rasia go down. This Wonder Kid belongs to them. His survival is important, and they will make sure that the run continues.
Yeah, beautifully done up against Pain Gaming. But now big fights once again for Fluxo on the revival. They are on the back foot up against a well-oiled machine like Falcons is going to definitely beat up M590 to Box, taking him out. Gio has got the Charge Buster and a long-range weapon to fall suit, but he could not turn on them. But lost another Brazilian squad, lending Fluxo a hand. A miraculous save for their brothers Fluxo.
And once more, Falcons fall in their own nest, and this time not just in the hands of Fluxo, but lost, lending a helping hand as well from afar. With Pain Gaming forced away earlier on, the teams are starting to move towards the circle. Dragon Esports making that big jump pad rotation straight on top of Team Vitality where Boxing Gym is. BRU season happening. The standout between Core Memory and AGAL continues.
Again, so impressive from Dragons Esports. You gotta love the fact that they have got the hustle in them, and to do so much of homework to survive this long on the world stage on their very, very first debut here. It's insane in terms of quality. But how long can they hang on with just those 3,000 IQ rotations? At some point, you need to get into a gunfight. You need those eliminations, Husky.
See the time turner and Steffi, the Feedy available too. I think DRG, they understood their position, right? They're very far from unlocking champion run, but they sure as hell can stop everyone else.
Yeah.
We expect them to come into this maybe dead last, but no, it's not them.
No, I mean, first of all, many people doubted the fact that they would even be able to get into Point Rush or the Grand Finals, but here they are, and they're not even dead last. And mind you, we are not just looking for who's going to be the champions of Free Fire at EWC 25, because every single rank that you climb up there from the 12th to the 8th spot, I believe, you get a 5,000 USD bonus. These boys are playing for the cold hard cash. There's US dollars on the table there, baby.
Everyone's going to return home rich, but that biggest piece of the pie is not just a grand prize of, I believe, what, $300,000, but on top of that,
not just crushing other teams' totals.
And the trophy, right? You get to encase the fallen opponents.
Oh, yeah.
Your rivals, your nemesis, however you want to see them as, and bring the corpses back home, or the remnants of what's left of them.
Oh, that's the best part of the Esports World Cup.
I love it.
Yeah, not
brutal.
Yeah, not just a trophy, but the fact that you get to choose 3 of your opponents that pissed you off the most, 3 of the opponents that try to stop you dead in your tracks, and you get to lay them down on the ground and build your trophy above them. That's beauty. It's just pure style at Esports World Cup. But of course, the rematch between Fluxo and Buriram, the 2 teams that seem to be struggling.
What used to be a rematch for dominance is now just a rematch for survival. Never thought that we would come to this permutation of the storyline, but here we are. The narrative continues between Fluxo and BRU, as Fluxo are the ones engaging and initiating the assault. BRU laying out a labyrinth to keep Fluxo away. Butcherson is incredibly low, knocked down by the ability in the process. BRU now piles on forward. Fluxo could not overcome this nightmare that is Buriram United Esports.
Yeah, the A124 popped at prime time here, Gio. Now needing to deal with the Riptide Rhythms, can't even pull up a decent blue wall to save himself. And Fluxo remains at the 12th spot. How unbelievable this is.
From the best to, at this point, the worst in the Grand Finals. Evos, they're going to show up a great drop. Vitality, Dragon Esports, Core Memory for the picking, and Evos chooses Core Memory as their point of contact. They see Pain Gaming, they see RRQ, but they are somehow in a good position to fight all of them.
Yeah, RRQ needs 25 points minimum, but the way this is looking, it looks like it comes to an end right here, right now. Pain Gaming goes down, and Pain is what RRQ receives as well, courtesy of Evos and all of those shots. Buriram, on the other hand, struggling to survive. A bus table used to go back to the lobby.
And Rasta with the final blow too. 6 teams remain. Vitality now enters the picture. If Dev gets lost, Dragon Esports will play slow. but somehow EVOS are still in a good spot.
Yeah, absolutely. They have got their minds in the right place here. Their head is set. It's not just about activating Champion Rush. It's about making sure they get as many points as possible, and if potentially they can, stop AGAL from activating Champion Rush for themselves. And they are in prime position to do exactly that. Circle's going to start moving towards the team of Core Memory. AGAL in a deadly battle up against Vitality, and EVOS can play spoiler.
They certainly can. For themselves, for the trophy, or at least to catch another whiff, a sight of it that was placed right in front of them on that grand stage. AGAL with 5 eliminations, still holding strong, but Core Memory are not going to hold on for long. In fact, they are gone. EVOS finding another full wipeout, and now they have control.
AGAL needs to be finished off right here, right now, if EVOS wants to be the only team that activates Champion Rush through this match. And they'll have to depend on LOS right behind. But Dragon, the Saudi Arabian team, making a name for themselves once again. This is that team that has got ice cold stuff running through their veins in this hot freaking desert. Yasir taking 1 point back for the squad, and he just gotta love this, man. Everybody being tortured by the Habibis.
You ask them to punish AGAL, they go above and beyond.
Come on,
they punish Lost, they punish EVOS, everyone at the mercy of Dragon Esports, but EVOS survived. They make it through, losing 1 member in the process, but Dragons now finds themselves in a pickle.
Dragons Esports, it does not get better than this. This is that Cinderella run. I don't even need to see them as champions. They are already champions with the way they're playing out there right now. Lost on the rotation. AGAL surviving with Cypher, but only till I said that F590 to the back puts him out of the race. And it's now EVOS up against Lost, up against the Dragons.
And the Dragons Esports, they have high ground advantage, sure. But EVOS, they have the cover of the building. Riptide is going to take out that glue wall on the lair. Dragons dropping down for full-on fight. EVOS can't just let this unfold. They don't need to be a part of this. They've already have control. Rigby takes out Simox. Lost also starting to lose body. General's going to knock down. Imgard joins the party as well. Takes out General. And Lost disengage. They pull away. They don't want a direct confrontation with EVOS, but it is bound to happen.
Dragon finally down and out, but not out of our hearts, baby. EVOS up against Lost. Unbelievable quality. 17 eliminations. So close to activating the Champion Rush, and that has just fueled them up even further. But Sexy with those sexy shots. And 590 needs another connection. But Rasia in a CQC with the AWM. Unbelievable. He's still standing. Can he get a no-scope? He cannot. And it's Raoni ends it. Brazil still has a reason to smile.
Lost gets their booyah, but EVOS Esports knows that all that effort that Lost put in is all for naught, because EVOS has put themselves in that position to win it all. They are the first and only team to unlock Champion Rush, and all they need is to win Solara.
And they put in the work to make sure AGAL does not get there. Condition number 1 was find 1 point, but they found 18 eliminations. Talk about some supremacy in the world of Free Fire. Indonesia, this is about to get crazy, y'all, as we head on into Solara for game number 6. The insane thing is, EVOS is one of the better teams on Solara, but here at EWC, not a single booyah at Solara yet. Could this be the game?
The championship booyah. Oh, what a dream on the map that they haven't even gotten the booyah yet. It all feels like it's lining up. The crowd, the Indonesian supporters, again, awaiting with bated breath. They've seen this before. It felt like the dream last year until it wasn't. And now they are back at it again. Deja vu is not even enough to describe that feeling in the stands. But here we are, EVOS, 1 step away from that championship title, and to bring it back for Indonesia as the first team to win an Indonesian, an international tournament.
My God, after 6 years, and the secret is Russia, the Russia. He is the secret weapon of Indonesia, the secret weapon of EVOS Esports.
Dominating.
But we'll have to see at Solara whether that happens. A quick break and we get back to the action.
level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Mano, sobe um em cima da casa e tranca a subida. Não, não compensa, não compensa. Acho que não compensa aí. Eu vou, relaxa. Eles estão embaixo aí, esquerda sua, Rigby. Calma. Vai puxar no Rigby, olha aqui, tropa. Tudo chama. Boa. Finaliza, ativa. Finaliza que ativa. Boa, relaxa. Fui jogar comigo. Porque no suporte.
Eu comigo.
Boa, caralho. Tá miado, menos 100 com o Raoni. O tiro. Boa.
Lost pick up their first booyah here for Champion Rush Day, but I think the more important news here is EVOS. We have our first team to unlock the win condition today, and unfortunately, there is no team in sight that is on their tail. Neptune and I looked at the numbers, and the competition is now looking very stiff, very desperate, and now all of a sudden, EVOS have put a big, bright red target on their face. This is going to be such a scary moment. Solara is going to be our next map, but welcome back to the panel, folks. We have a lot to break down because that map, that was supposed to be an opportunity for other teams to pick up points, another team to grab the booyah, but EVOS, Rastia said he didn't care about points. What was that?
Was that necessary, some may say? It would have been even more ironic if they also achieved the booyah on top of it all. But look, they're still at the top of the standings for the match, coming up with a big 27, and I was nervous for them because at a certain point, when was EVOS even thinking about AGAL and been trying to grief them when it was the top 5 just to say, hey, you're going to need to play 3 maps instead of 2 to achieve your own champion point.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a good thing for EVOS Esports to really deny AGAL of getting that booyah or getting a lot more points, because right now they are only 4 points away in activating it. If they manage to clear a squad before being eliminated, like, there would be 2 of them in contention for that championship round. So we'll have to find out though if this is something that they can deny EVOS Divine, because a lot of teams are very close right now, if in case those following AG Global can grab a lot of points.
So an interesting discussion that we had, Neptune. I asked you the question is, has EVOS won Solara at EWC? And the answer to that is?
Nope. I mean, top 5 in that specific map, actually top 4th in that specific map, and still no booyahs from them. So it would be tough, but again, there's no need to rush to get a lot of elimination. They can just hide out, or they can just keep their distance. They have Rastia to spout out for any information. They also have the skills. They can use binoculars to be able to, like, just get information as they go into the next phase of the circle. And survivability, I guess they just need to get a page from the book of Dragon Esports.
Well, we do have the overall rankings ready, so let's have a look and see where everyone else is on the leaderboard and how far away they are from unlocking the win condition. Because sure, EVOS might have it unlocked now, but if they don't get the booyah next round, but a team gets enough points and they reach 80 points, all of a sudden you're going to have more teams in contestant. Gideon, just looking at the leaderboard here, okay, I want to pick your brain. Look at the teams. It doesn't have to be the next one in line. Who do you think is very likely to be the next team to break into that 80-point mark?
Ooh, breaking into the 80-point mark? I mean, This one's a little tough, right? Because keeping in mind that the next map is going to be Solara. For me personally, I think it really just comes down to whether or not like Movie Stars R7, Lost, and as well as Pain Gaming can actually make the play, because I feel like everybody else is a little too far away to reach it. They're definitely going to need at least 2 maps to actually get somewhere close. One of the maps almost guaranteed to need at least 20 points to get even remotely close. And I think that's a scary thing right now, because the contention, the race for that championship really boils down to AGAL and as well as EVOS Divine, unless they whiff the next 4 maps, which seems highly unlikely. But at the same time, this is Free Fire, right? RNG might not be on your side.
Another team that I think that we need to keep our eyes really open, it's for RRQ, because they ended the FFWS Global Finals in Brazil at the 2nd spot, and they we saw in the interview from Abai that he just said that they are kind of chasing for a revenge, you know. So I mean, maybe they can be able to do the points and try to get a booyah, you know. They are also Indonesian team, so I mean, I think I can feel that Indonesian teams, they are more, I don't know, comfortable doing this type of format, you know, of Champion Rush.
All right, thank you so much, panelists. I'm getting a very important update here from Yunsul. We're going to do the STC Club Championship update right now to see what has happened on the League of Legends stage.
It's Yunsul live at STC Esports Arena, and welcome to League of Legends. The stage between Genji and AGL has ended, and yes, as you can see, our champion is Genji. And of course, in our club championship, Genji only got 800 points, but since this champion has brought them over the 1,000 points, and right now they are 1,800 points, which claiming the first top spot at our club championship. What an amazing thing, and how such great esports is, right everyone?
Big congratulations to Genji on clinching the title here. I think a lot of people, okay, to be fair, there was a lot of T1 supporters, but AGAL, they closed the book on that story, opening up the door to Genji.
I mean, I honestly feel bad for them. That's 2 international tournaments within a week, getting 2nd place, not getting a championship. But is this foreshadowing for what is to happen here in Free Fire?
Maybe. Speaking of foreshadowing, I have been told that we are ready to jump into Solara Survivors. We are ready for our next game. We'll have to see if we're going to crown a champion after this, or if it's going to be another matchup. AJ and Husky, take it away to Solara.
Thank you very much, Danny. This is an insane moment here at Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2025. Only one team has activated the champion rush condition. That team hails from Indonesia, the one and only EVOS Esports, here to make history for their whole nation, and Rasya, the wonder kid for the Cinderella run we have all been waiting to see from Southeast Asia. But can that be done? Will there be any spoilers? Because this is the newest map, and I don't think EVOS is the best team here just yet. In fact, they don't have a single booyah on Solara here at EWC just yet.
And that's what would make this story even sweeter if they win it right here. They will quell all the doubts. They will finally quench the thirst for the trophy. And to add on to that even more, the magnitude of it. Never gotten a booyah on Solara, this could be it. But this is also map number 6. And if you follow old format, map number 6 is the last map of any grand finals.
Oh yeah.
And here they are again at the doorstep. Literally, you could see the door ajar. You could reach out for the trophy. And all they need is one more win. Easier said than done. They couldn't close it last year, but they sure as heck are closer this year than they did.
And it's unbelievable that teams like Falcon, Fluxo, nowhere close to activating this champion rush condition, let alone win this whole thing. They'll need something beyond a miracle to make something happen out there. AGAL though, 4 points away from activation. That should not be too tough, but in order to still stand a chance, they need to hunt for some heads of these white tigers.
Best case scenario is if they wipe out EVOS, that's for sure, but they were too far away to make that happen. In fact, AGL is on the complete opposite of the horizon and aquarium. But I would say AGL also has a pretty interesting storyline. It goes all the way back to Dew. He is the heart and soul of the teams that he were in. Nigma Galaxy, eventually, EXP Esports, and now AGL. What a sweet moment it would be for him to lift that trophy, but that would take at least 2 rounds. Starts with this and then ends the next, where we get that random map, the rotation, reset it. But then again, BRU on the horizon. This could be what sets off the chain reaction for EVOS. Ray catching fire first, but it seems like they are willing to take on the fight. Moshi is ready, but so is Ray with the VSS.
Absolutely. Moshi, RGS 50, one more. Doesn't tag him off the second shot.
Moshi is behind.
Chill with the spoiler, XM8. Powerful enough to take down a player at this point of time. And Moshi is the one that's going to be a tad bit annoying, so he's going to be great #1 that Kochil aims for. But he instantly backs away as Jonas shows up from the back. M590, double connection. Kochil in trouble. Riptide Rhythm assistance and get high. Sprays him down, but Aim God won't find Jonah.
Oh no.
Put the pause on to put it up.
This is not good for Buriram. If EVOS wins this, not only they pull ahead and put BRU behind, but also they free up the entire southern side of the western side of the map. AJ, Get High is no more. Buriram is out. You look at the radar. There is only one team that takes over the entire western side of Solara, and once more is EVOS in the best possible spot to win.
Indonesia. How am I not hearing you make some noise there at the Kitty Arena? Y'all gotta turn it up, man. EVOS is on a whole other level right now.
Cannot believe that this is it, but for Falcons, they better make this round count. They better make sure that by hook or by crook it's not EVOS. Same goes out to the other 10 teams. If Falcons will make the first move, they're done with loss. Being the team that sets them back, they take the fight straight to the Brazilian champs.
They get this as On Fire, fails the first approach. 3 players down on the ground. Limit the only one left in this equation. And Lost turning the tables onto Falcons, the reigning champions of Free Fire from EWC 24. The performance here is pretty similar to what they did at the Southeast Asian Finals, Husky.
Yep.
But I'm a tad bit surprised because they started off the knockout phase as if they are the true champions.
And how do we want better? We've already set EVO's storyline up to be so impressive, almost like a magical fairy tale. But what if it's them and Falcons in the final circle again? That would be insane. But right now, Dragon Esports, they gotta somehow survive Movie Star R7, and the fight's pretty even. Seafox and Yasir putting up some numbers. Seafox obviously down on the ground, but he's not out just yet. His teammates keeping him in the game, or at least keeping him protected. The revive is gonna come through in just a little bit. DRG once more holds back the ties of the Latam representative, and Hacks left alone in the building. Yasir taking contact first, but makes it out of that. AGL on the horizon. This could be the 4 points that puts them in champion rush condition.
Can they pull this one away though? Up against Dragons from EMEA, Saudi Arabia. They have represented the nation well thus far. They could just play spoilers in the world of AGL, but on the replay, you see exactly how AimGod brought this to an end. With the triple taking out Buriram, taking out their hopes of getting anywhere close to that point rush, so that champion rush condition.
Everyone except for Rasya popped enough in the face of BRU. Rasya is locked in, he's so close. His first championship in his first year. I cannot believe how that...
On the debut,
EWC.
To become the world champion at the age of 16, and to not just get there accidentally, to be one of the MVPs time and time again. My goodness me, this kid is something else.
Nice try, Games King. You gotta be faster with that wind up on the uppercut. Because clearly, that was a punish. Games King goes down, Haone gets brought back, Lost stays in the game. Again, there's a world. I mean, we get a Falcons EVOS final circle, and EVOS ends it just like that. I don't think there's a script I could have came up that could match what we already have in store, potentially in store. Look at this map. How could you not root for EVOS?
It's
like, you can't plan this.
It's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
It is just ridiculous at this point of time. They are all in the clear. Everybody else just focused here towards the southwestern side. Fluxo outside the circle.
Wow.
But they are about to meet a world of pain because for some reason, Pain rotating in towards Bayside. This is just not looking good for Brazil.
This is incredible. That rotation through the grind rails, EVOS will make it closer to Eco Drain, but most crucial of all, they would end up coming in from the southern side of the circle. It's another free passage. You call it luck, I call it just efforts to do research. This rotation, I don't think we've seen it in previous rounds, and that's what's mind-boggling.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely the Indonesians just doing their homework during the knockout stage as well as point rush. And clearly they've done it really, really well. EVOS hunting for the circle into Eco Drain, which provides a lot of cover. Brain Gaming, on the other hand, does not make their full rotation towards Bayside. Changing their minds, cutting in towards the circle. As soon as the zone revealed itself to them. Dragons up against Vitality. FGL to the wall. That's just a teaser. HGAL, core memory. This is a party. RRQ. Yeah, this is just pure insanity waiting to unfold, Husky.
He was smiling upon stars right now. We did see RRQ having one of their members knocked down by AGAL, but no confirmation on that. So AGAL is still sitting at a total of 77 points if we include the elimination that they got earlier. 3 points away from unlocking Champion Rush, but again, they need at least, they need one more round, that's the bare minimum, but EVOS, they could end it right here, right now. That grind reel, EVOS, they're not going to make the full trip, are they?
No, they are, because they just scanned out the area with the binoculars, grind rails, straight in towards the petrol bunk, and this is just, yet again, another clear area for them. Everybody else just avoiding the action that EVOS can bring to the table, and this is just the championship awaiting EVOS. And they've got the loot, they've got everything. Got the money and now deeper into the circle, but this is where it starts to get a tad bit risky for the only team that has activated the Champion Rush condition.
They haven't overstepped just yet. I think their presence not yet detected unless someone uses the binoculars on the southwestern side of Casa Vista, but I would say it's been quite a while since we've seen Free Fire as clean as this and as consistent as this. Very few teams have been able to show that in a grand final setting when the stakes are this high. BRU, Fluxo to name a few, E-Arena, Nigma Galaxy. But from Indonesian, RRQ is probably our closest second choice. And EVOS doing it 2 years in a row, AJ.
Yeah, man.
This was a team we wrote off 3 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And Indonesia rising up to the occasion. And obviously, you have to credit that to the fact that they get to be in the Southeast Asian server, playing up against Buriram time and time again. These mad monsters from Thailand, torturing Indonesia for years, and they didn't back down.
No.
They just used all of that torture. Every single stone that Thailand threw up against Indonesia, they put it on the ground. They used it as a stepping stone to climb up higher and higher. And it will be insane if this comes to an end right here, right now. The circle read is just perfect from all these squads, including EVOS, who once again has a clear area around them.
The only thing that could throw that off the winning trajectory is the fact that we still have 11 squads. Maybe the chaos is what's going to stop EVOS, but nothing is going to stop Lost from trying to get past R7. A tough fight UAV sent out earlier on, and R7 has plenty of cover and resource to work with. Couple of buildings behind them. Lost making a long rotation through the southern side. If you avoid R7 right now, AGAL awaits, and that is a team that is hungry for points.
I have a feeling this competition is going to end right here, right now. Because pandemonium about to ensue as Lost finds R7. Revenge is sweet, baby, they say as they take those shots. Putting down two of their players, especially Della down on the ground, looking for the elimination, instantaneously hacks out, Games King straight down. The only one is Joker. And he ain't laughing at this point.
AGL bagging 2 more eliminations. Ever so close to that champion rush condition. If 2 more teams get wiped out, AGAL is guaranteed to have a shot if EVOS don't win this round. And Movie Star R7, they don't really got much time left. The rest of the teams, they sure as heck have a chance. Once more, only 2 teams are safe, EVOS and Falcons. But even for Falcons, feels a bit uncertain coming in from the northern side of TV Tower. So good, take that shot, Nando 9 goes down.
Beautiful by Joker, but that's just 1 extra point. But that does slow down the rotation of loss.
Someone scanned out Falcons, and I'm willing to bet it was EVOS. If that was their scan, it would be an unbelievable game sense. Presence of mind.
Because they obviously see all of the movement around the right-hand side of the map.
Yep. That was the only angle they needed to cover.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And now, oh, Falcon's not waiting. You want to scan us out? We're going to hunt you down, Tigers. Flying straight in towards EVOS.
Oh, this could be it.
But nobody shoots them out of the skies just yet.
Limit is left behind, but those utilities, they are not going to make it easy for Falcons. If EVOS clears them out, it would be a disaster. We will not see that dream rematch.
Oh, what
but for
a
EVOS,
split.
it's a dream. They are going to split Falcons. Pina already knocked down. Pina does get Ray. Maybe the Solar recovery, Kochu. Good trade, but it comes down to the wire. AimGod and Rasia still up. Ray also recovered. They only lost Kochu in the process. EVOS having control.
Here comes the world of pain. Brazil looking to stop EVOS right here, right now. They've got the numbers advantage. Falcons just could not put in enough of a challenge. Perhaps it would have been a different story if Limit had followed the rest of his brothers to take the fight up against EVOS. Maybe then the numbers would have been equal.
And play spoilers, Luo Melters, multiple, shown out by Ray. And now this is survival mode. EVOS making it out is not going to be easy unless a separate team sees Pain Gaming, which they truly understand. And the stairwell! Ray gets the but Rasha actually gets hit in the face. Ray ends up going down. Rasha is back up though. Pain Gaming making it harder for EVOS. And this is the scenario that AGAL wants. And for EVOS, AimGod, Yoska, first right to AimGod.
Kidding me?
A potential hero play that didn't end up in vain. Rasha goes in, and it's him against Peter. There is a world that Rasha could make this work. It's going to start off by confirming the eliminations. Pain Gaming somehow still ends up in a 1v1. The War Melter is going to come into effect. Peter backs off.
Unbelievable play from the Wonder Kid. Not only does he save his squad, picks up AimGod, but runs down the players of Pain into the ground 6 feet under with the M590. And leaving Peter to dry out there. Rasia turns around, AimGod still alive and kicking, can make a difference here. Peter desperately trying to put an end to it, and he does.
Oh, EVOS, they gotta play one more round. The fans so close. That dream slipped away just by a little bit, but for AGAL, that dream is one step closer to realization. Pain Gaming unwillingly saving the Thai squad. Even though AGAL was eliminated, they have done more than enough. Just 80 points, right on the dot. And now the playing field is open. RRQ against Vitality on one side. You got Dragon Esports waiting.
RRQ needs massive points here. In terms of eliminations, they don't need a lot if they can pull away the Booyah. But on their left-hand side, Fluxo desperately trying to get in. Their own blue wall standing in their way, and now RRQ disabled by that A124. Peter, the one that wrecked the hopes of EVOS fighting the Booyah. Under pressure, but masterful play, saving the whole competition from ending prematurely.
Definitely causing Falcons elimination in the process as Vitality mops the floor with the remains of core memory, bringing them down to just one Zen seed. Really nothing much that he could do. Vitality 4 men strong. They still need to move towards the circle, and Fluxo for once has control. For once, Fluxo makes it to the end game.
Goods with the grows up. RRQ still looking for that Booyah. They should be able to get this done. They need 5 eliminations in hand as well as the Booyah to place a huge smile on their face and then later spoil the plays of their little buddies, EVOS Esports. Fluxo on the cleanup. And they want to prove that they are still the better Brazilian team, but it's going to be a high climb as they are at the bottom of this mountain.
At least they won't be last by the end of this, hopefully, with core memory that really showed up during Point Rush, but it's a no-show in the grand finals. 5 teams remain. Vitality have a good shot at this. Esports get knocked down, and Kyung will turn the corner for number 2 with the help of Jinx. Dragon Esports not standing a chance, and Vitality showing that this marathon is not ending yet.
Not yet for sure. 2 more players on the side of RRQ to activate Champion Rush seems to be impossible at this point of time, as it is Dragons that makes it even more difficult. Leaving a bay all alone for the Indonesian squad. Vitality alive and kicking, the kings of this map. Not here at the Esports World Cup though.
Definitely not. Solara will not be the finishing line. We go again. Bob's taking out Peter. Pain Gaming out in 5. Only one team has a full squad, and that's Vitality, sitting right in the middle of the safe zone. Final circle threatens to close in. Dragon Esports still has one lone survivor, yes, but it's Fluxo that has a chance.
I mean, again, Dragons, what an unbelievable run here at the Esports World Cup.
Pure survival.
Pure survival, and that's what Battle Royales are all about. They got to sharpen up their capabilities in terms of taking away these eliminations though. But I sure as hell can bet we will see more from this squad in the years to come. Vitality, Bob, split blitz, 3 of those nades finding the connections, and Bob's barricading himself in a maze of blue walls. Pushes in, comes in for the save, but he gets sprayed down. Koja fires Vitality, running this final circle. Gio left standing just for this moment. 57 HP left on him, and Vitality makes quick work of that as well.
And the only thing left is to clean up the pieces, and that's Yasir from Dragon Esports. And Vitality knows that they've gotten this round in the bag. Finally, some signs of life from this team. We've been doubting them, we've been questioning them, but at least this Booyah is going to give us one more round to play. Indonesian fans, they were not able to lean on Evox to lift the trophy, but they can still lean on Team Vitality as one of the other representatives to give us another round.
Yeah, no wonder we weren't seeing a lot of cheers there. Lots of Vitality fans. But it's all right. Evox working against the grain here. But beautiful stuff out of both Vitality as well as Dragons, fighting their way into the circle. Recovery game for Fluxo as well. 16 points pulled away from that match. But how much more do they need to climb up this very, very, very tall mountain that the rest of these squads here at the Esports World Cup have built? Fluxo, the last time we checked before the start of this match, they were 12 out of 12.
Which is crazy, a crazy thought. I think if you watch Fluxo performance, you would not believe this. 2 teams now stand at the summit, but only one can stake their flag and be called champions. We're gonna throw this to a break and be back with more Free Fire action.
Double kill.
Goncengkan tikar. Tas. Goncengkan tikar.
Kau tunggu dengan tas. Ikut.
Batu, gunting, lava. Lava yang menang.
Dua lagi woi. Sabar. 120 di gua 1. Sabar yang.
Aman.
Bantai aja di gua 1.
Mati.
Satu lagi. Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Masya Allah. Tabarakallah. The king of Solara anjing.
Di gua.
Bareng. Respect.
Sini kasih sini cok. Gua jujun. 100. Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
Alhamdulillah. Let's go guys, masih bisa guys.
We have wrapped up a full 6 maps and we now have 2 teams that have unlocked the win condition here for Champions Rush. Welcome back to the panel, folks. Things are really starting to heat up because we thought it could have been EVOS again. They looked really good at the start, then they got caught out by the worst possible team and things just kind of went downhill from there. But it did open a door. AGAL now a contender for that crown.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not only that, if in case RRQ could have done a lot more, there could have been 3 teams in there in contention. But I would say EVO's Divine felt a little bit of pain in that game, and that was the downfall, especially with Peter. Just a surprise hit. I thought he was gone. Even we were not expecting him going for the backstab.
I totally agree, but even so, these games are getting really, really spicy, and I feel like the Indonesian flair is definitely so evident in the moves that are being made here in Solara, right? It's so expressive to the point where you really understand what these players are feeling in those moments. It feels like we have to make this move. We got to do this now. If not, we can't let these teams run away with these points.
Now, speaking of points, we have the match rankings on the screen right now. Something interesting to note, though, right, is the majority of the teams that got the top end of the leaderboard were a lot of our teams struggling towards the bottom of the bracket, right? Leading up to this, Dragons, Fluxo, as well as Team Vitality, they're not really anywhere to be seen towards the top. So much needed points for them. They're slowly catching up. It's just, can they survive a little bit longer and deny our qualified teams?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, denial is not just a river in Egypt. It's something that they need to really bring in and extend the match even more. Again, we still have 4 potential match, and another one might break up. And if I'm not mistaken, the map itself was shown earlier, and Team Vitality might be taking advantage of this once again.
I think this is where it gets really scary, right? Because now once you finish with the fixed format of the 6 maps, we start going into the randomizers. And so far, as you heard it from the in-game comms, Team Vitality, we are the kings of Solara. It's so evident that they know something that all the other teams seem to be lacking here in this new map.
Well, maybe they can be able to get another Booyah, but I thought that Avos will be able to do it right now in this match. So, unfortunately, you can blame Pain Gaming for it. So, it was such a sad history, but I think they can, research for the next match, and they also are playing really good. So, I don't know. I think I need to stop talking about them because maybe I can give to them like bad luck, because as you guys can see, my team, it's not really doing that good.
Have you seen my power rankings? Core Memory have not gotten like any points at this point. I think I'm the best.
Oh yeah. Okay, so right now I think you were in a worst. You were having a worse experience.
I love how this woman's so blunt. Okay, so interesting proposition, right? Coming into this next map, the odds of Vitality getting the Booyah, it's pretty dang high, meaning there's an opportunity for other teams to unlock the win condition. This is kind of a bad thing for EVOS and AGAL because they kind of want to win now, right? You don't want to allow the other teams to have the win condition because the more opportunities you give, the more opportunities to lose.
Yeah, definitely. It's similar to what we've seen in Southeast Asia. There was one team, which Bermuda United, who got it first, but unfortunately they didn't get that Booyah afterwards denied overall, actually not surviving longer compared to what we've seen Evo's Esports is doing right now. So I guess this is one thing that Evo's really needs to be careful. If there's a specific rotation that they have, all they have to do is just keep distance. But it's difficult as well because when we saw it, 10 teams still alive, still in and is gathering towards Casa Vista, it's making it difficult for them to survive longer as well.
I also think that the quality of these fights are getting very, very messy. There's a lot of mismechanics, a lot of like awkward glue wall positionings that we've seen teams do within their own compounds, which doesn't really make any sense, especially when you're thinking about windows. There's only one line of sight, so therefore how could we, throw these types of leads? EVOS, on the other hand, I think they're in a prime position to do so, but they need to start showing presence in those types of positions because Falcon's clearly going out of their way, knowing that they initially initiated upon them and Pain Gaming taking full advantage after.
Absolutely. Now we do have the overall rankings just in case you guys missed it previously, but at the moment we have two teams that have met the win condition, EVOS Esports and AGAL. Now RRQ, they're getting close. They're not quite there yet though. They're going to have another good round, but the question is, can they have that good round in this next matchup? Because they did okay, but I don't think it's quite enough for them to just say, hey, next round, we will 100% will get the points and unlock the win condition.
And one thing I want to see as well, other than Lost, who is also very close, but Dragon Esports, they are just playing it not only with placement point. I know they're just like trying to their best to survive, revive their teammates, but they're doing a decent amount of elimination, total of 21 elimination overall. So I guess they did it from the knockout stage up until the point rush just to go to the basics of survivability, and this is where they're putting in a little bit of mix of elimination in the play.
I think a lot of MENA representatives have to be MENA fans have to be proud of this team because this is a huge turnaround from what happened last year. Coming into this year, now they're looking like a true competitor. Maybe not the creme de la creme, but they're getting very, very close, right? Give this team another year and we might be seeing, a huge shift in power levels amongst the regions and maybe even a new legacy.
A new legacy, a new story for all of us to enjoy as well, because it's really fun to see new teams, new players, new names develop an esports scene. Like as fun as it is seeing all the old faces, we love them, we know them, but everyone loves an underdog story. Everyone loves new talent, and especially the stories of our very young, talented players. I kind of feel like they sort of bring that special spice, that special glitter, that sparkle to the scene, and you really learn to admire new people as they come into the scene because they also introduce new ideas to the game, right? We're not seeing the same kind of Free Fire we did 1, 2, 3 years ago. It's evolving every year, not just with the patches, but also with the players.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the movement alone, what you're seeing back then, it was just all aggression. Yes. All of them just chasing each other, but now we're seeing a mix of tactics from a distance. Again, introduction of snipers like Moshi being one of the MVPs in most instances, and then there goes Limit X7, and now we have Rasia, and even Do. Not forget Do. So all those snipers has just brought in a different flavor in the tactics, and even those aggressive teams are slowing down.
I think we also have to look at the esports scene as a whole, right? Most people are going to consider a generation to be a part of 10 years, but in esports, it's actually half, if not 4 years worth of time. We've seen the generation of Do being at the peak of his game, to Wasana taking over, and now Rasia coming into place. We can see very clear stakeholders and very clear cornerstones of the generation being born here in Free Fire.
All right, so as we have all of our teams and players getting ready for their next matchup, we're going to do a quick temperature check in the main stage with Tash Bunny and AdMats.
All right, things are heating up here in Kidia Esports Arena as we are slowly approaching to see who will be crowned champions for Free Fire at EWC 25.
It's getting intense because the Falcons, despite everything, they're still yelling, they're still reeling, and they know that it's not over till it's over. Let's hear it out.
Okay, as of right now, we have 2 teams on Champion Rush. It is EVOS as well as AGAL. For EVOS team, make some noise! And a very good booyah as well for Vitality.
Yeah, Vitality rising up and looking good, but Falcons not looking happy about that. So they are looking to rally one more time.
Yeah, the Falcons still have hope to defend their title, but anything can happen in Free Fire because this spark right here might go back to Falcon, might be not. So let's see how will it go for the next match right here, right now.
Thank you very much to Tash and Admats. Here we go again, another round, match 7 coming up. And from one team who unlocked Champion Rush, now we add another onto the list. First it was EVOS, now it's AGAL. Both of them, very contrasting story. One almost won the trophy last year, one forgotten by most of the world. But now they two share the same podium. Unfortunately, only one can remain on top.
2 booyahs for AGAL, 1 for EVOS. But both are at the brink of victory here. Regardless of the number of eliminations they bring into this next game, if either one grabs a booyah, they will make history, they will become the champions of Free Fire at EWC 25. And after coming in twice at the club championships, I think it'll mean a lot to AGAL.
And not just that, right? Like we saw the League of Legends division, they came in second against Gen G earlier on. It's a 3-2 result. But I guess you could say the same for EVOS. The pressure is on now. They have no more safety net.
It doesn't look like they're under pressure though.
I mean, I hope they're not, right? I hope that that is the case. I hope that they still know that they are in control.
Oh, yeah.
Only AGAL that is the contender for now. But they have used up the extra life, right? There's no more one up.
And this is the hardest part of this Champion Rush condition.
Yep.
To close out the competition, getting to the top obviously is difficult. It wasn't easy for these two teams, but it's just about to get even harder. We saw how EVOS was just trying to avoid all of the attention, avoid all of the action. But at the end, action still came hunting for them. Falcon swooped on in. Pain Gaming came searching for them right after. A streak of bad luck in that Nextera map. And obviously, in the Solara map, sorry. And obviously, we are looking at a situation where that could just happen again. The one way to prevent this from happening, of course, is if they become the apex predator out there. But the question is, do they want to take such a risk?
It's either that or this might be a crazy idea. Comes up to Russia. And I'm not talking about him popping up again. We know he pops off.
Yeah.
But what if he is the one that keeps the team's emotion under control? Because the other three, they've been here before.
Yeah.
They know how this feels. They know how high the stakes are, and they tasted defeat last year. But for Russia, it's his first time. Maybe that's the key. Maybe this kid is more than just an in-game predator. Maybe outside of the game, the fact that it's his first time, he gets to tell the rest of his team that they got this in the bag.
And if they don't, he will bring it into the bag through those points, man. One of the sharpest snipers on the battlefield. And that's not just by assumption. He has proved it time and time again. We've got deadly snipers like Limit, MT7, Moshi out there playing with him, and he's just making quick work of the competition. None of the other snipers have been able to outshine this kid just yet. And this is just the start of his pro journey, right? Becoming a pro player was just the first part of the equation. And how many of them can say that on their debut, they went on to the world stage and they were highlighted as the MVP time and time again, and potentially to even say the first time at the world stage at the age of 16, they walked away with the trophy. They walked away as the champion of the Esports World Cup.
No one has ever done that yet.
Never.
For it to be from a team that's always come second and never first, it's unbelievable. But if you look at the other end of the aisle, you have AGAL, especially Dew.
Yeah.
Who else out there is the same as Dew? You're MVP for Grand Finals, but you were never a champion. He's uncrowned, and at the same time, he is crowned. And he has struggled so much.
Oh yeah.
He's taken breaks. He's came back strong. But I think some of the memories from many years back then, 2022 Bangkok, FMWS, that still haunts some of the dedicated Duel supporters. Nigma Galaxy, that was a nightmare that I think it took a long time to really get to really let it process. And then EXP Esports, and then now AGAL, and yet Duel is the only one who stayed throughout all of that and has been through the worst. But now he gets another shot.
And it has been highlighted time and time again from their own fans that Duel needs better backup. But out of nowhere, when you least expect it, on the world stage, the team has finally stepped up and the team is carrying him up to the top. Duel now just needs to put a smile on his face and go back to playing out there on the battlefield as if this means nothing. Because when there was no pressure on his shoulder, my goodness me, he was a deadly sniper out there and he's still looking for gold. We have a highlight here of Buriram United Esports as well. They're not looking very happy at this point.
I mean, it's very rare that you see Buriram down in bottom 6. Fluxo also, both are two-time world champions, and I think that is one of the most shocking things coming into the grand finals. I mean, we know that Fluxo is going to struggle, sure, but BRU, with a Game 1 Booyah, 24 points, we thought that that is the start of a race.
I mean, I did not expect Fluxo to be the champion here at the Esports World Cup, for sure, because we saw so much of quality from the other teams. We saw Loss on a phenomenal streak. But never in my wildest dreams would I have thought that Fluxo would be at the bottom of the leaderboard. This is unreal. Something needs to change here. And I think this is just Lady Luck playing her role, extending these matches, bringing us back to Bermuda once again to give Fluxo an opportunity to become the monster that they are once again. To go out there, not just looking for points, but dominating. But you know, one team with the smiles, that's Dragons Esports, man. They sure as hell deserve to smile. On the world stage, on their debut, in such a phenomenal performance. I am a fan of the Saudi Arabian squad.
Yeah, I think there's no better way to put that into expression. But AJ, do you believe in second chances?
Hey man, of course.
Because we got Solara for the next map. And again, I've highlighted this so many. You cannot write a better script than what we already have, but it keeps getting better and better. EVOS on the cuffs of a world championship. Never gotten a Booyah on Solara. Didn't get it last round, but match 7 brings us back to where they were. A second chance.
So we don't bring out the randomizer all throughout the competition. And right when we needed us to go back to Bermuda, the randomizer shows up. And Solara comes back in here to make this as random as it can be. Vitality is the only team that has scored a double Booyah here at Solara. And they are not the team that has activated the champion rush condition. In fact, they're quite close to it, but just not there just yet.
Talk about having a second chance in 5 match point teams, EVOS, Esports, and AGAL. Even when you look at club championships, EVOS has not at least had a 1,000-point record. They've come close, 750, that's as close as it got.
Yeah.
They don't really have too many teams participating in EWC. This is one of the most valuable ones, one of the most precious ones. They've invested so much, like this 3-year investment on Rasia, 1 year away from paying off. Right off the bat, Circle goes north.
Yeah, GG, bro. So the exact same rotations that we saw out of EVOS earlier on will not be the case this time round. The Circle straight up telling us, yes, it's the same map, but it's just going to be a totally different compound by the time we get to the final Circle. A high probability of us getting pulled towards the Riders Club as well as Funfair. And this is just not looking fun if you are a fan of AGAL or EVOS Esports at this point of time, because in order to get even into the next zone, they have to battle the Brazilians.
This is potentially a prelude to the final test, right? The final obstacle. They say it's not how you start, it's how you finish. The finishing line is the hardest to cross when you are the closest to it. And who knows, we might get an AGAL against EVOS final circle. That will be the most triumphant and the most heartbreaking moment at the same time. And there are good odds that could happen, considering where they drop, right? One on Studio, one at Aquarium. They're going to converge from the southern side, but on different parts of the map.
And you know, Lady Luck was smiling at AGAL because they could have just faced the exact same situation as EVOS, being held back by just 1 point to activate the Champion Rush, which would have been insane. But of course, thankfully, we've got 2 teams now on activation. Point blank on 80, AGAL sits with the activation of the Champion Rush condition. But in this next game, if these 2 teams fail, then there's a high potential that 2 more Indonesian teams jump into this Champion Rush condition as well. We're talking about RRQ and Vitality. How insane is that for the Indonesian region?
To have 3 out of 4 teams in the grand finals and all of them having a chance to win, never happened before.
And the 4th team is the champion of Southeast Asia, so...
we don't talk about that. Right?
This is the best year for Indonesia in the world of Free Fire.
Absolutely. I think, you know, and the craziest thing is, both RRQ and Vitality can activate the condition off of this game. And then the bar is not high. 12 for RRQ, 13 for Vitality, very achievable. If you look at Vitality's record, it's even more achievable, just based off of track record.
And I have to say, we can thank the devs for this insane situation that we have in front of us right now because of how balanced the game is. Tatsuya has just been running rampant all around these battlefields for way too long. And now with the way we've got the balancing of these active skills, Oscar being viable, Cassie being so important, even Steffi still being dragged back in after being left out of the meta for a while because of the kind of protection she provides from all of those frag grenades. I mean, at this point of the time, when you call yourselves champions, you can sure as hell be proud to call yourselves champions.
Talk about having some risk being taken too. We saw EVOS rotate deep into Archway, complete opposite of what they did in the previous round where they took it slow. This time they take the fight straight into the middle. Falcons and BRU obviously having a bit of an interaction with Falcons losing out on 1 member. EVOS taking a bigger risk than they did in the previous round. So far, so good. The one that they were trying to hunt down was from Core Memory, but AGAL have the same idea. They are already at the north of TV Tower.
Oh, this is an aggressive version, and EVOS, Dinoculus scanning out the Dragons, looking to end the run of the Saudi Arabian team early here.
Actually, they got R7. They saw Dragons through Aim God, but they scanned out R7.
Then who scanned out Dragons?
I'm not sure if they scanned out Vitality though. That is the odd one out. That is the X factor.
Well, either way, many of these Dinoculus popping up everywhere, but nobody's making the first move. Yes, EVOS could be aggressive, but they're just choosing the peaceful path at this point of time. And because the circle, the very first circle, was pulled so high up north, teams are pretty much confident the following circles will be approaching the northern side of this map as well. You can see everybody going in here for a mad rush to look for these defensive spots, but thankfully Solara has quite a number of those.
It's safe to say that AGAL has the same approach as EVOS, right? Early rotation deep. Last round they played it slow, but this round they played it fast. Double Dinoculus used. They take the grind rail into a safe spot as Falcons continues to just trade fire with BRU. Nothing much out of that. This could get very messy, AJ. You look at the radar, look at where.
Bro, look at how poetic is this, right? 9th, 10th, and 12th, 11th. You've got the 2-time world champs,
the 2-time world
champs, and Falcons flanking the reigning champions of the Esports World Cup here at Free Fire. Down at the bottom of the leaderboard.
I mean, what scares me the most was how close EVOS and our AGAL are to each other, separated by Dragon Esports, which is something that we are going to see in just a little bit. AGAL, another huge rotation. You see it on the map. R7 receiving fire. RRQ now springs into action.
Not looking good for R7 at all. RRQ making quick work of them.
Wow.
M5, 90 supremacy, player after player shut down. And R7 bright as the North Star at Point Rush. But here when it truly matters at the grand finals, they don't seem to be able to cut it, especially up against RRQ, who are desperate for these points to activate Champion Rush for themselves as well.
Looks like it has burned out, at least for this round. They can still hope that AGAL and EVOS don't close it out, but the odds are starting to really tip AGAL. It seems like they've made some interaction with Vitality. Their circle read was perfect by both EVOS and AGAL, sure. But I think EVOS once more benefits from this as VRU looks to clean house against Falcons on fire. Left to pick up the pieces. He has to dig deep, but VRU dug a deeper. And Falcons are no more.
Well, we just highlighted how close they are to each other on the leaderboard, but Buradam saying, you stay here, baby. We are climbing up a tad bit higher. Sacrificing the Falcons. Sure, they're going to barbecue them out there a little bit as well as they climb up. Stadium's going to be a tad bit quieter. You guys are going to hear Husky and I a little bit more here as the Falcon fans have not simmered down just yet because of what this competition holds. A potential 10 rounds. So it ain't over till it's over. But my goodness me, Falcons still quite far away from activating Champion Rush, and they have to get through so many teams before that is done. Unless, of course, EVOS or AGAL finishes it right here, right now at Solara.
Yeah, unless you tell me that no one wins this round, at least not EVOS or AGAL, and Falcons beat Peaceman might that 40-bomb record, and maybe
that would be insane.
We would have a conversation about that, right? That would be a story to talk about. Absolutely. Maybe we get that rematch in last year's finals in the final circle. But for now, I'm looking at the radar, and I'm liking the odds of EVOS a bit more because for AGAL, they got loss coming for them from behind.
That 40-pointer miracle game for Falcons to open up EWC, that was one that nobody saw coming, and it was just absolutely epic. They went on to wrap up the competition as the champions of Free Fire at EWC 24. But clearly, coming in here for a repeat at the Esports World Cup is not as easy as just wishing for it. The heat in Saudi Arabia is just a different kind here in the summer, and the heat that Indonesia is bringing to the competition is just unreal at this point.
And it gets you thinking too, the teams that have a chance to walk away, second place of Free Fire World Series Global in Rio, RRQ.
Yeah.
Second place of EWC 24 in Riyadh, EVOS. AGAL, of course, in the conversation.
Hey, Vitality is in there as well, man.
Vitality
They're the kings of this map.
They are. I think that's the craziest thing. We got two teams that have tasted second place on the global stage.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, the stakes were different. One is the official circuit title and one is the EWC title. But no matter how you look at it, Indonesia has always come close but not gotten it.
And what's painful about this is Vitality getting the booyah here will mean nothing because they activate Champion Rush for themselves. But the next map, are they the conquerors of that map? That's a huge question. AGAL looking for core memory. The battle between the two Thai teams. Only one can stand, and AGAL cannot afford to fall here. Lost chipping in as well. The Thai squad in a lot of trouble.
And this is what I'm worried about. AGAL, they took the same risk as EVOS, and now they might have to end up meeting against Lord General. Has just found Barros. There's a body on the floor. Chinoy next on the target. The hopes are starting to be extinguished for AGAL. They got two more left, and both sent running, but into the hands of RRQ. They see this happening, but I will make it number 3 and deal. Not like this. Not ending it here. He doesn't want it to be the case, but AGAL once more got struck down when they were so close.
EVOS right now screaming, Viva la Brazil! All hail loss for that phenomenal support. And unfortunately, AGAL off of the jump pad straight into the hands of RRQ, who are so much closer to activating the Champion Rush condition as well. But of course, RRQ will smile with the takedown of AGAL, but they've got another prey that they are hunting for, their brothers EVOS on the battlefield.
If EVOS can survive this, I think we might just be looking at our champions right now.
You got Fluxo right behind them.
And Fluxo just made a rotation. That was EVOS' scan, 100%. Oh wow, they have dodged a bullet.
Memory on the revive. Don't tell me they are going to do the absolute insane work.
I think EVOS just don't move.
Pain Gaming, don't tell me. 2 games in a row. They wreck the chances of EVOS.
Maybe not this one. EVOS is in a way powerful position. As much as we praise Pain Gaming, this one is so much harder. Out in the blue, on the low ground. I don't know how they're gonna get past this. They sure as heck know that EVOS is there. Maybe Fluxo can come in and play spoilers because they are rotating those EVOS. But I think Fluxo is making the choice to get into the circle first.
Either way, Pain Gaming is cutting down the distance,
Here comes Fluxo.
avoiding damage from the blue. Fluxo spotting out EVOS on the approach. 2 Brazilian teams squeezing out. EVOS, the team that has activated this champion rush condition. Rasia, the deadly sniper, down courtesy of Chiu. My goodness me. We are going to get a game number 8 here by the looks of things.
A very good chance. With the Wonder Kid down, it's down to the veterans, the old guards to keep the fort standing. But it ends up being Fluxo against Pain. EVOS managing to disengage. Pain Gaming now will have to fight this on. Fluxo is not going to back down, and EVOS once more breathes a sigh of relief. Bomb grenade launcher takes out Motovia. Bomb finds Peter. Fluxo coming to life. And Vitality now joins in. EVOS somehow scrapes by. They have the blue to contend with, but being able to survive longer is better than being dead. Ray takes a grenade in the face and he gets knocked out by inability. EVOS now exposed. Maybe this is not it for EVOS.
Nah, man, Fluxo's just playing this on another level. They've woken up, they've heard the chants, and they have heard the insults, and they're not about to give up just yet. Coach Hill hanging on for his dear life, but he needs a booyah. As a single player, at this point of time, more than the booyah, he needs a vending machine.
And the closest vending machine is just way too far. It is south of Waterfall. No way Coach Yu gets there. Fluxo knows where he is. We go another round for sure. RRQ, BRU, Vitality on top of one another. But we at least will have one team that gets to the champion rush condition as Coach Yu gets wiped out. We are guaranteed match number 8. It's not done just yet. But let's see who joins the list. RRQ has already joined the list for sure. But if Vitality closes it out, we get 4 teams on the list.
3 out of those 4 teams are from Indonesia. In this grand finals, there are only 3 Indonesian teams. What a year once again for Indonesia. Fluxo flying on in, jump pad straight to the roof, and Steffi do the same. No grenades, don't touch them just yet. Those glue walls blocking out all of those shots. Buriram cannot grenade on them just yet.
Dragon Esports once more makes it to top 6, and now they're going to be under fire by Fluxo and RRQ. It's not an easy rotation. Vitality was a piece of the pie, and they get all of them. Dragon Esports picked apart left, right, and center. But as this continues, Vitality makes their presence known. RRQ on the lower ground, BRU watching the perimeter. Red Tyrant on top of the roof. Fluxo now next on the crosshairs as Lost takes him out.
I wanted to say not every day is Sunday for Dragons, but today is Sunday, and Remind is still alive and kicking. A great survival play coming through from the players out of Saudi Arabia. Remind sneaking on in, Barahene with the F. This is just the way you use those grenades. Dragons Esports out of the race and Lost looking for the booyah.
Not just Lost, but Vitality.
I mean, Lost doesn't need a lot of points
Lost
at
has
all.
a point too. I mean, we completely, sideline the story of some of these players. NetShoeMiners.GG.
Yeah.
4th place last year.
Underdogs last year. They came in with a lot of promise, but when the grand final started, they became the underdogs once again. But if Fluxo cannot deliver, if Pain cannot deliver, we will deliver. The Lost Boys once again ain't lost anymore. Looking for the booyah. And for the time being, all of the action has managed to avoid them.
Vitality makes the first move. Riptide takes out the blue wall. Keong needs to be able to get to safety, and they sure do. That puts them to the edge of the perimeter. BRU makes the first move into the circle. They don't want the power of this, but they run into MC7 and Lost as well. The Brazilians not letting BRU rest. The grenades just barely bounced by the members of Vitality. RRQ now making initiative, but if RRQ doesn't survive this, Vitality has a good shot of being a champion rush mode. And RRQ, they don't want Vitality to be in a position of power. They make sure that Vitality stays down for another round.
Oh, brilliant play by RRQ, but now it's up against Lost. The Brazilians who desperately need massive points off of this game. They need 21 points to activate Champion Rush. Those grenades looking for them, but thankfully just glue wall melters. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses of Abe, but had a truck right in front of him to block off those shots. Monster Truck playing its role as defense as well, as Abe makes it up to the top of the rock. Now this boulder serving as defense, M590 in hand, and Lost says we don't want to deal with this. They back away from the fight.
It's not going to be easy. Haone finding a nade onto Ma'au, and that is going to be green light for Lost to push on forward to get them close to that Champion Rush condition, but Haone gets knocked down. Lost losing Rippy in the process. They need some time to recover. Deuce gets knocked down. It's down to just Kiba. He was the representative from Onyx back then, but Lost shuts down the show. And another round we go.
An unbelievable performance from Lost. They needed 21 points, and the Brazilians said 21 will give you 24. Welcome to the Champion Rush condition, activated by your Brazilians. The most promising squad out of Brazil, delivering it on the big stage once again.
Started Point Rush and ended in an abysmal spot. Started Grand Finals and counted out after round number 2. But here they are, just like last year. They have a shot at winning it all. They join AGAL and EVOS.
Oh my God.
As RRQ also joins that list, and they've gotten enough points. 4 teams now make up the teams that have chance to lift the trophy. And this went from real to really, really real. We head for a short break, and when we come back, 4 teams have a chance to lift the trophy. Let's see if we will get number 5.
Quadra kill.
The race continues here at Free Fire EWC 25. We are still not yet ready to crown a champion, but more teams are becoming eligible as they secure those points, hit the 80-point threshold, and set themselves up with the win condition to be our EWC 25 champion. Welcome back to the panel, folks. We have a lot to break down. And in particular, I want to point this over to Gideon because we had a really in-depth discussion watching that matchup. And it was because of a lot of engagements towards that mid-game. Break it down for us. What was kind of the cascading effect that sort of set us up for that end game?
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, it started with the northern side ring to kind of kick things off for the beginning of the match, right? All southern side teams, Fluxo, we've seen Pain, as well as EVOS Divine, really getting a little frustrated. It's a long way up there. That's totally fine and as expected. But once they found those spots, I think Lost really got a lot of momentum when it came down to, hey, we're going to start this engagement against CRM, Core Memory. But what Core Memory does, having initial information about the area and knowing that AGAL was actually nearby, they launch pad themselves past AGAL, causing a very big domino effect, technically shafting the chances of AGAL from winning this map. But Lost eventually snowballed their way all the way to the end.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, AGAL, a great hiding spot for them, similar to what we've seen EVO's Esports. But it's just unfortunate, but because the number of teams surrounding them is just so much, there's no way out. Compared to the rotation of EVO's Esports, yes, they saw Fluxo as well as a few teams, but even despite of being pinched, they still managed to survive a little bit longer.
And Raja, loss is waking up. We're starting to get some Brazil firepower in here. And look, just based off of everything that we're seeing, right, it just seems like the games are never ending. It is not a case of this one team, they have all the points, they have all the power, and they should be able to take it into that next game. It's always someone new coming in clutch, and with every game, we're going to get more points. I mean, do you feel confident that Lost might be able to bring it back for Brazil?
Well, after their reaction, I feel really comfortable. I mean, I feel comfortable and also confident. So I think they can grab the trophy maybe, because that's the energy that they need, and that's the same energy that I saw when they got the FFWS. I mean our regular tournament in Brazil. So the same energy. So I think they can, breathe and try to do the same as they did in this match. And something that I want to add, I feel that the game is kind of, I don't know, they are trying to play it safe, because if you stop in the middle of the match, you could see like the teams that are in the top of the ranking, they were just inside of the zone, inside of the safe zone. They are in such amazing spots. So I think it's kind of better to play safe in this type of tournament. And I don't know what you guys think about it. Do you think it can be good for a team like Fluxo maybe try to play aggressive right now or not?
I'd love it, personally.
Because Fluxo need to play aggressive. They need eliminations. But, talking about Los, what do you think about it?
I think I agree with you that yes, for teams who are not at the top of the leaderboard, they definitely need to kind of step it up and be aggressive in these moments. However, they need to identify certain odds that they have, right? Because we saw Ping Gaming and as well as Fluxo coming in from the same side, eventually pinching champion point holders in EVOS Divine, ruining their chances, but also ruining their own chances walking in, allowing Lost, who came from the northern side, an easier path into victory.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, teams with a great potential of elimination can go for a placement point, because the moment that they meet up with a team, like as easy as that, they can just clear it out. So it's just paving their way towards the final circle, and then as well as the Booyah.
I think at that point, that's when you're thinking like, hey, how much motivation do you have? How much heart do you have in this game? Because let me tell you, these teams have been playing extremely hard, day after day, no breaks whatsoever, other than the knockout stage. They've been screaming hard, and most importantly, I think this might be the most amount of games that they played in a singular day. Okay,
Panelists, I've just gotten information on what the next map is going to be. It is in my mind, and Gideon, you know what I'm thinking. I hope you guys are ready for this. Look me in the eye. I want you to envision what is that next map. You know what it is? We're going to Kalahari, baby! And this is probably the setup, the ultimate Cinderella dream for Indonesia, because we have said this time and time again, this is a map that Indonesia loves to play. And look who is at the top of the leaderboard, who has unlocked the condition. If it doesn't happen now, I don't think it ever happens.
It's gonna be a really tough battle here, because I know for a fact teams on that second page are not gonna let these Indonesians run away with it just yet. And not to mention that even for Team Vitality being denied by their brothers in RRQ. Had RRQ just said, hey, we're cool, we don't have to do this, we can both achieve the champion point together, they were like, no, we want this championship more than you do, you're going down, brother.
Yeah, I mean, just second out in there with only 3 points remaining. But again, Kalahari. This is one thing that Indonesia are being proud of, similar to what we've seen Team Vitality in Solara. But I would say that if this is the case, or since this is the case, and there's a lot of pressure, I would say pressure can be lifted by those from Brazil, from LATAM. They can just play it as it is. no need to plan that much. As you mentioned, if you're a coach, just do this and they will be doing it. Just play it to your whims and just give out everything that you have.
Hot drop them. Hot drop them. You need to cut the snake's head straight away. We take them out, then there's a really good chance you will be able to gather enough points in the next 2 maps to be able to achieve your own championship point. And then maybe we start thinking about, hey, let's play safe. Let's look to booyah at the end of the game.
But I can't believe it though. You know, we've made it this far in Champions Rush. The predictions for the casters before the tournament even began, okay, we spoke to the casters and they all unanimously agreed that we would go to around 8 games. Maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, but so far we're getting closer to that prediction. I mean, we're kind of there.
Well, we're seeing how tight it is already for the teams. Once one is taking the lead, another one will be showing up, even from knockout stage, even in point rush. So we've seen a lot of turn of events that happen. And I thought that point rush is just something that like the other teams, especially core memory, those who top the board in point rush could take advantage. But no, I mean, those who don't really care about point rush, similar to what we've heard, Evos as well as Rasia, they don't care point rush, they just can bring it on. So I guess it's a different mix in terms of tactics. We don't have a finality yet on who can really finish this off.
Saving strats work. Confirmed. Saving strats definitely worked. I mean, that's the guess, right? We're not hearing this from the players and coaches themselves. Maybe they kind of approach point rush differently because, right, it doesn't matter if you win or lose in point rush. I think for the lower teams, it definitely does matter because if points are harder for you to get, then obviously the head start makes more sense. But for the top teams that are generally consistent, they know that they can perform and they know roughly how many points they can get per round. Point rush, maybe it's more for them to scout the opponents, right? You learn how everyone else is playing, find out what their drop points are, and also maybe even decide to go for some cheeky hot drops and figure out, okay, we hot dropped this team on this map. We actually felt really confident fighting them. Sure, we lost, but I think we can do it again and make that fight really happen on the grand final.
I think the hardest part about it all is the fact that the strats are ever changing, right?
Yeah.
I think that from the knockout stage, we saw what everybody was trying to do. Hey, let's just play standard and see what happens. We get a little bit of information. We go over to point rush. And even there, we're seeing that teams are deploying completely opposite strategies of what they're used to be known for. And as we see this as we see this champion rush stage slowly progress, we're noticing that we're seeing the sides of players that you don't usually see, right? Desperation is starting to take hold of some of our top teams from both regions, and even then we are seeing other teams take full advantage, like AG Global.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, probably it's not just the matches, the actual matches in EWC, the scrimming as well. It adds a little bit more factor that they can use to study their opponents. Though, again, it's just scrim, similar to what you mentioned from Point Rush. It might not be the whole cards being shown, but at least you will be able to play through that because that's also a warm-up for you. So we're seeing a lot of differences in terms of game style all throughout the levels in the competition.
I'm actually glad you brought up scrims, Neptune, because again, we had a lot of talking, Gideon, happening behind the scenes. And I think something we also need to consider is exhaustion, tiredness. We've had a really long day here for Free Fire EWC 25. We have no idea if the teams managed to get scrims before finals as well. So imagine you've played, let's say they played some scrims, roughly 2 to 4 games maybe. Then you come into the grand finals and now you're up to map number 8. That's a lot of Free Fire.
12 matches already, and there's still more to be played, right? There's still potentially up to 14 in total before this all rounds out. So right now, some of these players, they're running on fumes. They're trying to fuel themselves up. Some of them are literally, it's all heart at this point to not just mentally break down at the current position that they're in.
Thus, I mean, when we talk about scrims, like, you don't have to really give it all. It's like more of scouting, identifying what can be done, what could have been done, or correcting all the mistakes that you have from the past. So that's one thing as well. Drop spots. If you have failed and would want to change, there's a chance for you to really change that and probably not really play it out as aggressive as what we've seen right now. I think this is what Dragon Esports was taking advantage of. The scrims, the knowledge they gather, the homework that they've done from yesterday up until today, thus surviving, and they're very close as well.
Right, now we are going to go for a quick update on the STC Club Championships as well, because as you guys know, we had League of Legends wrap up their game today, and Gen G now top the charts after securing the League of Legends win. And now they are the team to look out for right now at the Club Championships. But are they safe? Technically, no. We're only in week 2, but you still want to grab as many points as possible. And obviously, we have points for the Free Fire division as well. So the teams that are playing in Free Fire, they're going to look at this and they're probably going to have to set their own goals and say, okay, if we grab these points in Free Fire, what other titles do we need to clinch to push ourselves up that club championship?
It's shaking things up here, right? I mean, this could be foreshadowing for all we know. I don't know how many superstitious people in chat there are right now looking at this and be like, it's clear who's going to be on top, right? It's going to be Team Vitality who turns things around.
I mean, they've done, well, probably if they were given another Solara, but I don't think so.
Like, I was going to say wrong map.
No repeats. No repeats in a random. It'll just go over and it's just tough. It's just tough right now, but they've struggled, but they were able to survive in some other cases. So these teams have done so much of adjustment overall, despite of the teams they're going against, despite of the patches that they have to go through and study every time. And I guess Brazil is one of the region that really struggled when it comes to all of those updates happening.
Yeah, I think they are kind of, struggling, I mean, so much actually, but we can see still Los playing really well. I think they are fitting inside of the match, and I mean fitting inside of the tournament in general, and maybe in the next match they can do like such a great job and try to get a booyah, and maybe they can be the winners of the tournament. Let's keep our eyes really open.
Let's see if they can grab those points and unlock the win condition first. But I have been updated that we are ready to fly into Kalahari Survivors. Make some noise for your teams. Let them know you're sending them your energy. We're going to throw it over to our casters right now. Husky and AJ, take it away for Kalahari.
Thank you, Danalee, Raja, Neptune, and Gideon. Now we head on into the desert. Not the desert here at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, but the deserts of Kalahari, where Indonesia usually reigns supreme. But if you sleep on them, they will make you pay. They will make you regret. We're talking about the Brazilians Lost, who have now activated the champion rush condition as well. And they are not too shabby on this map. You're back here with your boys Mustachio and Husky. Game number 8. Do we go the distance today, Husky?
Talk about second chances. This is third chance for some of these teams. Third chance for Evos for sure. Yeah. Second for RQ. Second for Lost. Third for AGAL. Let's see if the drop spots change. This is where it gets desperate. And especially for Evos and AGAL, the longer you are at the lead, the longer you stare at that trophy knowing that one game could send you there, the more nerve-wracking it is. RRQ takes Refinery, Evos takes Confinement, Vitality at Council Hall, and it's Falcons in the middle of all of it.
Early hit list purchase by Captain Jonah onto Butchizin from Fluxo. Early purchase of the hit list here, targeting Falcons by Dudes. And very early on, they can either be getting just pure information to avoid the early engagements or potentially go in for the hunt. Because looking at Fluxo and Buriram, they have got absolutely nothing to lose at this point.
Yeah, and if we know Buriram, their next rotation most of the time will be looking at command post. Core memory around Santa Catarina. Evos play a safe spot at Confinement, but Falcons are playing a risky game. RRQ, Ma'al starting it off with first blood onto R7. Again, the eliminations don't really matter as much. You look at your screens, 4 teams are eligible to win it all. Evos, RRQ, Lost, AGAL. But on this map, Indonesians are always favored.
Absolutely, and 2 of the Indonesian squads already have activated the champion rush condition. 1 was just literally 3 points away, undone by their brothers RRQ, putting a quick stop to that. And the rotation from Buriram into Santa Catarina does not happen. Instead, it was Core Memory that overextends from Santa Catarina into Stone Ridge. but they very, very quickly hightail it out of there. Potentially losing 2 players here to the hands of Buriram.
Good scan from Falcons early on. They just caught wind of EVOS making a rotation. So you know that someone is passing through confinement towards Santa Catarina. That's where EVOS is heading. Maybe might run into a beaten up core memory. Zenzi would just another name on the list. That is as far as we can be sure about EVOS playing it safe. Both them and AJL have taken risks in the previous game, and they both, ironically, ended up falling in the hands of the Brazilian squad.
Cougar, final player on the side of core memory, looking for a vending machine for sure at this point of time. And all thanks to those coin machines, he should be able to bring at least 1 player back in. So we will see more of core memory in a little bit. Nothing much to stress about at all. But loss, the Brazilian team do not just outshine Fluxo once but twice now. Yeah, the Esports World Cup, they continue to do so. Well, thanks to the fact that the revivals are there, core memory still hanging on, but all 3 players on that fantastic revival play. Coins galore for sure. Back to 47 players we go. And if it wasn't for Buriram, we would actually have 48.
Tell Buriram, if they have a good game, they would be the 5th team on the list. You know, Vitality 3 points away. Dragon Esports, could you believe it?
And they would have 1 more game to close it out. And Buriram has to close it out on the 10th game if they activate Champion Rush. Sorry, they have to close it out on the 9th game if they activate Champion Rush. Mainly because if you just want to depend on those points, man, EVOS and RRQ, they're quite far away from them.
I mean, if we ever go to game 10 and EVOS wins by cumulative points, it will be the sweetest victory.
I don't know. It
will be the most stressful, but it will be sweet. That's how they lost last year, but it seems like that will be put on hold if EVOS wins this one. They've already gotten the initial elimination onto Moshi, and that's already a pillar down.
It's a big if here because Buriram is deadly as ever. Looking for the Champion Rush activation. Jonah, captain, taken down. Wasana with the trade though, but Rasia very quickly puts him down onto the ground. Moshi, final player in the mix. And thankfully, he managed to hightail it out of there. Was that a revival? Either way, put it up hanging on for their dear lives.
It's just not good enough from BRU. But the fans are disappointed. BRU, they get to live on, but for how long? I think that is a question that only the survivor could answer. But if you are EVOS, you just cleared out Stone Ridge. It could not get better than that. And Dragon Esports, they just made contact with Vitality. That is the team that wants to make it to Champion Rush. RRQ, they left Refinery and made it to the southwestern side of Command Post. This is going to be a wild card.
Unbelievable rotations coming on through here. But the circle, the first zone, is pretty central. So all the teams are just staying put. They're not going in for any wild rotations just yet because of how unforgiving the move of the circle could be for zone number 2. So this is just a game of wait and see exactly which sort of a direction the next zone is going to take, because it's pretty much 50-50, and as Loss just absorbs these shots, it's very clear they do not want to get into a scuffle just yet.
At the same time, Buriram just made a full recovery. Everyone brought back thanks to the initiative of Moshi. Saifa getting down, eliminated. Pinoy does find an exchange on the hacks. Deal with the Joker. This dream needs to live on, and they sure as heck is not going to let R7 take it away.
They've got a vending machine right there beside them, so R7 not too fast at all. Blue wall melters laid out. Time turner pulled out as well for a secondary defensive measure. Chinoy on the instant revival, understanding that R7 will not get cheeky, and the glue wall melters once again laid out. Even if R7 expires here up against them, the team still stays in play thanks to that vending machine.
If they can get Saifa, this would be great. Come on, Games King, you gotta hit that shot. You gotta hit that shot. This is not good enough. Saifa survives.
And Games King in squad, all thanks to those revivals, will still be in the game, but ATL now at the brink of outnumbering them But look at the split jump away, using the jump pad, forcing AGAL back because going in for the hunt could be deadly. And AGAL chooses to play the safer route. Just happy that they could scare away R7 from Shrine.
And we talk about how slow Fluxo plays, and overall I didn't really like the approach, but every once in the blue moon they could end up intercepting a crucial team, and in this case, it's probably EVOS. They're gonna take the launch pad and hop away to safety, deeper into where they want to go as RRQ continues to make it further towards the edge, the perimeter of the safe zone, and EVOS now finds themselves smack in the middle of everything.
And the next circle finally shows itself, dragging us straight down towards the southern side of this Kalahari map. The sub command post pretty much in there. And RRQ up against their brothers EVOS, who are leading the fray with the eliminations thus far. Predator or Prey, which one are you, RRQ?
It's gonna be so close. Not to mention that BRU are moving towards EVOS. Vitality just saw RRQ. Pain Gaming could be a third party. Fluxo could do the same.
Oh, wow.
Don gets knocked down. Lost puts themselves on the map. Remember, this team, the only Brazilian representative that has a chance to win it all. They did strong in Kalahari last year as well. That was what put them in the conversation in the first place.
This is definitely a big map for Lost.
It is.
One where they very rarely falter. And they already have one Booyah here, proving that they are definitely one of the Predators. Just does not help the cause of Indonesia at all that they have activated this champion rush condition for themselves. Buriram not looking for a round 2 up against EVOS, but they sure as hell will find it if they continue this pathway.
And Fluxo is just lying in wait. They, funnily enough, even Fluxo now has reached a point. We've dragged on the finals long enough for Fluxo to have a chance.
Yeah.
Get champion rush. 25 points. A good round is all it takes. It's EVOS, they gather around one single tent. Get high with the grenade in his hands. This could get messy. This could be what sets off a chain reaction. If BRU takes the fight now, Fluxo and RRQ will be activated.
Dew up top. AGAL with the safe plays this time around. Spreading out all throughout Refinery, but they will have to make a move now because this next circle is surely not going to be in the confines of Refinery unless they get some wild luck of randomness. But based on our calculations, they will have to move. Quite a long way that will be.
EVOS about to face the toughest test of their career, of this tournament. 5 teams surrounding them.
Wow, look at this, man. Top eliminations, all decked out with the EVOS players.
It's not good enough to win in the finals, and that's the harsh truth. Here comes team number 6.
Wow.
Falcons. I think if you're EVOS, you stay still, stay low, off the radar. Let the battle unfold. Let your opponents take each other out. EVOS does not want to be involved in a 6-team slugfest.
Be it eliminations or damage, it is just Indonesia shining bright at this point of time. But here comes the team that is about to ruin their experience, their dreams. Lost looking for the shutdown onto the Indonesian squads. But they potentially have to come across the pathway of the reigning Esports World Cup champions, Falcons.
Even Dragon has started making a move, and that's going to prompt BRU to start firing. This is getting from bad to worse for a lot of these teams, especially the teams who have a chance to win it all. Again, EVOS right smack in the middle. Lost needs to go through the dungeon run all the way from Stone Ridge, go through Falcons, go through Dragons, and maybe BRU. EVOS still not making their presence known, at least to most of them. A big binocular scan from Lost. That is going to ping out Fluxo members. 11 teams alive.
If the Brazilians spray on each other. But Fluxo focusing on the players of R7 and Pain Gaming, bumping into AGAL. But the circle is going to be the bigger predator as it forces everybody to scurry on it.
If the Brazilians spray on each other and none of them get the win, it would be a throwback to 2022 in Bangkok. Ooh. That was how BRU won.
Yeah, man.
That was how BRU won, not just...
That was literally how BRU won,
just by methods of infighting between the Brazilians and Nigma Galaxy not able to hang on. And you do that callback and you look at you again, he always is in one of those storylines. Russia getting the knock onto Rigby. Pain now springs into action against AGAL, and they are winning. This AGAL side, they want to keep on going because if Pain takes them out, this could be the final round for AGAL. Due is sacrificed in the process. The main character is out, and now it's up to the rest of the team to keep it intact.
Can you get it done without your prime sniper? They still do have the backup marksman in Cypher. High ground advantage. And AGAL does not need to rotate too far away, but they will have to sacrifice that high ground in a little bit.
Focus is gone.
On the other hand, falters as Lost takes the fight to them and wipes them out instantly.
The only team in the center of the circle is RRQ, and that is one of the teams that can win this. We say that this is Indonesia's map, but RRQ have always ruled Kalahari. Evo now gets some room to breathe and move. AGAL not done just yet with Pain. Peter on the ground as Cypher confirms the takedown. Gus and Noda in the 2v3. Motovia supporting them from afar, but R7 now is going to join the conversation. A three-way fight.
AGAL, one of the teams that has activated the Champion Rush condition. In fact, all 4 teams that have activated it is still alive and kicking. The numbers not looking strong on the side of Lost. All thanks to vitality of all teams. As R7 scrambles looking for the circle, AGAL playing with fire on top of this hill.
EVOS has to start moving as the circle closes in, and Pain slowly losing members. R7, they have a good spot to work with. AGAL confirms a triple for Chinoy, taking down stragglers from the side of Dragon Esports. As R7 out in a spot, AGAL continues to run, but still Pain not done just yet. And AGAL, they're gonna run straight in. Lost gets eliminated off screen. Pain Gaming, bodies dropping. Barros getting dropped, but AGAL stands strong.
Puriram's out of the race as well. Pain Gaming deleted.
Oh no.
Unbelievable. AGAL very low on the chances of walking away with a booyah, looking at the numbers that they have alive. RRQ almost losing one, but you see the focus on the pickup. The Mets are out. EVOS looking for their brothers. They want to end this right here, right now. Steffi Pop, your grenades can't touch it.
3v4. If EVOS pulls this off, it would be a miracle on top of one, but Fuxo don't want to let it happen. Fuxo, they want a piece of the pie. They can feel that they are close to it. Ray is low, needs some time. Grenade launcher in hand, but doesn't have the space to use it. Aimgot absorbing pressure, grabbing attention, but he can't hold on for too long. Vitality now is in the radar, and in fact, Vitality will help up EVOS a little bit, taking down one of the Fluxo members as Menti7 strikes back. Evo is now stuck in the middle with RRQ and Fluxo around him.
GG for you! As Ray returns fire with the M79, grenade launcher fighting him, and Fluxo, they don't get to ruin the chances of EVOS just yet, and the next circle goes to the new Indonesian squad.
This is insane, RRQ. They need some time to get their health back up, but EVOS finds time, and they have space. Another shot granted. Chinoy taken down from afar, Aimgot making sure that he gets the base cover. EVOS smells it once more. They believe in second and third chances, and now they have it!
This is a big one for EVOS. They need to put Vitality down and out. They are the only team that can prevent the championship from going to either EVOS or RRQ. They've got the numbers. Cypher trying to play spoilers on the side of AGAL. But who does he stop?
Oh no.
Probably no one. 3 Indonesian teams, we call this the Indonesian map. And these 3 squads proving it.
And RRQ now receives heat. Vitality from behind, RRQ in the rough spot. EVOS helps them out, Russia continues to deliver. Taking down members by members of Vitality. But the next point of contact is going to be RRQ, EVOS. They could just let this happen.
Vitality, they're going in here for the sweep. RRQ in an unfortunate predicament.
Cypher.
And EVOS allows it to happen. Cypher, bye-bye. Koja steals it.
Look at this, AJ. Look at where EVOS is at.
Look at where Indonesia is at the world stage, Husky.
This could be the final lap. We are so close to it. RRQ, they need to leave the compound now, but if Vitality moves now, it draws attention away. RRQ makes the move onto the southern side towards EVOS. Vitality splits to the north. RRQ makes contact first. Rossdale delivers 2 in a row. A bye. He needs to shut Rossdale down. They caught. Trapped in the same spot. Rasha finally gets knocked down. RRQ though, they need to finish the job, but it's not done just yet.
Vitality wants to play spoilers. Unbelievable what we are seeing here at the Esports World Cup. Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, the heat is just of a different quality. Kiba overshoot, down with the Bison. Kyung gets the shot from afar, and now RRQ very low in probability. We still don't crown a champion here yet at Riyadh. Aim God, down you go. Vitality showing that they are a monster. Indonesia, you can ride. You are the best nation in Free Fire right now.
From the grave, Team Vitality wins it in map number 8 and puts themselves on the pedestal. All 3 Indonesian teams now have unlocked the condition of Champion Rush. Vitality were 3 points short off of Game 7 on Solara, their best map. They were stopped by RRQ, and now in Kalahari, they stop RRQ on their best map. Write me a story better than this.
You cannot script this one, man. What a journey for Indonesia. And it will all come down to the randomizer once again. Where do we go?
Vitality stopped the 2 teams that could have won it all.
But you know, this could just be the prayers of the millions of the Brazilian survivors, hoping and praying that it doesn't end, hoping and praying that Lost still stands a chance to bring it back to Brazil. But holy hell, it's going to be hard up against 3 Indonesian squads who are right there with them with the Champion Rush condition map.
5 teams out of 12 that have a chance.
My God.
Who's to say that match 9 ends with another team that gets a booyah, but it's not one of those 5s, and then we get 6 teams for Game 10, and we might still be staring down the barrel of the classic cumulative points before a team gets crowned champion, and that would have been EVOS. But for now, we're gonna head to the stage for Carol, as she has an interview on standby.
Oh my gosh. Today for sure will be a day for we never forget. What we are watching here, the grand finals at EWC 25, it is amazing. But of course, I know you guys are very curious to talk with the Evils right now. Let's have a word with M-God so we can understand what they are going through right now, because it must be really hard to be in the grand finals. Thanks so much for your time. So basically, you guys had 3 chances. Right now, your 4th chance to go and get a booyah and finish with this grand finals, but it's been really hard for you guys. I'm pretty much sure. Be honest, did the pressure hit you?
Jadi tentunya di sini kalian sudah punya 3 kesempatan untuk bisa mendapatkan booyah, dan kemungkinan besar ada juga di map keempat atau map ke-9 nanti ya. Tetapi ada masalah apa gitu untuk menutup map ini gitu, dan kalian tadi juga udah sampai di akhir tapi belum bisa menutup juga. Apakah ada pressure yang mengenai kalian?
Mungkin karena zonanya juga jauh, tadi match selanjutnya gitu sih.
Okay, I think not really about the pressure. It's just that we're a little bit unlucky about the zone and the map or on how we are positioning. So we're just gonna do better next time.
Okay, that sounds good. That sounds good. Just change the mindset and come back for the game. But right now, we are watching a different game style from you guys. You start the day very aggressive, but you slow down a little bit. Do you think you have missed your shot because you have changed your game style?
Jadi kalau kita lihat dari waktu kalian main di awal itu mainnya sangat agresif gitu, tapi masuk ke dalam sekarang sudah ke championship rush point, kalian tiba-tiba terlihat sedikit lebih pasif atau lebih slow gitu. Apakah ini kesalahan dari permainan kalian atau menurut kalian gimana?
Nggak juga sih, mungkin apa ya? Ya kalau udah dapat zonanya emang santai aja lagi gitu, lebih santai.
I don't think so. I think we just that need to play according to our plan. And if we get the zone, we get the zone. We don't need to play aggressive anymore.
Okay, that's fair enough. I understand that. Yes, aggressive game for the start of the day, and right now just focus on the last zone. So good luck on their next matches. We have been watching great action, great performance come from Evils. And right now, guys, we have watched a lot of action come here to Esports World Cup 2025. But hold up a little bit. We are gonna go for a quick break and we'll be right back with more Free Fire.
Dominating.
I'ma get
Sabar. Kanan dua.
Tiga lagi beda. Tuh dia naik tower tuh. Deketin nggak sih? Itu ya atas woy.
Nok, gas sih tower.
Sabar. Tower kasihnya satu. Sabar, kita harus boya woy.
Tower weh. Dua lagi sabar. Kita boya. Depan keong dulu.
Ini ngeperan woy.
Satu lagi
di depan gua nih.
Pantai woy.
What a Indonesian final we saw there on Kalahari. We did say it was a map that is extremely popular in the region, and they gave us an absolute masterclass in that final circle. And of our teams remaining, Team Vitality secure their booyah, and not only do they grab a booyah, but they unlock the win condition. We now have 5 teams who have unlocked the win condition for Champions Rush, and somehow, some way, we still haven't crowned a champion.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that is what Champion Rush condition is about. I mean, even if you are late in grabbing and accumulating those 80 points, there's still a chance. If you can deny everyone else of getting the booyah, then so be it. And that's what Team Vitality just did.
And they did it in such a exciting, scary way. Yunsul and I, backstage, we were screaming for a Game 9, and we got it. I cannot believe we're going into a Game 9, because not only is this crucial, because Kalahari is now officially out of the map pool, meaning that we have to pick a brand new map. And I have already been informed what this new map is, but I want my panelists to give me a guess. What map do you think we're going into next?
What's left?
Give me Purgatory.
I would love to see like a match in Purgatory, so I want Purgatory too, but I'm not sure if it is.
You know what would make it difficult for everyone?
Don't say it.
If it was in Bermuda. Everyone knows this map. It will be troublesome for everyone. So I sure hope it's Bermuda.
All right, I hope my viewers have their guesses as well. Put a map into your mind, and we're going to find out in just a second what that map is going to be. Have that map in your mind. Close your eyes. The map that we're going into next is Purgatory!
All right. Okay. Now, things are going to get really, really exciting here. A classic map, of course. All of the teams from Latam know how to play this map. All the teams from Southeast Asia know how to play this map. But at the end of the day, I mean, there has been teams that perform significantly better. And when I say significantly, I truly mean significant.
Well, one thing about this is the team that's leading this map is Lost. And they are also part of the teams that grab that champion rush condition. So they might pull another Onyx on us.
That would be probably one of the most chaotic crownings I have ever heard. And I mean, if you're putting those numbers out, it means it's proven. This team has a track record. But does that mean all of a sudden they're probably going to be targeted by somebody? Because if you know you're playing a map and you know there's a team that is an absolute monster on that map, do you let them be a monster or do you become the monster and you get rid of them first?
I think it depends on the situation, right? We saw that RRQ did the exact same thing on Kalahari against EWC Divine. They literally walked up, knocked on their door and said, "Apa atas anjingku," and just went in. For translation, that means "What up, dog?" And they just gunned them down, giving Vitality that win. They knew they weren't able to close it out with a man disadvantage, but it was so important that they deny it from EWC Divine.
Well, one thing though, it's easier if there's only a few teams that has that champion rush condition. But now that we have 5, I don't think they will be chasing on them that easily. There's 5 chances that you might win or lose those gunfights.
Yeah, I think maybe it will be complicated for a team that it's trying to get the booyah. I don't know. I don't think that they will like to struggle with the situation of low. So I don't think they might, try to fight against lows. I think everyone will try to do their games so they need to be solid. It's really balanced. So I don't know if they will do it, but if they do, probably lows will struggle in the next match.
All right, we do have the overall rankings again on the screen. Now, there is still a chance we could push this to Game 10 because it's Game 9. We've still technically got one more round to go. There are a few teams left on the leaderboard that could still scrape by, but they've got to have a good round. Neptune, you've got the numbers. Who do you think, realistically, who hasn't hit 80 points yet, could possibly be the next team to scrape on by if we get another game?
Well, I'm looking at 4 teams. First is Dragon, who needs 12 points. We have Fluxo and Pain, that needs 14 points. And we have Bermuda United, who needs 15 points. All those number of points, very achievable even if you don't get a booyah. As long as you play it safe, get a decent amount of elimination as well as good placement points, they can activate it by the next round.
What are you talking about? They need to get the booyah. They need to deny the other 5 teams that champion point.
But if they got this points, like this eliminations, it will be such a I don't know. I don't even know the right word to use. Talking about the final. Yeah, amazing. Actually, that's the right word.
There's too many teams that need points. There seriously are too many teams. And the odds of getting to Game 10, I think it is relatively low. But, okay, Neptune, I have one more question for you just because you do have stats to work with. Of the 4 teams that still need points, who is the most likely of them to get a booyah on Purgatory?
Let's see at the booyah potential at this point. But I would say in Purgatory, the closest that we have right now is... Oh, actually none of them.
None?
Oh? From the past 4 maps that has been played in this, 4 games that has played in here. We have Lost, we have 2 from AGAL, and we have 1 from Core Memory. So if we just base it on the number of points that they've grabbed, Pain would be the next in line.
Pain.
And they have been a pain, though.
They actually have been quite a pain to a lot of teams, especially the ones trying to get the booyah, because they seem to conveniently run into all of our win condition teams. So maybe Pain? They might be the reason why we go to a Game 10. We're going to have to find out, but thank you so much to my panelists. We're ready to jump into game number 9. It is Purgatory. Let's fly into the match with AJ and Husky.
Thank you very much to the panel. I'd say, we've come this far. We might as well go Game 10. It comes down to the teams. Out of 12 squads, 5 of them have a chance to lift the trophy by the end of Purgatory. You're here with me, Husky, and alongside the Mustachio AJ, we have had quite a journey. We wanted 8 games. We talk about potential speed run. Let's toss that out the window. Let's enjoy some good Free Fire. And let's see if the teams can finally end it.
The panel talked about the 4 teams that could join the rest on this champion rush condition, but let us casters walk you through which one of these teams that have activated this champion rush condition is the closest to bringing our competition here to a close. Loss, the Brazilian squad, is the number 1 team at the very top with the most number of points picked up on Purgatory so far, which is ridiculous. They could just be the party poopers of Southeast Asia at this point of time. AGAL, you guys witnessed it in the Purgatory map that we just saw today. They grabbed a booyah. They've got the most number of booyahs here on Purgatory, which means the Thai teams, all of the Thai fans can smile wide. EVOS is right behind LOS, right behind Lost with those points. But the insane stuff is not a single booyah at Purgatory so far. So they all have to work against whatever sort of bad luck that has been holding them back so far and make this one happen. Because like what the panel discussed, we have got 4 teams who are not far away at all from activating this champion rush condition. And can you imagine a world where Buriram activates it and the next random map is Bermuda? GGWP.
Yeah, I mean, Lost have been the best team. AGAL got an earlier booyah on Purgatory, match 2. Something to look out for. You look at the drop spot, EVOS smack dab in the middle. South of Brasilia, AGAL with a split, Brasilia and Fields, Core Memory, Dragon Esports as always, Lost taking Ski Lodge. We got Buriram and Marble Works as always, RRQ at Fire Brigade, central controlled by Falcon, something that we expected. Vitality, not to be forgotten, taking Forge. I think for EVOS, once more, just like the previous 2 rounds, they put themselves in a risky position, but we've seen them get out of it time and time again.
Oh yeah. Vitality and Forge, the team. And don't tell me Indonesia does this twice in a row, right?
Come on, man.
To be the last team that activates Champion Rush and then the following game hits a massive booyah and calls themselves champions.
I mean...
But either way, once again, Husky, what a year for the Free Fire fans in Indonesia.
One thing I would say, at least it's not like Sea Spring. We have quality Indonesian teams, consistent, but display consistency and caliber. I think that's the most important thing, right? That's why they are in this spot. Early rotation from Dragon Esports onto EVOS' side. That could end the dream for EVOS on the map. Falcons against RQ. Their dreams could also be smothered if RQ loses out on here. Karoro with the first blood and on the pan to the face. Abai is out.
Oof. The wonder kid of the RRQ squad down in the dumps very early on. Dude's going to be charged at RTS 50 in hand, but could not make use of a grenade. Instead will be pounced upon. And these Falcons, you hear the cheers once again. They are trying to boost Falcons up from the 11th spot.
Remember, panel also brought up, we also brought up, Dragon Esports, they have a good chance to join the rankings. You underestimate them.
Never would I have ever thought.
I mean, they're 12 points away. Well, they have to. Unfortunately, get rid of EVOS.
Yeah.
Unless Core Memory helps them out, and Core Memory has just arrived in Brasilia. So far, Ray, that is not looking good.
You know, the one thing that's up against Dragon Esports is the fact that you need a booyah to win the championship.
Oh, yeah.
And they have not gotten anywhere
to
a booyah so far.
Russia, he just knocked himself with a grenade launcher. Not like this, EVOS.
Hey,
of 4 times.
Spoiler time. Core Memory appears out of nowhere.
There's a vending machine. Aim God, you can do this. Bring them back.
And a wild Pokemon appears. Aim God brings them back. Core Memory just saved the chances of EWC Esports. Unbelievable. Don, time turner. He pulled it out, but Aim God is the one that uses it. Strikes him. Unfortunately gets taken down by Cougar, who appears from the back. But the Wonder Kid has been brought back in. And he has a strong chance to loot up Central here and bring back the rest of his team members.
Just in time for Falcons to have rotated away because they fought RRQ early on. Russia once more called to action. And he accepts that duty, brings back Ray. EVOS gets another chance at life. And I could have sworn I saw the fear in their eyes, just like last year where they came so close only for this to happen at the worst possible moment. And Russia knocked himself out with the grenade launcher. yet he's here to save the team.
you gotta pull yourself together, Wonder Kid. Pain up against Buriram. A fight Buriram just cannot lose. But Pain Gaming feels the exact same way as well. Both of them so close to each other on the overall leaderboard, looking for the activation of this champion rush condition. The winner just stands a better chance. No hope at all to stop the 5. Phenomenal. Buriram out of the pen, into the fire. Firing range, set up by Fluxo. And they funnel them in, shut them down. Whether we get the championship or not, they will smile that they have managed to stop Buriram. But one final survivor on the side of Buriram. Captain Jonah hits the revive before getting taken down.
It's the revive for Pain too. Peter gets brought back very fast. Falcons encroaching onto EVOS' territory. Or more also, they return to their own territory. Ray will have to be sacrificed here for sure, but the rest of EVOS have been able to make it to Mount Villa. Ray, can he take at least one with them? The answer is no. Kiroro rescued by his teammates. We saw the same exact rotation that EVOS made earlier on Purgatory. If Falcons pursue this, EVOS could meet an early end. But if Falcons decide that they just want to hold south side because of where the circle is going, EVOS gets a second chance, but then R7 becomes their problem.
Can EVOS pull a Falcons on the competition? From the verge of being annihilated to making a full squad recovery and heading in for a booyah. They've done one too many times here at the Esports World Cup 2025. Might just see that once again as the final player on the side of EVOS gets revived. Ray will catch up with that action in a little bit. For now, the Dragons at the verge of extinction.
Falcons deciding against taking the zip line, but I think they're heading towards golf course. This is not going to be looking good for EVOS. Rigby taking down Ramise. Dragons loses another member. The challenge for EVOS continues on the map. They have R7 to deal with at Quarry and then Marbleworks, and while Wasana roaming around. But with golf course taken control, the Falcons, it puts Lost at very good odds.
Unbelievable.
That de-rotation by EVOS, it might pay off if R7 runs into Falcons.
And obviously,
look at this.
It's going to head on further and further up towards the northern part of Purgatory. And EVOS has got the right rotation here because the probability of it bringing up towards Crossroads and Marbleworks is fairly high.
Oh no. I mean, look at this. They have a good chance, but R7 has to go. Either that or Falcons. And they're already starting a gunfight. Aim God playing on the flank. This is a risky move from EVOS. It can still backfire.
Let's see if or not EVOS manages to keep their heads down as they try to get out of here. I expected the engagement between Falcons and R7 to continue on a little bit longer, as I say that, Games King. Eliminated from the run. But that should have dragged in another Prey into play as well. EVOS, but we'll catch up with that action in a bit. For now, Thailand versus Thailand. Core Memory meeting AGAL. One of the teams that have activated this champion rush condition. About to have the party ruined by their brothers.
It's going to be very tough. Density getting knocked down as well. Chinoy right through the defenses with the Valiant dash. AGAL making sure that they cover all their bases. Now in the building, the maze of glue walls all being knocked down. Jumping the crossfire. Point getting knocked down by Cypher. The trade does come true, but AGAL pulls it out from the hat. And they wipe out Core Memory. The run continues.
Oh my, that was way too close. Barros with the grenade launcher, finally making it work for them. And unbelievable stuff here out of Core Memory Esports. After a phenomenal showing at Point Rush, I guess they used up a lot of that creative juice. All of their manifestations for the top was sent in for the wrong day, Husky.
This is not gonna be easy, right? I mean, AimGod was revived. They sent him into the circle because they needed information. BRU could do the same, but they are late to the party, right? It's been so late. Wasana hasn't got a single revive yet because there was nothing left for him. But this is all for the marbles. EVOS knew they had to take this risk, but R7 is waiting for the interception, and there's nowhere to go but forward. In a 3v4 with minimal resources, 3 glue walls for Ray, no medkits. Well, I say that he picks up some, but still minimal to work with.
R7, like you said, could just play spoiler for EVOS Esports. They're in prime position, but they will be tickled by Falcons as well. As you see on the northern side of your screen right now. Lost with a high ground advantage, has got no competition whatsoever to cross on into this next circle.
Oh my goodness, EVOS, that rotation! If we look at the radar, they just made one of the best rotations ever. Dodged a big bullet. Falcons takes on R7 off screen. Look at that, EVOS. Can you believe it?
Miracle right there.
This...
Being able to call such a rotation, Husky, is just incredible. They've got the jump pad as well.
Oh my goodness.
And Aim God gives the info that is all wide and clear, brothers.
This is recovery. They have completely recovered from the poor start that they have, and supply drop waiting for them.
To unlock it, Aim God has been sitting here for quite a while already. Goes in for the full unlock. He gets it. With this airdrop, EVOS is right back in it.
This whole grand final has been about second chances. And EVOS keeps getting it.
This is like what, fourth chance?
Yeah, this fourth chance, right? But you know, it doesn't sound as good.
No.
I mean, here, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
As long as they can wrap it up as the champions, it doesn't matter how it sounds.
They've earned it for sure.
Yeah, but it's getting tougher and tougher. And this is one of those teams that have a high chance of walking away with the Booyah at Purgatory. Problem is, the previous Booyah's loss has grabbed on Purgatory. They have been very aggressive. Now this is the passive version, which I'm not too fond of.
And Vitality just spot the loss out. EVOS needs to continue this rotation, but Buriram right on the horizon. Buriram is a bit more ill-equipped compared to EVOS.
Yep.
If they get to Buriram right now, they get another shot at the championship, and Buriram knows this. Right around the corner, here we go, Ray! Missing it, get high with P90, drops Ray, and that is not what you want if you're EVOS. They block out BRU, but Rasya, he needs to take this fight. He's forced to engage. Kochu and Imgod trying to respond, but Moshi wins that one out. And EVOS falling apart.
Kochil has got the grenade launching here. Deadly weapon! And with the tag team of Rasya, 2 players down on the ground. Kochil needs to go for the continuous shutdown. And Rasya will give the backup that his brothers terribly need. And the big brothers will smile as their kid, straight off the block, the Wonder Kid himself makes a huge play.
Rasya! Again!
And the Wonder Kid continues to deliver.
And he bails out the team as they take the launch pad deeper into the safe zone, away from the blue. Wasana left reeling once more. And this time in an even worse spot. But the next contender arrives. Dragon Esports in front of EVOS. And Dragons is so close to 80 points.
Oh yeah. Unbelievable, Saudi Arabia. Unbelievable. Out of the EMEA region, Dragons Esports. With just pure survival gameplay. They've lived out here in the deserts long enough. They know their way around.
There's no more vending machines, and that's what's going to sting for EVOS. They will play with 3 members for the rest of the round.
For Buriram.
And Buriram gets eliminated. No champion rush for them, sadly. Just not enough points. Lost against Vitality. At least one of them will fall short at the end of this loss. Will take offense. Vitality holding in the building across them. And Lost clearing out the compound. Nando 9 started off. Kyung gets knocked down, but no confirmation yet. The glue wall is just enough. FGL through the glue wall. Riptide with the committed interception. As Vitality keeps on holding.
Wonderful nade into the trailer once again. Vitality pops the Steppy. That bit too late. But that will slow Lost down a tad bit. Nando 9, Riptide Rhythm to the back as AGAL now comes in as the next contender, looking to make Lost after break. Valiant dash by Rigby, M590, and Rahone with the backup. Lost making quick work of the Thai squad.
And Rigby resets his Tatsuya cooldown from that knock. We talk about the nerf. People go for Oscar, but in times of need, that Rebel Rush could make the difference. And AGAL left with Cypher. Left to pick up the pieces, and he falls apart. Lost keeps that run running. But for AGAL, this could be it. There might not be another chance. EVOS is out too.
Vitality is mining at this point of time. So much of resources used up here by Lost just to fight AGL off. And now, look around, they move on in together with Rick BM 590 in their hands. They want a big fight, but A124 bombed as well. And Vitality has no way out. It's a firing squad. General down on the ground. Is this worth it for Lost? They have no choice. And they make it out of there with the skin of the teeth. General. Riptide Rhythm, round A, down you go as well. Dragons of all teams are saving it for Southeast Asia as they take those big shots up against the Brazilian squad.
Only Pain and Dragon Esports. Actually, Pain Dragon and Falcons can stop the trophy from being lifted.
Wow.
They gotta stop RRQ. They have to stop Lost. And with Lost out, it's only RRQ left. We might go to a game 10. It might come down to the wire.
Unless RRQ pulls off a miracle run here.
It's the final circle.
Repositioning towards the back end where it's all clear. But Lady Luck not on their side.
Oh my
pulling away the
goodness.
circle. Dragons Esports down. And now the circle with Falcons who are on fire literally. Pina finding Kiba. Big knockdown coming on through. Dudes with the Groza Ma'al looking for that snipe, and the glue wall melters taking down their defenses. M590 courtesy of Ma'al, but Pina strikes once again. The sniper went in too early.
And Limit finds another knock. I think it has happened. Falcons stop the end game. 20 eliminations. You wanted a miracle, and Team Falcons delivered it at the 11th hour in front of a home crowd. 32 points. And Falcons now joins the ranks of teams who can take it all home and get that two-peat in front of a Saudi crowd in their nest.
From nowhere close to now, one round away from being your back-to-back Free Fire Esports World Cup champions, Falcons. Unbelievable run. And what is more unbelievable is that on this world stage, 5 teams had activated the champion rush condition and none of them could bring it to an end.
The script keeps getting better. It was Falcons who stopped an Indonesian team. They did it last year against EVOS. Now they did it against RRQ. You see how shattered Ma'al must have felt. They had the win. It was a 4v3. And guess who pulled through? Pina. Once more. One of the latest additions for Team Falcons to send them into match point. Incredible. 6 teams, half the squads, half the grand finalists can take it all home. And still, we don't know if we will be looking at a Booyah win or accumulated point. Is this where it ends for Indonesia when they've come so close? Not just with one team like EVOS last year, but with all 3 representatives.
My question is, did Dragons get the 12 points?
I don't know. They got 15!
Dragons got 15. Dragons is in the champion rush condition as well. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, match number 10 out of possible 10 here at the Esports World Cup for Free Fire.
Triple kill. Quadra kill.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
เฮ้ยมีเขียวปลากดเลยถ้ามีเขียวอ่ะมีเขียวปลาไปเลยไม่มีละกูมีอยู่เฮ้ยมึงมาขวาได้ป่ะกูเล่นซ้ายตรงไหนขวามึงเลยรถหน้ามึงเลยเซ็นระเบิดไปก่อนรถ
หมดแล้วว่ะเพื่อน
จะได้อีก100นึงมาเปิดเตะป่ะรอก่อนตายใส่ตัวนึงเลยตายพี่หน่อยตายพี่สองเฮ้ยตัวเดียวอะไรอ่ะ
This is the grand final that keeps on giving, and we have made it to game number 10. This is the match to decide who will be our champion, and we have 2 conditions that could be met here. 1, a team that has 80 points nabbing the Booyah here will crown them champion. Alternatively, if a non-qualifying team secures the Booyah, then the team with the most points will be crowned champion. It's a tense moment here on the panel because we honestly do not know what to expect for this final map. We thought we knew what the results were going to be for that map, but look at the leaderboard. I'm seeing Gideon, his jaw is on the ground. Neptune's still trying to get his formula working because it's broken up to that last round. But Gideon, walk us through what is updated with the match rankings.
Okay, so first of all, with Team Falcons getting 32 points and as well as Dragon Esports getting 15, Dragon Esports should qualify for their own champion point. For Team Falcons, I would assume straight away that they've also qualified for it, which would mean that half the lobby is already qualified.
But based on previous calculation, they needed 38 points.
38? No!
Okay, we need a total ranking update. I think that's what everyone wants to see right now because we need to know who is in the running to win via a Booyah and who is in the running to potentially win with points, right? Like that is what we want to know right now. We need to know what is the threshold that everyone is aiming for when it comes to points. And obviously we've got our teams, they're still talking. Here is the overall rankings and oh my goodness, we almost had a 7th team make it through, but Pain, they missed out by a point.
By 1 point. Team Falcons missed out by 6 points, which means unfortunately for everybody on the second page, it doesn't matter what they do. They decide who could potentially win this at the very end. Because EWC Esports are leagues ahead of everybody else at 150. So even if they go 0, as long as a page 2 member wins, they take this championship home.
And that's the reason why they didn't slow down. Because at some point, what they need is just a Booyah. And they can just like slow down, wait for the zone, and just surprise everyone else and grab the Booyah, similar to what we've seen in Southeast Asia. But no, they want to make sure that even if it goes to the distance, they are still number 1.
I think the most important question we need to answer is what is everyone working with for this final map? Because again, we're running with a random system. We don't know what that map is going to be, and the players only find out when it's time to play. And I have been updated with information. I know what the last map is. I hope you guys are ready for this because I think it's a great way to end the tournament with a bang. We are going back to Bermuda for game number 10. Back to where it all began.
I'm in the scriptwriter's heads already. I can foreshadow it. I can see it. There's a reason why this game is starting to look like a work of art. 10 maps already played, and that's why I've got the Van Gogh socks right here. It's a starry night, baby.
Anyways, I mean, this map, I did mention it earlier. I might have been wrong in terms of prediction, but it still is the same. It will be chaotic. Everyone knows this, and this is where everything really matters. It's either someone from the group who has reached the champion rush condition will grab the Booyah, or no one. But I guess Evo's got that second part.
I don't know what to say. I mean, is there anything to predict? Is there anything that we can foreshadow? I don't think we can. It's just a mixed bag. It's down to the teams, where they land, who they target, who decides to be the bigger man and potentially hot drop any threatening teams. I think one thing we can fall back to are numbers. And Neptune, who so far has been the most successful team on Bermuda?
Well, at this point, let me just quickly look at that, because there's so much that has happened already. And looking at it, top 3, Brilliant United, Team Falcons, and core memory.
Ooh, all of which haven't hit champ point.
So who's
Maybe
Evos? Who's the next down then?
RRQ.
I don't know. After watching that very last map, we got to see them up on that stage. They were devastated. Absolutely devastated having dropped the map, especially with a man advantage coming into that final ring.
Yeah, I guess they're more hungry right now. Hopefully it didn't damage their motivation. Hopefully they are still up for it. And I guess they're relaxing right now, making sure that they have clear a mind before they jump into the map.
I trust the coach to be able to collect the team's thoughts. But panelists, we are done here. We are ready to fly back to Bermuda, where it all began for every single survivor. Give it up for game number 10. Husky and AJ, take it away.
Panelists, you rock! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, this is Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2025. And holy hell, we are damn sure you're having a good time watching from all over the world. Team Falcons, unfortunately, they falter. They do not activate the champion rush condition. But so many of them have activated it. And Saudi Arabia's very own Dragons Esports, with a miracle run, they have activated the champion rush condition. Indonesia is up there with 3 squads looking for the title. Lost with the heavy representation for Brazil. And on the desk once again, you've got the Mustachio and Husky. Let's kick it, brother.
I'm not gonna lie, when Falcons made that booyah, it made me believe for a fraction of a moment. But I gotta correct myself, they have no chance, but it does not mean that they cannot take away the chances of the other squads. They did that to RRQ. We saw how heartbroken Ma'al was.
Oh yeah.
But we just saw a glimpse of a smile on his face. They light him up. It's good to know that at least RRQ have gotten back into the zone, and hopefully this is going to be their best. The panelists said that they are the 4th on the list in terms of top performers on Bermuda, but guess what? The top 3 teams are all teams that have no chance of winning, and they could work in the favor of EVOS, who now have 2 ways of winning the grand finals. Either they do it with their own hands, or they pray that the teams who are good on Bermuda do it for them.
And at the end of the day, all EVOS needs to do is not worry too much about the booyah, but stack those points like their lives depend on it, because their lives do depend on it. If one of the teams that have activated the champion rush condition does not get the booyah in the next game, it all comes down to which team gathered the most number of points throughout the 10 matches played. Ma'al can still turn that frown upside down. The best sniper out of Indonesia at one point of time used to be the guy, but the Wonder Kid obviously stepping it up, showing his big brother exactly how it's done out there. This is the kind of grand finals nobody could have imagined. Champion Rush delivering every single intense action possible out there, and I am all for it. Husky, what a day, man.
We have grown so much since the Corinthians lifted the trophy back in Rio, almost 7 years ago. And since then, every single trophy lift has been a lot more intense, a lot more closer. And every single grand finals, it somehow keeps on getting better. I don't know how these teams do it. I don't know if it's because of the meta or the new format, but the fact that it keeps on getting better and closer, the odds keeps getting higher, is what makes this so sweet, so precious at the end of the day. I think for RRQ, again, there's a chance to wipe those tears off.
Yeah, man, yeah.
Same for EVOS. They've come this far, and now this is truly the final stop. There's no more do-overs. EVOS, they had 5 chances. That's 4 more chances compared to last year. It could not have gotten any closer than this.
The MVP of the FFWS Global Finals. Big smile blasted on his face, Bob's chance of becoming champion here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Non-existent for Falcons, just as it is for them.
But who do they hunt? Which team's party do they spoil? Luxol's not out of the race just yet. They can definitely smile a little wider. It all depends on some heated rivalry out there that has not been settled just yet.
And I dare say, I think, of course, the prize pool matters. Of course, you want the biggest slice of the cake. But the teams on the second page, the 6 teams who have no chance of lifting the trophy, it's time to accept that and play with nothing to lose. This is the best moment to let loose. If you can't get it done, you might as well stop someone else from doing it. We saw glimpses of that from Dragon Esports in the previous round, because maybe they thought that they couldn't do it, they wouldn't be in this position, and yet here they are.
Dragons Esports, one of the most phenomenal debuts from a squad that was the underdog of underdogs. Saudi Arabia has never had a lineup for Free Fire as good as Dragons Esports. Regardless of where they landed at the grand finals, I was a fan already, but them being in the top 6, them activating Champion Rush just makes this miracle so much better. Free Fire here at the EWC 2025 is just that miracle that keeps on giving. We can't wait, man. This is game number 10, the final game. And we talked about this so many times in the past as well.
Oh yeah.
Can you imagine Champion Rush? We actually go through a competition where we go through 10 games and reach to the very final bitter end for some. And it looks like the curse of activating Champion Rush early still continues. Buriram could not close out at the C Championship. And now, for quite a while already, EWC Esports has been sitting on that Champion Rush condition activated.
We've seen them come so close. There were a couple of opportunities that they could have just lifted the trophy right then and there, but they just could not conclude the match. And I don't blame them. The teams, they get hungrier and hungrier every round. RRQ. First it was AGL, and then it was RRQ, and then Lost showed up, and then Vitality. Vitality stopped them, and then Falcon stopped RRQ. It's a food chain, it's a cycle that keeps on going, and there's no end to it. Again, EVOS, they've been in this spot before, but instead of last year where they had Falcons to worry about to lift the trophy at the end, at least we know a new champion would be crowned. But it would be devastating for Indonesia if they have all 3 teams able to win it and not pull it off. And the only way for that to happen is for either Lost, Dragon, or AGAL getting a booyah.
Hey, you know what? FFWS Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Battle Royale. The last team to activate Champion Rush condition walked away with the championship. Yeah, at Free Fire at EWC 25, the last team to activate the Champion Rush condition. Dragons Esports.
Are we flirting
miracles
with luck?
This day has been a day of miracles, Husky.
It has been. I remember when Team Falcons, quote-unquote, saved Dragon Esports from elimination by denying a booyah from Vision System in the last day of knockouts. The Arabian casters, they shed a tear or two for Dragon Esports.
Oh yeah.
This has never happened. And yet they're here. I know for a fact, or at least a lot of us know for a fact, deep down in our hearts, Dragon Esports is not the team to win. But I don't know what to believe anymore. I'm willing to believe that this could be it.
I know.
This is the tallest mountain.
This is it, Husky. You know, crazier things have happened in the past, but not one as eventful, as dragged out as this insanity that we see ahead of us right here, right now. In a few seconds, we are about to kick off one of the most decent flight paths that you would have ever seen on this map of Bermuda. And one of the conditions that you did bring up before we came back from the break was, this is the map where Buriram shines the brightest. What if we still don't have one of those who have activated the champion rush condition walking away with the booyah. What if Buriram makes this phenomenal comeback at the end just to smile a little bit?
They would have a good ending, at least to their own run on Bermuda, right?
Yeah.
Starting it off with a win and ending it with a win, but at the end of the day, they're just a Robin Hood, a side character to what's gonna push EVOS onto the podium. But this drop is everything. EVOS taking Plantation and Catalystewa, core memory to the north. AGAL playing it safe as Sentosa like they always do. RRQ taking Rimnam, peak for BRU. And Falcons with Vitality around the same area.
This is peak Free Fire action. The very first circle is pointing us towards the final circle, dragging all the teams somewhere around mill, which means the early rotations are going to be key, and that gives advantage to the teams like Buriram as well as R7. Pain barely needs to move around.
Even when I am looking at the radar, this is madness from RRQ.
Yep.
And EVOS too. Especially EVOS, I think they're taking the challenge straight to core memory. That works out, they take control of Shipyard. The northern side of the map opens up for EVOS, and that's going to set them up for success in the future 5 minutes. Because Limit gets knocked down, Vitality springs into action.
And your reigning champions, Falcons, having no chance whatsoever at the title, regardless of how they perform in this final game. Unbelievable. Massive game that they hit earlier still wasn't enough to activate the champion rush condition. Just one of those teams that woke up a little bit too late, but Pina! What a 180! But the backup was not too far away. Max 7 to his back. And Falcons, 2 players down so early in the game.
Ironically, they needed another 40 bomb to be on the list, but this time it wasn't possible. There's just not enough bodies.
And the quality of the competition this time round, man.
Yes, this is improved. I mean,
and how equal the playing field is, all thanks to the interference of the devs.
Yeah.
Nerfing those active skills that deserve to be nerfed, but EVOS
Double kill.
losing players that should not be lost.
And once more, Rasia left alone, but no vending machines. They took a risk. They paid such a hefty price. Rasia can head back to Plantation to bring his teammates back, but we've seen this last year. They start the final round to the worst possible start. It's all in the hands of the guy, of this kid who has never been in this spot. Core memory is looking for it. Vitality is nearby. Rasia needs to get further away. Bima Sakti Strip is the next best stop, and thankfully he has a vehicle to get him there.
He uses his binoculars on the way into Bima Sakti Strip as well. Rasia should be able to pick up decent number of coins here to bring at least 2 of his brothers back in before he goes in for the final revival. Bima Sakti does have a vending machine. As I say that, Coach Shield purchased right back. This kid, one of the fastest players out there. That's exactly how you hit the revive when you get to the vending machine. We saw a little bit of a blooper in the knockout stage. Dragons taking a little too long. They probably didn't really expect to get this far, but what a performance from the Saudi Arabian squad. For Dragons to activate Champion Rush faster than, in fact, the Falcons, Fluxo, Buriram, R7, Core Memory, Pain Gaming.
I mean, you have to be here to believe it. You have to see it to believe it. No one would believe you.
Nobody would believe you if you told them this. Some of our survivors are already asleep. They wake up, you tell them this story, they'll be like, yeah.
And do you know that DRG was top 6 in the finals? And then be like, shut up.
They activated Champion Rush. They were contending for the Esports World Cup 2025.
Over BRU, over Falcons, over Fluxo, get out of here. And I say Cougar almost ruined the dreams of EVOS. I mean, they
Double kill.
If that earlier fight worked out for EVOS, they would have been in a prime position to win. But once more, put to test. And guess who's knocking at the doorstep at peak? Loss is arriving like a storm, and Rigby started out. Rasia is now gone. The rest of his team, they don't have much time to pick themselves up. Another survival run now, forced to be activated.
Ray brings the Wonder Kid back in. Thankfully on the revive now, you drop back in with 2 blue walls at least, as well as the P90, which is a viable SMG. But what can you do when you are outnumbered? What can you do when you're a sniper who has an SMG in his hands? Razia needs to drop safe here at peak between his brothers.
Not just that, they go to Pochinok. Maybe they could think about Kota Tua. Kota Tua is definitely safer, but lesser stuff to work with, lesser resources. You go Pochinok, sure, but then Mars Electric is where Fluxo is at, and that's where they're going to rotate towards north side. Last time, the very first time that EVOS had to fight Fluxo head-on, they were denied the chance to win it all.
So Riverside is definitely going to get very crowded in a little bit because of the trajectory of our circle. Pain Gaming core memory already there. Falcons, we did spot them approaching the area as well. But as I say, core memory, Pain Gaming, my God, you may dominate Point Rush, but that in no way means you're gonna do anything here at the grand finals. At least they got their highlight moment on that platform earlier at the start of the day.
And EVOS going into recovery, but I think they will make it work. They just scanned Sentosa, that's where they'll head to. Initially it was by AGAL, but of course AGAL has already made their move up with the Kerathon. This could work out to be good. Whatever is happening at Riverside, these teams take each other out. In fact, it puts teams like Lost at ease. At least the second factor that enables EVOS to lift the trophy at the end shrinks, the odds lessen, the playing field's leveled.
Now this is where sometimes the circle plays a trick on me. Goes the opposite way, but please don't do that.
I think it's gonna go up.
Come on, circle. There you go. Oh boy. All right.
BRU smack dab in the middle.
Reaps right.
Dragon is there.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I tell you, Dragon's Esports. Who is the analyst for Dragon's Esports? That person needs like 40 to 50% of the prize pool, all right?
Export him
that
somewhere,
person
right?
has single-handedly helped the Saudi Arabian team survive all throughout these Esports World Cup. Purely survival. Dragon's Esports is currently in the top 6 with the least amount of eliminations compared to the top 11 teams.
They got... Let's just put it out there. Survival instincts pays off.
Amen, yes.
It was something that we disliked because we knew that eliminations mattered a lot more.
Not me in, not we. I always...
Or when we were back on cumulative points, that's not the consensus, right? And that's something that at least we could be on the same page about. But I guess in Champion Rush, it does... The perspective does change a little bit, especially when you are already at 80 points, and that's where you really get tested on your fundamentals. And you are forced to fight.
You need to close the game.
You need to close the game.
You need the booyah. So eventually, some eliminations are needed.
Look at this.
Dragons going up against R7 early on. Remind opening up strong up against Games King. The Drogon delivering, but Joker turning the tables instantly on them. Della and Joker. 2 more players left here for the side of R7. Nobody else to pick up as well. Down in numbers. What a play once again from the Saudi Arabian squad.
The worst part is that it's not even Dragon Esports that crippled R7. They were already battered before this fight even began. The Dragon Esports are just here to reap the rewards that was sold by a separate team, but...
Oh, beauty.
Hell, if I'm Dragon Esports, I would take it any day. Della with a good ricochet from the nade, takes that remind, and maybe R7 can flip the script. Dew now joins the party. R7 is out, Dragon lives on, but Dew continues.
Okay, AG, this is where you hold back, man. Dragon, we're just about to celebrate. Could not pull away all the points off of those knocks. It's a single elimination in hand. But the more important point is Dragons not extinct just yet.
No. Every time I look at EVOS' rotation, this entire grand finals, usually when a team makes such a great rotation, such a big and wide rotation outside the circle, when they're behind, it worries me. We've seen that happen to Flux so many of times, but for EVOS, it's a different feeling. It's a feeling of assurance that they are going to make it happen. And guess what? Right in front of them, if EVOS heads towards Kerathon, it's AGAL.
Level 2 loot for RRQ. Not the best, but it'll have to do for the time being. EVOS up against AGAL. RRQ, potential third party. Right in front of them, Dragons. 4 teams that have activated the champ. And Dragons with the read once again on the circle. You give that analyst a raise, man.
And EVOS with a good rotation too. Launch pad and they use the binoculars. They move north side. If they can just avoid detection, EVOS puts themselves one more time in a powerful position to win it all. We've said this so many times, and EVOS keeps on proving it. That they are in control, at least for now.
Full squad revive.
Unbelievable.
Everybody tortured. But it's all about the recovery play. But we have to acknowledge EVOS cannot sustain battles out there at this point of time. They need one clean team fight, and they need to loot up their team, and they need to pray to God that team has decent loot on them by the time they take them down, or else it's gonna end pretty early for them.
RRQ is going to take on AGAL2. EVOS was scanned now, I would like to believe, by Falcons. But the dream will end for one of these teams here. The name on top of the roof doesn't really connect with RRQ just yet. AGAL playing with the building. But the RRQ DNA, when it comes online, they will be in your face. The Oscar Belendash, Ma'al, from shedding tears to tearing AGAL apart. Barros, he's left alive, but RRQ have just done the unthinkable. They shattered the dreams of Deal once more and put themselves one step closer to glory.
The recovery play from the sniper that unfortunately went in for the push a tad bit too early. But now, contender number 2, Fluxo, a tad bit late to the party. We asked exactly who can they mess with. Do they mess with the Indonesians right here, right now? Bob's leading the fray. RGS 50 has got the F39 in hand as well. A double launch set up. Bob gets 2 for the price of 1. RGS pulled out once again. And that's a wipe for Fluxo!
And you can hear the hearts of RRQ fans break into a million pieces off of that intervention. Fluxo extinguished the flames of the Kings of Kings right as they were about to step up to the occasion. And what does this mean? EVOS gets freed up. Lost now next on the chopping block.
Give me more, Brazil! Give me more! What an unthinkable lineup of events. Back-to-back Pain Gaming though. Under the bridge like trolls, wiped out. Lost versus Buriram. One has the high ground. One's right down below. Taking the spot of their Brazilian brothers, Pain Gaming. EVOS with the mad rotation. Everybody's playing a troll at this point.
Vitality knows where they are. They share the same freeway as Fluxo, but BRU is there. We got 4 teams that can win it all, but BRU is on the tear. Falcons is still around. Fluxo just got a big team fight win.
4 teams have activated the champion rush condition, still alive. EVOS does not have a lot of loot. Loss just doesn't seem to be threatening just yet, and they have got Buriram to deal with. We have that the high ground advantage before they can think about anything else. This circle, this day, this game just keeps on giving. Dragons need to get in though. Jump pad, put it up, spotting out the opportunity, looking for 4 extra points, and the time turner landing. Again, brilliance, but the Riptide Rhythm. Glue wall melter response from the Saudi Arabians, but Seamox gets sprayed down. FD7 with a mad spray on the AWM.
They tried, but I think this is where it all ends. Fluxo once more delivers. BRU now puts them in the crosshair, and Fluxo is going to be the next to get eliminated. It pushes in, doesn't get it together. It's him and Bobs, but BRU springs into life. EVOS down under the bridge. Falcons know where they are, but no one could touch them. Circle in favor of Vitality.
He who laughs last, laughs the loudest, and Buriram shutting down 2 Brazilian squad back to back, making sure they don't stand a chance for the Booyah. Rigby, the final survivor of Lost. On the opposite side, you've got 2 players on Fluxo. Buriram, the best team here on the world stage at Bermuda, is heading on in for the victory once again. But you've got 2 teams capable of pulling it away, and they both belong to Indonesia.
It comes down to Vitality against EVOS. Fluxo might ruin all of this for EVOS. All they need is for Lost and Vitality to get knocked out, and EVOS can just lie down and win it all. It doesn't get any easier than this. Fluxo gets wiped out. That's not what you want as EVOS, but you sure as hell want Vitality to go down. But that would have to wait. Falcons against BRU on top of the bridge.
Can Falcons play the spoiler as well? Yes, they can, says Pina. The newest addition to the squad gets the first strike and the second as well. Get high down on the ground. Limit now with the backstab and 590 working perfectly. Jonah out of nowhere throwing in his towel as well.
Oh no!
Fortunately for Buriram, this is where it all goes down. He was up against Vitality on the other hand. Is not looking good at all.
This is the most important fight. It ends under the bridge. Riptide Rhythm.
Oh, too early.
Barely missing. Lost Rigby. Who do you choose to punish? Who do you make a martyr out of? Koju dangerously up on the bridge. Ina might just end it and Koja connects. Evo's so exposed. Falcons can ruin it. And Vitality, they just need to win this, but Falcons being alive means that Vitality cannot breathe just yet. The relief is not yet there. EVOS survives longer.
Unbelievable.
Falcons!
What we are seeing in front of us here right now. Oh, Monster Truck fails. Faiz and Russia going for the spray down. EVOS, all their players back up on their feet. Vitality did not manage to put all of their players down and out of it just yet. Ray bleeding out, but the instant picked up thanks to Diva. Aim God pushing on forth once again. It's all about the action now out of the open.
And this is the championship fight. Ray takes down Faiz and Gears. Aim God delivers second in a row. Falcons still have one more guy left. Someone can still be made a sacrifice. The scapegoat to it, but EVOS, they're not gonna wait. Final rush. Fire is back up for the third time, but EVOS, they can smell it. The victory is them and Vitality. EVOS right in front of them. Here comes the nade.
Limit out by the circle. First nade, Ray, triple. The first team to activate Champion Rush. And the team to end it, Russia with the final elimination. The Wonder Kid gets the job done. 1 month short of his third anniversary with EVOS. The greatest investment, the best player, the MVP of MVPs. The Wonder Kid has helped dominate the world stage again after 6 long years. Champs back then at the Free Fire World Cup 2019, and now the champions of the Free Fire and Esports World Cup 2025.
Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. After 371 days since they first stepped foot on the grand finals in the Esports World Cup 24, they complete the saga from always second to first, not just for the team, but for the region. And that's for the organization, first doing it with a Thai team and now with an Indonesian roster. The storyline is completed. A new era has begun. And the crowd can finally cheer for Indonesia as a collective.
And the journey for this 16-year-old kid who has been bleeding Free Fire for so many years now. And just like a beautiful game of chess played by EVOS Esports, investing in him before anybody else could beat them to it, and raising him up to be one of the deadliest, if not the deadliest sniper out there in the world of Free Fire. And it was not like the best of the best weren't playing. Your two-time world champs in Fluxo, your two-time world champs in Buriram, they both have phenomenal snipers. Du, Ma'al, sit down. This now is the world of Russia, the world of EVOS Esports, Indonesia. My oh my, what quality, Husky.
They finished a job that they could not do a year ago. They took down legends, gods, and elites to leave a mark of their own in the Hall of Champions. it is just heartbreak for those that didn't make it, but for Evos, this moment belongs to them. That's it from me, Husky, and the Mustachio AJ. We'll toss it over to Carol to celebrate this momentous moment.
Kidia Arena! Please welcome the champions of Free Fire Grand Finals at EWC 2025, EVOS Esports! Congratulations Team EVOS. You are now the champions of EWC 2025. How does it feel to be the winners of the EWC 2025?
Jadi gimana perasaan kalian tentunya sebagai juara dari EWC 2025?
I so proud all of you guys. Thank you for carrying me. Thank you all of you. Thank you for all manager, manajemen, semuanya. Terima kasih yang udah dukung kami. Gak nyangka sih ya di FFS saya di turnamen yang kayak kecil gitu kita banting ancur-ancuran, pokoknya semua kita tuker role, kita tuker kapten, kita tuker semuanya. Orang satu baru, raser satu, ya.
Yeah, it's just like we're just very happy and we don't expect it at all because we go from the lowest tournament, we're losing in the lowest tournament, but now we are here and we are champion. So I don't have anything else to say. I'm just very happy.
Incredible, guys. You have made it. You have saved your key. And now we are happy to give it back to you. Please bring EVOS Esports key.
Kalian bakal terima lagi ya kalian. Ini pegang salah satu. Diambil aja, diambil.
Please, Indonesia, can I hear you?
Jangan apa? Wah, aku nggak lihat juga. Soalnya aku di depan udah langsung.
Amazing. I know you all are all excited about this moment, but before you lift your trophy, you gotta select 3 keys to smash, to crush, to send to the crush, and put below your trophy.
Jadi kalian boleh memilih 3 key untuk kalian hancurin. Tim siapa yang kalian bakal pilih kira-kira?
Please, right now, choose your key.
Satu-satu.
3 keys.
Ya, satu-satu.
First key.
Who is the drop in shipyard last game? Who?
I don't know which team drop in shipyard last game because I'm not sure actually.
CRM, yeah, Core Memory.
Core Memory.
Core Memory is the first choice. Please, second player. The other key.
Pilihan kedua. Movie Star.
The first choice was Core Memory, and right now they have selected Movie Star R7 key. Wow, that's a wise choice, guys. Congratulations. Amazing choice. And right now you gotta pick the last key. Please.
Satunya Buriram.
Buriram.
Buriram! Thailand team! Yeah, are you happy?
Yeah!
Amazing! They have choose their keys. They have choose Core Memory, Movie Star R7, and Buriram. Congratulations, guys. And now it's time to crush those keys. Please help me with the 4 steps, okay? So, player number 1, please turn the key.
Paling pertama putar kuncinya. Ya.
Player number 2, open the switch.
Buka aja.
Come on, Indonesia!
Stop.
Player number 3, flick the switch.
Di flick, di switchnya. Switch. Ya, switch. Ya,
Switch
ya.
first.
Ya, didorong. Yes.
And 4th player, now it's your job to crush those keys. Go ahead and press the button.
Ya, pencet aja.
Semuanya ya?
Iya, semuanya tetap dihancurin. Cuman yang kalian pilih nanti bakal kalian punya trofi langsung kan.
There we go. They are all crushed. Congratulations. The message is clear. The process is complete. So now it's time for you guys to place your key in the trophy and claim your prize. So please walk to the trophy, place your key, and claim your trophy. Claim your prize right now. Congratulations, Evils. That must be a really nice moment to be here and showing your trophy to your enemies right now. Congratulations. And I would like to know, how does it finally feel to hold this trophy in your hands?
Bagaimana perasaan kalian memegang trofi ini?
Good.
Anything else to share? It seems like Russia has something to share, but I'm going to talk to you in a minute because I know this moment, it's everything for you guys. Congratulations. Indonesia, are you there? Awesome. So I'm going to walk through here right now because I'm going to position Russia close to the translator.
Russia ke gua.
Please. We're gonna have a chat for a moment. Congratulations, Russia. This is an awesome moment right now. Now, the moment you all have been waiting for. We have watched great performance here today. And now it's the time for the Sony Tournament MVP. And the Sony Tournament MVP is Russia! Congratulations, this is your moment, and now you will receive your one and only key. Please bring Russia's key. Oh, is there a lot to hold? Congratulations, Russia. And not only this key, you also are gonna receive $10,000. Give it up for your MVP, Russia! Amazing. So this is a symbol of your incredible performance here. Congratulations, Russia. And how does it feel to be named the Sony MVP of the tournament here at the Esports World Cup 2025?
Bagaimana perasaan Russia sebagai MVP dari EWC 2025?
I don't know, I can believe this day. You know, as the youngest player in EWC, I will, of course, I will try my best to be champion. And yeah, Alhamdulillah, I got this champion. And that I am the true wonder kid.
Wow, I love that. For sure, you're the king of the game right now. Today, it's your day, and it's Evil's Esports Day. For us to close our interview in this moment, so you guys can all cheer up, I would like to know if you have a message to send to all the Indonesia's fans, to your family, to your friends, to all the fans out there.
Terima kasih buat EVOS Fam yang ada di sana yang udah dukung kita dan yang lagi nonton. Terima kasih juga untuk keluargaku yang sudah mendukungku dan ya piala ini juga buat kalian semua guys.
First of all, thank you for EVOS fans who are here supporting us, and whoever EVOS fans that watching on the TV, they also supporting us until now, and especially my family, they are also part of the winning championship.
Ini dari Allah juga.
And it's also from God.
Thank you, I love that. Once again, congratulations, Evils. You guys are the champions of EWC 2025. And now, KD Arena, give it up once again to the one and only champions of EWC 2025, Evils Esports!
Last year, EVOS could only dream of this moment as Team Falcons swiped it away in that final match. But EVOS, the dream has finally come alive as they hold up the trophy and claim the title in 2025. And they truly have deserved it. From start to finish today, not only did they lead their opponents, they were being chased by some of the best, the absolute best in the world of Free Fire's esports. And it has been an absolute wonder, a showcase, a spectacle spectacle to witness their journey from start to finish and finally ending the tournament as our champions. Panelists, it's been amazing watching this journey, but I want to hear your thoughts, your perceptions, your story. What do you think about EVOS's journey at EWC 25?
Well, definitely they've shown great performance. Being introduced with the Wonder Kid in this year's EWC Free Fire at EWC, it shows great potential, but there still was doubt, and this has broken all those doubts overall.
I think this is just for anybody watching out there, everybody who's tuning in, EVOS Esports, this has been a very long journey for them of rebuilding, recreating, and finally getting a roster that can actually win despite getting closer and closer each year. Even if they don't watch the esports itself, how can you not be not only proud, but feel emotional for these kids winning this title?
I'm so emotional right now, and I'm also really happy for them. Well, it was such an amazing day. I love to see them playing, and I mean, I was kind of cheering for them in the end. So I'm really, really happy. So congratulations, EVOS.
They deserve the title. Maybe this is another step in the right direction here for EVOS, right? This is only the beginning for them this year. And of course, there's also going to be the World Championship. That's going to be the next thing that they would love to take. Imagine a team taking both titles, the true world champions, and all of it starting here at EWC 25. Like, they showed us they were capable of beating some of the biggest names in the entire scene. And a lot of people looked at Falcons and the way that Falcons played at the beginning of the tournament. They looked like they could have taken the title. Broman was in the competition as well. There were so many teams that could have won, but EVOS did it in such a demanding, very commanding, a way that a champion should take their title.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, at this point, there's a lot of hate for the champion rush condition because of how even the underdogs, even those late in catching up, will be able to grab that championship. But EVOS Esports just showed up that consistency is the key. Despite of being denied several times, they're just prepared. Even if they didn't get that booyah, they just secured themselves up towards the end.
Well, let's not forget about the competitors here. Even though they are having the best moment of their lives, this is just the starting point, and honestly some of the worst moments for Team Vitality in particular. You're after everything that they put you through, at the end, it just comes down to a single Clash squad. Oh, it's heartbreaking to watch. You could see them, they were destroyed.
Well, we are going to be having a quick look at the Kidia top plays that we are prepared for all of you. We had so many highlights from today's matches, especially coming into those final circles. But the ones that you're seeing on your monitor right now, these are the top plays from today's games. We do recommend, if you were unable to catch the entire broadcast, at the end of this, go back, watch the entire thing. It was so tense from start to finish, just trying to figure out who was going to unlock the condition first, how many teams are going to unlock the condition, and how many games were ultimately going to be played today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's the number of teams that's being taken down, the anticipation that whether they will be unlocking the champion rush condition or not, or will they be the ones grabbing the next booyah after achieving that champion rush condition. That's what brings excitement, especially for tonight.
I'm telling you, $1 million idea, anime series, we need it now. We need it now. The story's already painted, the script is here, and it's just so free. We got to get on it right away.
Or you can watch it for free if you go back and watch the entire broadcast. I mean, Raja, I want to hear your favorite moment at EWC this year. Like, what do you think really made the event stand out?
Probably all of them. I'm loving being part of it, so I'm really happy also. But I mean, I'm really happy about EVOS winning the tournament. I think, I don't know, I don't even know how to explain, but I was cheering for them because of the whole history, you know, and they are playing really consistent, and also they deserve it a lot. So that's probably the best part for me. So I mean, I'm really happy about it because Brazilian teams, they also, I mean, didn't play that much Lost actually did such an amazing job, but well, I think it was the time from EVOS, and that kind of explains a lot.
And it's also going to be preparation for these teams once they do play the new format in their region. So they do have a bit of an advantage. But you know who else had an advantage? Russia, who was our Sony MVP of the tournament. And look, he deserved it. He got MVP twice before this. So the boy, he clearly left his mark here at EWC 25. And he's probably going to be the gold standard that everyone's going to aim for at EWC 26.
Oh, it's going to be tough right now because you're talking about 16 years old and he is becoming a standard, and those other snipers are like, will be growing older. You know how it is. When you grow older, you won't be reacting that fast, and it would be difficult to catch up. So we might see new bloods coming in just to make sure that they can keep up with Rasi.
I mean, he's the next generation, right? Next generation of Free Fire esports heroes, legends currently in the making, and now developing a legacy. And I think the scariest part about it is that how the story aligned literally so perfectly. His 101th knockdown, he gets the championship title.
That's it. I mean, there's just so much.
I'm your fan. Rossi, I'm your fan. Please teach me how to play like this.
I think I need it. A lot of us how to play this game. So you're not the only one, Raja. But we do have EVOS heading their way to the trophy. We need to do their award ceremony. They need to be given their dues because they have worked hard to earn this title. And so they're making their way to the trophy ceremony. I mean, you can see the smile, the happiness. They also have people waiting for them as well. I can't imagine how the players are feeling. We can see it, but I don't think anybody can feel that level of happiness, that achievement of being an EWC 25 champion.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like after game, they have felt it, but they haven't realized like the impact.
Shock.
Yes, it's a shock, the excitement, because they know that that's the only thing that they're waiting for. But the impact of this win, it would be great. I mean, Raza is already big, but I guess after this, he'll still be bigger, but not yet in height because he's still 16 years old, but you know what I mean.
He's got time to grow. But also just the raw exhaustion here as they're looking to put their frame in the totem to create that legacy, right? The weight of all of their struggles also in the weight of their trophy.
Now, we are going to be doing our ceremony here. We have a VIP. We have Mike McCabe, COO of the Esports World Cup Foundation, helping to give the award to EVOS. This is such a momentous occasion. The fact that they are being given the award, they're finally realizing it, right? The moment is actually happening because this was supposed to be them last year. Just seconds, moments, points away that they lost this moment. But now in 2025, EVOS are going to be able to solidify their legacy at the Esports World Cup and set their key with other champions.
Lined up to be part of the greats, turning things around. EVOS Esports names engraved in that totem forever for the next EWC and for everybody else to remember.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a record. This is something that EVOS Esports has been waiting for since last year. That disappointment that we've seen from them has now been erased. It's all joy, it's all pride, and I guess there's a lot more that will be seen from them, especially for the next season in the regional qualifiers as well as the World Series.
I think we also have to think, you know, if EWC comes back next year, for EVOS, they now have a title they must defend. Imagine the pressure, the stress, the preparations you have to already set forward to defend that title. I mean, it's a completely different experience when you are chasing that key, but now they finally have it and it's now time to defend it from our other teams. But EVOS, congratulations on your title. What a way to end EWC 25 for Free Fire. Thank you to all of our amazing viewers, my panelists, our casters, everybody here for making this moment happen. But that's going to be it for Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 25. We'll see you all next time. See you, survivors.